French football king Zidane. You are as soft as a noodle. Beckham the heartthrob. What do you have besides your face? Portuguese king Figo. You are as slow as a tortoise. And you, Su something. Su Hang. Your inclusion in the match squad is a disgrace to Real Madrid. It is the degradation of European football. It is the desecration of football by money. You made us lose the only championship we could win this season. In the locker room, Real Madrid head coach Queiroz rambled on, angrily reprimanding the star players. This was the scene of the 2003-2004 Spanish Copa del Rey final, Real Madrid vs. Zaragoza. No one could have imagined that the Galácticos of Real Madrid, boasting 3 Ballon d'Or winners and 6 superstars, would be driven to the brink by La Liga newcomer Zaragoza. Real Madrid led twice, but Zaragoza equalized twice, dragging the match into extra time. The shameful achievement of winning nothing this season had already dissatisfied the fans, and the Copa del Rey was the only trophy Real Madrid could possibly win this season. In short, Real Madrid could not afford to lose this match. Facing the head coach's tirade, no one dared to retort, until the sound of a water bottle bursting rang out. In the corner, Su Hang, who had been lowering his head, stood up and shook the water from his hands. You can scold others all you want, but I'm just a substitute who didn't even play. How can the loss be blamed on me? In competitive sports, being weak is the original sin. If you lose, you have to accept it. Su Hang knew that because his father had sponsored the team to get him into the match squad, Queiroz had always been extremely dissatisfied with him. He accepted being criticized as a player with connections, but being asked to take responsibility for the loss when he hadn't even had a chance to play, that he would not accept. What did you say? After a brief shock, Queiroz said through gritted teeth, good for you. You think I'm definitely going to be sacked, right? You're finished, kid. No matter how much your father sponsors Real Madrid this time, I'm going to kick you out of the Real Madrid youth team. Get out. You don't deserve to be in this locker room. You're a trash player. That sentence even insults both the word player and the word trash. Queiroz let loose his full vocabulary of insults. But the next moment, there was another loud bang. Su Hang rushed over and pinned Queiroz against the locker. Since he had already offended Queiroz and his playing career was uncertain, he decided to vent his own dissatisfaction as well as that of his teammates. Must we find a scapegoat in this locker room whenever we lose? When Makelele left at the last minute last summer, didn't you ever think Real Madrid would end up like this? Who is to blame? Blame Florentino for giving other stars 6 or 7 million euros in high salaries, while refusing Makelele a mere 4 million. Do you dare to criticize Florentino? You don't dare? Su Hang's barrage of questions stunned Queiroz. Zidane's pupils contracted. Sharp. Too sharp. Hiss. 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 The locker room erupted in uproar. These words had been bottled up in everyone's hearts for a long time, but no one had ever dared to truly speak them. Because in this team, everyone who questioned club president Florentino had been kicked out. Del Bosque Hierro Makelele. Whether you were the head coach or the team captain, the atmosphere in the locker room dropped to freezing point. It wasn't until Su Hang slowly released Queiroz that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, everyone knew that he, having raged at head coach Queiroz, would inevitably be kicked out of the team. Alas, what a pity. The unpleasantness in the locker room did not affect the progress of the match. Su Hang still appeared on the substitutes bench. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the extra time of the 2003-2004 Spanish Copa del Rey final, Real Madrid vs. Zaragoza. With the host's announcement, the battle resumed. In the 112th minute, Zaragoza's star striker David Villa scored a crucial goal, helping his team come from behind to lead 3-2, just one step away from lifting the Copa del Rey. Now the players are back on the pitch. The match continues. Real Madrid has 8 minutes to change the score. Can Real Madrid preserve the dignity of a giant? Stay tuned. Su Hang was also watching the match situation. Even though this might be the last 8 minutes of his career at Real Madrid, or even his entire football career, he still hoped the team would win. It had nothing to do with his conflict with Queiroz. It was simply because he truly loved football, loved this great competitive sport. The 118th minute. Real Madrid forward Portillo fell to the ground. After the team doctor examined him, he shook his head at Queiroz. Portillo could not continue the match. Queiroz turned to look at the only substitute forward on the bench, a glint flashing in his eyes. Su Hang had a bad feeling. Su Hang, get ready to go on. Sure enough, Queiroz called him out. The surrounding players were stunned. Su Hang felt as awful as if he had swallowed poison. Just now in the locker room, he had been full of bravado when he yelled at Queiroz, but he was well aware of his own football skills. No way. He couldn't even play well in youth team matches. How could he go on in the Copa del Rey final? Is this about humiliating me in front of fans all over the world? Su Hang had to admire Queiroz's ruthlessness and cruelty. But, using a Copa del Rey as the price to humiliate me, is it worth it? Queiroz looked at Su Hang, his eyes full of disdain. What? Scared? If you don't dare to go on, then apologize to me. Not the kind of verbal apology. I want you to write a 10,000-word self-criticism for me. You Chinese people have always been good at this. Bang. Su Hang tore off his substitute vest and slammed it to the ground, walking to the sideline, without looking back. FCK that. He'll play, and if it goes wrong, we all go down together. He was truly stirred to courage, not just for himself, but for his skin color. As a proud descendant of the Yellow Emperor, a son of China, what was there to fear? By the sideline, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Number 11 Portillo was substituted off. Number 24 Su Hang was brought on. After a brief silence, boos erupted from the crowd. Who is this? Su Hang, an 18-year-old Real Madrid youth player still playing in the U16s. FCK, tell me this isn't real? This is the Copa del Rey final. Portillo was already useless enough, but this Su is 10,000 times more useless than Portillo. This is simply outrageous. Did Queiroz bet on the match? He must be investigated after the game. Get Queiroz and this Su Hang out of Madrid now. Real Madrid fans cursed wildly, but their anger changed nothing. As Su Hang entered the pitch, the match continued. Ding. You have participated in an official match. The Ball King system is activated. You have obtained a moment card, Cristiano Ronaldo, 2016. What is this? A line of subtitles appeared before Su Hang's eyes, visible only to him, along with a card bearing the image of Cristiano Ronaldo. On the card, Ronaldo, with his curly hair exuding confidence, was in his prime, having led his team to back-to-back Champions League titles that year. Ding. Detected that you are in the middle of a match. Do you wish to use the moment card? Ding. You have used the Cristiano Ronaldo 2016 moment card. The card instantly shattered, turning into countless streams of light that surged into Su Hang's body. In almost an instant, Su Hang felt an overwhelming surge of power throughout his entire being. His understanding of the game underwent a revolutionary change. The opponent's seemingly impenetrable defensive formation began to reveal cracks in his eyes. This was the unique attacking sharpness of Cristiano Ronaldo. But to outsiders, Su Hang seemed to be frozen in place after stepping onto the field, as if scared stiff. The fans of Zaragoza jeered. The Real Madrid fans also cursed Su Hang's stupidity. On the pitch, Zinedine Zidane executed a brilliant no-loop back pass to find Luis Figo on the right wing. Figo dribbled inside. Su Hang snapped back to reality and immediately ran from the center to the right flank, hoping to draw away a defender and create an opportunity for Figo. This was the awareness and movement a professional forward should have. Yet, no defender followed Su Hang to the right. He was ignored. Nobody cared how a rookie moved on the pitch. The Zaragoza midfielder Ponzio even actively sidestepped Su Hang to double-team Figo. This was the ultimate insult to a forward. Instantly, Figo was surrounded by multiple defenders and desperately needed support. Su Hang immediately called for the ball. Figo. Over here. His reading of the pitch led him to make the optimal choice. Bang. Figo instinctively passed the ball. Su Hang could even see the regret on Figo's face. Figo thought Su Hang would most likely lose the ball. On the right, Su Hang's mind flashed Cristiano Ronaldo's handling. He controlled the ball with a single touch, flicked it forward, and instantly accelerated. With just one swift move, he completely bypassed Toledo. It was raw and powerful, but Su Hang's performance didn't stop there. After the dribble, he immediately cut inside. He blocked Toledo's forward path, causing the chasing Toledo to collide into him. Leveraging this collision, Su Hang accelerated further. Cut inside success. In 2016, Cristiano Ronaldo had already transformed into a terrifying scoring machine. But the act of cutting inside was still an inseparable part of his soul. He had countless experiences and techniques in this regard, enough to destroy any defender. Oh, the Real Madrid fans who had been jeering fell silent. It's as if Su Hang has a grip on their throats. They understand football. That cut inside just now was even sharper and more efficient than Figo. The only thing we need to confirm is, was this Su Hang's luck or his skill? The stadium commentator voiced the question on every Real Madrid fan's mind. Bang. Before the commentator could finish, Su Hang had already fallen to the ground. Toledo, who had failed to catch up, slid in from behind. But the next moment his face turned grim, because Su Hang had fallen inside the penalty area. This. Dig. The referee blew his whistle. Penalty. The referee has awarded a penalty. But the referee also shows a red card to Toledo. Red card plus penalty. Su Hang has made a great contribution. Zaragoza are protesting, claiming that Su Hang wasn't inside the box when he fell, but the referee clearly doesn't think so. Real Madrid not only have a man advantage, but also a direct chance to equalize. Zidane steps up to take the penalty. Beautiful goal. 3-3. Zidane scores the penalty, leveling the score in the 119th minute. Nerves of steel. Zidane has always been a player with such nerve. Of course, Real Madrid fans must thank substitute Su Hang. This penalty came from his breakthrough. Edge. Hang rushes into the goal, he picks the ball out, and signals to his teammates not to waste time celebrating. He wants to win. He doesn't want to go to penalties. This player has an incredibly strong desire to win. There's still time. We can still win. Hang shouted to his teammates. The Real Madrid players immediately snapped out of it and hurried back to their own half. The match resumed. There were 2 minutes of added time. In the 120th minute, Beckham swung in a cross from the flank, and Zidane's header went just wide. In the 121st minute, Figo cut inside and fired a long-range shot that was saved. Ponzio controlled the rebound and passed to David Villa to launch a counterattack. However, Beckham slid in midfield to dispossess Villa. The returning Zidane collected the ball, and without even looking up heard a call from his left front. Zizou. Through ball. Hang waved his hand while cutting inside, without the ball charging towards the center. Bang. Zidane slotted a through ball that pierced Zaragoza's midfield. With just a glance, Hang judged that the ball was coming extremely fast and would be very difficult to control. A conventional stop would most likely result in losing it. Bang. Hang controlled the ball with his left foot, sending it flying to his right, but this wasn't a mistake. It was a simultaneous control and dribble. In the blink of an eye, Ponzio was beaten by Hang. This single touch perfectly transformed the past disadvantage into an advantage. Suddenly, between Hang and the goalkeeper, there was only one center-back, Milito. Charge. Hang started performing stepovers, his feet alternately crossing over the ball, swaying his body, while quickly closing in on Milito. Continuous stepovers. This is a highly deceptive dribbling move. Always Cristiano Ronaldo's favorite skill. Left. Right. Left. No, it's right. With a thud, Milito fell to the ground, completely bamboozled. Hang dribbled into the penalty area. Zaragoza goalkeeper Lainez comes out aggressively. He roars furiously, trying to intimidate the inexperienced young academy player. Is Hang scared? He shoots. Hang shoots. Bang. The camera quickly follows the ball toward the goal. But it quickly pans back, because the ball speed is far slower than the director imagined. This is not a powerful strike. It's a soft chip. Lainez is clearly stunned. He follows the code of a good goalkeeper: charge out, shout, drop quickly. When the shot comes, expand the coverage area, block all possible shooting lanes. If Hang had shot directly, he would have had a 99% chance of saving it. But Lainez never expected Hang's shot to come from the sky. Swish. A beautiful arc was born. Like a rainbow, it sailed over Lainez's head towards Zaragoza's goal. Milito, scrambling back, and Ponzio, chasing all the way, rushed past Hang, and both nearly flew into the goal, stretching their legs to clear the ball. But the ball dropped into the net just before they could reach it. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the stadium. No one anticipated a goal at this moment. Even fewer could have predicted the scorer would be the young Hang. And almost no one could have imagined Hang would choose such a risky chip. If Zidane's last gasp equalizing penalty was nerves of steel, then Hang's match-winning chip was super nerves of steel. The next moment, the entire stadium exploded. Goal. The ball is in. A chip. It's a perfect chip. An incredible dribble past 2 defenders. He's as fast as lightning. 4-3. Real Madrid turned the game around in the final minute of stoppage time. Real Madrid academy player Hang, who came on as a substitute, scores the most spectacular goal of the match to seal the victory over Zaragoza. Winning a penalty, scoring a goal. He seems capable of anything. He's a born killer. Champion. Real Madrid are the champions. Hang is the champion. After scoring, Hang immediately ran towards the corner flag. His mind was filled with his favorite celebration move. He leaped high, turned 180 degrees in midair, displaying his back number and name to the camera and the fans in the stands. In the camera, Hang, arms slightly open, landed with a thunderous stance as if a god had descended. Shoo! An unfamiliar celebration cry escaped his lips. This was the roar of a king. Meanwhile, the Zaragoza players felt as if they were in hell at this moment. They had lost. There was no chance left. They could have trampled over the Galactic battleship to lift the Copa del Rey, but now. A minute later, as Beckham kicked the ball into the stands, the referee blew the final whistle 3 times in succession. The match is over. Congratulations to Real Madrid. After a decade, they have finally lifted the Copa del Rey once again. But more important than the Copa del Rey is the discovery of a striking supernova. Today, with both Ronaldo the phenomenon and Raúl the ring-bearer plagued by injuries, the emergence of Hang might bring new possibilities to Real Madrid. The fans watching this live broadcast are fortunate, for we have witnessed a future superstar's rise to fame with a single goal. Remember this name, Hang. His arrival seems to declare to the football world, attention, attention, the Galactic battleship is officially setting sail. Bench killer nets decisive goal against Zaragoza, propelling Real Madrid to Copa del Rey glory after a decade. Real Madrid Youth Academy emerges. A penalty won a goal scored post-match rating rivals Zidane. Su Heng's identity revealed. Joined Real Madrid's La Fábrica Youth Academy at age 9, while father has close business ties with club president Florentino. Zidane Su is a superb forward. His positioning, dribbling, and shooting are impeccable. Figo, I never saw Pelé or Maradona at 18, but I have seen Su Heng at 18. Beckham, I see a bit of Ronaldo in Su Heng, but Su Heng is more lethal. Villa, we had the game won, but Su Heng's entry changed everything. He became a nightmare for all of us. After the match, major media outlets scrambled to report on it. The game had all the elements that fans craved. A giant trailing, an underdog leading. Star goals, 3 red cards. Fan disturbances, a match suspension. But none of that compared to the thrilling spectacle of an unknown youth academy player rising to fame with a single goal when called upon in a crisis. Even fabricated rumors garnered significant clicks. For instance, journalist Juan Uria of Diario Sport wrote, "We found shattered door panels and glass shards in Real Madrid's locker room. We have reason to believe there was a conflict within the team." Considering Queiroz' bizarre decision to put Su Heng on the field, we believe Su Heng assaulted him. In retaliation, Queiroz sent Su Heng in to take the blame, but no one expected Su Heng's performance to be so stunning. Uria had guessed almost everything correctly, but everyone knows Diario Sport has always been against Real Madrid, so no one believed him. Ding! The effect of the moment card has ended. You have learned much from Cristiano Ronaldo, such as his hairstyle and height. You have acquired the star-level skill Cristiano Ronaldo's noodle hair hairstyle. You have gained 2 centimeters in height. Cristiano Ronaldo's noodle hair hairstyle. Ronaldo's career spans several eras. Some believe the golden trim Ronaldo was the strongest, while others champion the noodle hair Ronaldo. During the noodle hair era, Ronaldo's heading ability reached its peak. When you are within the opponent's penalty area, your jumping strength, heading, and attacking positioning are enhanced. When you are within the opponent's 6-yard box, there is a chance to trigger the aerial supremacy effect, aiding you in winning aerial duels. After receiving the system prompt, Su Heng opened his panel to check his personal data. Name Su Heng. Age 17 years, 159 days. Height 178 centimeters, 2 centimeters. Weight 68 kilograms. Team Real Madrid U16 team. Overall rating amateur level. Skill Cristiano Ronaldo's noodle hair hairstyle. Shooting 70. Heading 75. Apart from these basic stats, most data was locked and inaccessible. Only shooting and heading were unlocked. The unlocked stats could be improved through training. The unlocking of these 2 attributes was likely no coincidence. It probably stemmed from Cristiano Ronaldo's moment card. Ding! Zinedine Zidane admires the will to win you displayed on the pitch. He has gifted you the player-level skill back-to goal pass. Note, diligent training can make you stronger. Different league tiers and team levels yield different training effects. Note, gaining recognition from star players can make you stronger. Back-to goal pass, while using your back to block and challenge an opponent, deliver a stable back pass to a teammate. Ding! Carlos Queiroz is extremely displeased with your rough behavior in the locker room. He will not include you in the squad for the next match. Su Heng stared at these messages deep in thought. He had anticipated Queiroz's move, and it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Thanks to Ronaldo's moment card, Su Heng had indeed carried a match. But without the moment card, his presence on the field would only result in a disastrous performance. Football enthusiast, amateur level, youth academy level, professional level, second division level, top 5 league level, star level, elite, star level, top, star level, superstar level, legendary level. From low to high. An amateur level player like Su Heng could never handle a Real Madrid match. Thus, not playing was a good thing. But whether for training efficiency or to gain recognition from star players, he had to enter Real Madrid's first team. Of course, he needed an opportunity. March 20th, 2004. 3 days had passed since Real Madrid lifted the Copa del Rey. Real Madrid faced the 29th round of the league. An away match against Athletic Bilbao. But to the fans' bewilderment, Su Heng, who had performed brilliantly in the Copa del Rey final, was not included in the match squad. Queiroz explained, Su Heng is still young and not ready for league appearances. Portillo is in good form. He will shoulder Real Madrid's goal-scoring burden, while Ronaldo and Raúl are injured. However, the match ended in a humiliating 4-2 defeat for Real Madrid. Portillo was lackluster throughout, tormented by the Athletic Bilbao players to the brink of tears. After the match, Real Madrid fans condemned Queiroz's tactics. Meanwhile, Su Heng happened to be wandering the streets of Madrid. And he happened to be encountered by Clara Cecilia, a reporter from Marca, who had received a tip from a concerned citizen. Clara enthusiastically interviewed the Real Madrid starlet, who had risen to fame with a single goal. During the interview, she asked a sensitive question: why weren't you in Real Madrid's match squad? Is it really because, as Queiroz said, you weren't ready? Su Heng smiled at the camera. How could that be? I am always ready. I can't wait to play for Real Madrid. I suggest Queiroz at least call me up to the first team first. Clara, aren't you afraid of offending Queiroz by saying that? Suhang shrugged, no choice. My situation is urgent. I have to get into Real Madrid's first team soon. Clara grew intrigued. Why? A flicker of determination shone in Suhang's eyes. It's a promise between my father and me. If I can't make it into Real Madrid's first team, I'll have to go back and inherit a fortune worth hundreds of millions. This can only mean going back to inherit the family business. What nonsense are you saying? Clara was astonished. Is this person out of their mind? Soon this report went viral. And it wasn't just popular in Spain, it swept across all of Europe. In the current age where money floods into European football, people crave stories born from pure passion. Real Madrid's prodigy, Suhang, slaps Queiroz in the face, declaring he is always ready to serve Real Madrid. Why isn't such a talent called up to the first team left to inherit the family business instead? It's not easy to love football, and the genius of Real Madrid might be forced to leave the green field to inherit billions. A countercurrent in the era of money football, Suhang. In his eyes, football is above all else. At least above 100 million euros. In no time, voices from all sectors of society called for Real Madrid to bring Suhang into the first team. Ultimately unable to withstand the pressure, Real Madrid officially announced, "We are calling up U16 player Suhang to the first team, and he will train alongside the first team players." In response, Suhang expressed his satisfaction. This is the power of jokes and public opinion. In the age of social media, tactics that have been overused now pack a punch. Any gimmick is enough to be hailed as classic by the unscrupulous paparazzi of Fleet Street. But it's a bit unethical, so it should be used sparingly in the future. March 21st. Real Madrid's training ground. The first team players were sizing up their new member, Suhang. Among them, Zidane was particularly perplexed. Is Suhang not very smart? If he wants to play for Real Madrid, why did he have to offend Queiroz? Queiroz said he wasn't ready. You say you're always prepared. What do you intend to do? Really tear apart the facade? Now it's fine, although Suhang joined Real Madrid's first team under the pressure of public opinion, Queiroz, as the head coach, can easily keep Suhang off the roster. Just a casual, Suhang's form isn't good, can easily keep him sidelined for 2 months. Let's see if Suhang can handle that. Or perhaps was Suhang doing this on purpose? He wants to join the first team, but doesn't want to play in matches. Zidane shook his head, thinking he must have played football until he went silly. How could a player not want to play? Absolutely impossible. Beep, beep, beep. Queiroz's phone rang. After answering the call, his expression grew serious as he frequently glanced at Suhang. Queiroz's Motorola speaker wasn't great, and the sound leaked badly. Suhang could hear it all clearly. It was a call from Florentino. He said that the fans are calling for Suhang to play, and regardless of any conflict between Queiroz and Suhang must play in the next match. Suhang's expression was as bad as Queiroz's. Damn, this has gone too far. The news that if he can't play, he'll go home to inherit the family fortune has become a phenomenon across Europe. Forget about Queiroz wanting to put Suhang on the sidelines. Even Florentino can't afford to do that. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This public opinion is good. Unfortunately, they don't understand Suhang's intentions. Suhang, prepare well. You will be on the roster for the match this weekend. Queiroz announced this news with righteous indignation and then left in a huff. Meanwhile, his teammates looked at Suhang with envy and jealousy. Suhang appeared calm, but inside he was already crying. At least let him get a moment card before playing. If he goes straight into the match, won't he expose himself? Ding. Zidane has been observing you. He believes you are calm and composed, not showing off or being overly emotional, and you are doing better than he did at your age. He gifted you the moment card. Zinedine Zidane 1993. Of this, Zidane forever. Suhang turned to look at Zidane, truly a future master. He knows how to treat people well. I would like to call you Real Madrid's timely reign, the French song of fame. Feeling Suhang's fervent gaze, Zidane felt a chill run down his spine. This kid wouldn't. Ding. Zidane is worried about your orientation not being normal, so he plans to secretly send you some adult literature to guide your healthy development. Suhang smiled even more happily. I didn't expect you to be such a Zidane. Just lending a book to talk. Oh my God. Is this really a player from our Real Madrid first team? My God. His footwork is terrifyingly poor. I haven't seen such a ridiculous first touch in years. He looks like a headless fly. He completely doesn't understand positioning. It's hard to believe he actually played in the Copa del Rey final. He looks like he can't play at all. He must be an amateur, right? With this level, he can't even be considered a youth training player. On the training ground, both Real Madrid players and coaches were shocked by Suhang's incredibly poor fundamentals. This is the player who helped Real Madrid win the Copa del Rey championship. On the sidelines, Queiroz's face turned pale with anger as he shouted, Suhang, get over there and train alone. With your attitude, you'll never get on the field. Never. Who knew? Suhang's face brightened. Really? It's a promise. Zidane and the others couldn't help but laugh. Souhang was really too cheeky. Was he deliberately performing so poorly to anger Queiroz? It's that kind of attitude: you look down on me, but you still can't get rid of me. Absolutely. Neither Zidane nor Figo nor Beckham believed Souhang's skills were truly that poor. After all, they had fought alongside Souhang. In the Copa del Rey match, Souhang's touches, though somewhat stiff, were quick and straightforward. His ball control couldn't be said to be top-notch, but it was above 80 of professional football players. Cristiano Ronaldo, are you sure it's only above 80? In response, Souhang could only wonder if it was possible that his skills really were that poor. In the following days, there was no significant improvement in Souhang's training performance. But he did not feel ashamed. On the contrary, as his heading attribute rose from 75 to 76, he was full of enthusiasm for training. Staying in Real Madrid's first team, within a year his heading and shooting skills would surely reach world-class levels. By then he could become a goal-scoring machine, standing firm wherever he was. However, the French football king Zidane still discovered a slight flaw in Souhang, who was hiding his talents. Sou's heading is quite good. Zidane mentioned Souhang while chatting with teammates, and his back-to-goal receiving skills are also commendable. His layoff pass, does it remind you of Morieni's? Raúl nodded repeatedly. His back pass is very steady, and this comfortable pass isn't something just any player can deliver. Especially for forwards, this is even rarer. March 28th. 65,000 fans flooded into the Bernabeu Stadium. Before the team's elimination from the Champions League, that figure was 75,000. The defeat in the Champions League inevitably wounded the hearts of some fans. Today's match was Real Madrid hosting Sevilla at the Bernabeu. Sevilla shared a cordial relationship with Barcelona, naturally making them sworn enemies of Real Madrid. Hence the air was thick with tension. Before the game, Queiroz announced Real Madrid's starting 11: Souhang, Solari, Raúl, Zidane, Beckham, Guti, Carlos, Bravo, Helguera, Salgado, and Casillas. It was a 4,231 formation with Figo suspended for this round. As the team's sole forward, Souhang was deployed as the lone striker in his first start. The burden of scoring weighed heavily on him. This tactical arrangement was far from ideal. Those with insight could already discern Queiroz setting Souhang up for failure. In a 2 or 3 striker formation, a lack of goals would see the blame shared among several players. But with Souhang as the lone striker, if Real Madrid failed to score, wouldn't he shoulder all the blame? In response, Queiroz explained it as the team needs to strengthen its defense. A solid defense wins matches. As time passed, the players began to take the field. Souhang, a new face, naturally drew attention. Not every fan recognized him. Who is that yellow-skinned man? Where's Ronaldo? Ronaldo is still injured and hasn't returned. Why isn't Postiga playing? Postiga is better than this player, right? I've never even seen this guy. Buddy, you must have been too busy to read the papers lately. This is Souhang, the key player who won the Copa del Rey for Real Madrid. He's a homegrown youth academy talent. A clutch striker. With explanations from those in the know, more people began to recognize Souhang, but few truly acknowledged his worth. After all, Real Madrid's fans were notoriously the most demanding. Ordinary forwards could never win their favor. Too many stars had faded away here in obscurity. Every single one of them was far more famous than Souhang. On the pitch before the match began, Zidane was sharing key insights with Souhang there in a 442 formation today, with a double striker pairing of Silva and Baptista. Among them, Baptista is extremely dangerous. Nicknamed the Beast, he has moved from defensive midfield to attacking midfield and even striker. So if he ends up defending against you, don't be surprised. He's a player who can cover the entire pitch. Their right back Alves is fast and a good passer, strong in attack, but weak in defense. If you need to drift wide to support the attack, you can target his side and use your physicality to gain an advantage. Souhang nodded. Zidane's guidance was invaluable. As the world's best midfielder, he could always spot the opponent's fatal weaknesses. A whistle blew. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. The home fans erupted into cheers, rallying behind their team. The first minute, Souhang dropped back from his forward position, allowing Raúl to make a run forward. Guti spotted the opportunity and attempted a through ball to connect with Raúl, but it was intercepted by Sevilla's defensive midfielder Cascoro. The 5th minute, Souhang dropped back again, drawing out the opposing center back. Raúl once again sprinted forward, forcing the other center back to cover the gap. Sevilla's defensive line was in disarray. With a thud, Zidane passed the ball sideways to Souhang. Souhang delivered a one-touch pass back to Beckham's feet. The pass was flawless in terms of distance, power, and spin. With another thud, Beckham struck the ball with a long pass, lofting it to the left side of the penalty area. Solari cut inside without the ball, received it at the edge of the box, took a step forward, and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball rocketed into the net. 1-0. Goal. Solari. Brilliant. Beckham connected directly with Solari. Our Real Madrid's attack was incredibly structured, piercing Sevilla's defense. Of course, Souhang, Raúl, and Zidane also played crucial roles in this goal. Especially Su Hang, his decoy run and pass back were perfectly timed. The commentator understood the game. He recognized Su Hang's contribution to the goal. On the sidelines, Queiroz couldn't muster a smile. Su Hang's luck was infuriating. Though he didn't score or assist, he had still managed to claim a sliver of credit. Sigh. Su Hang is in an offside position, what a shame. Zidane wanted to play a through ball, but Su Hang was offside again, making it impossible to pass. Raúl has the ball, he looks at Su Hang, but Su Hang is offside. Over the next 10+ minutes, Real Madrid's fans grew increasingly anxious. Why was Su Hang constantly offside? On the pitch, Su Hang kept wiping sweat from his brow. Not from exhaustion, but from fear. Fear that his teammates would pass to him. Why was he always offside? Because he was doing it on purpose. Only then could he avoid receiving passes from his teammates. Otherwise, once he got the ball too often, his poor ball control and dribbling would be exposed. Then Queiroz would have a reason to drop him from the first team. In truth, this tactic was incredibly clever. Su Hang avoided passes while creating the illusion of tirelessly challenging the opponent's defense. No one would fault a hard-working player, right? But Zidane had a different interpretation of Su Hang's runs. Could Su Hang not understand positioning? Absolutely not. Then what was the reason for his frequent offsides? Deception. He was lulling Sevilla's defenders into a false sense of security. By repeatedly being offside, he made their sharp nerves grow dull, waiting for the perfect moment to strike with a lethal run. Su Hang was truly no ordinary player. This kind of long-term strategic thinking was what many less intelligent forwards lacked. What a sly little fox. The 19th minute. Sevilla's forward Baptista dribbled forward and drew a foul from Guti, earning Guti a yellow card. The 26th minute. Su Hang dropped back again, but this time Cascoro didn't give him space to play the ball, lunging in from behind to try and touch it first. However, Su Hang had positional advantage, kicking the ball away before being struck by Cascoro. The referee immediately blew his whistle and showed Cascoro a yellow card. The Real Madrid fans applauded enthusiastically. Well done, Su Hang. Not bad, at least this player is very hardworking. He attacks the defense and drops back to help the midfielders organize. Things other forwards refuse to do, he's willing to do. Come to think of it, his playing style is a bit like Morieni's. Don't mention him. I still don't know how to face Morieni's. I hope Su Hang doesn't become a traitor like Morieni's. The 43rd minute. After evading passes for so long, Su Hang finally couldn't escape Zidane. Because he was a step slower and wasn't in an offside position. Zidane sent a diagonal pass, perfectly placing the ball just ahead of Su Hang. Su Hang gritted his teeth and charged toward the ball. Damn it. Damn you, Zidane. Why the hell did you pass it? Zidane, indeed. He is lulling the opponent. He was waiting for my through ball. Besides Su Hang, Sevilla's center-back Alfaro also sprinted towards the ball. However, Su Hang had started a bit earlier and was closer to the ball. He knew that if he rushed to receive it, the ball would surely bounce away. Then the whole world would know how poor his ball control was. So he chose to shoot directly without stopping the ball. Missing a shot was better than mishandling a stop, wasn't it? Bang. Watching the ball roll towards the right front, Su Hang was stunned. He had overestimated his own ability. At high speed, he lacked the capacity to adjust his stride. Consequently, as he prepared to shoot with his right foot, his left foot, which had moved first, inadvertently struck the ball, first nudging it away. His subsequent right leg swing met only air, and he tumbled awkwardly to the ground. But at that moment, Raúl suddenly darted past him, chased the ball, and unleashed a powerful shot. Clang! The ball struck the crossbar and bounced away. Raúl immediately covered his face and knelt in anguish. Oh my God! Raúl is practically committing a crime. He wasted Su Hang's brilliant assist. What? Su Hang, lying on the ground, was taken aback. What did he just hear? Su Hang quickly looked up at the big screen. It turned out that his accidental touch had not only fooled himself, but also deceived Alfaro and the opposing goalkeeper Esteban. It looked exactly like a fake shot turned into a pass. Yet Raúl, facing an open goal, had hit the crossbar. From his regretful expression, it was clear how inexcusable it was. Subconsciously, Su Hang went over to pull Raúl up. However, Raúl embraced him and said with deep shame, Su, I let you down. Your pass was so perfect, I am so damn guilty. Could it be that my foot simply slipped? It's okay, Raúl. There will be plenty more chances like this. You are the best. Su Hang patted Raúl on the head, and the latter felt so moved his eyes reddened. Passing maestros like Zidane, Beckham, and Guti also tore their gazes away from the big screen. They were greatly impressed by Su Hang's passing imagination. Even imagination wasn't the most important thing. The crucial part was Su Hang's acting during the fake shot. That kick of his looked exactly as if he intended to shoot. Su Hang, I really was about to shoot. Zidane even gave Su Hang a thumbs up. In the 45th minute, Zidane's long-range effort earned a corner kick. Beckham walked towards the corner flag to take it. Su Hang proactively moved to the far post, a position where he could avoid receiving the ball as much as possible. Because corner kicks are usually aimed at the center, Casquero, who had earned a yellow card for fouling Su Hang, was now locked onto him. He positioned himself right beside Su Hang, guarding him tightly. Su Hang smiled slightly, indicating the opponent was overthinking. He had no intention whatsoever of contesting this corner, given his lack of skill. Wait. Cristiano Ronaldo's instant noodle hairstyle. Within the penalty area, jumping strength, heading, and attacking movement were enhanced. Inside the 6-yard box, there was a chance to trigger an aerial dominance effect. Bang! Beckham delivered the corner kick. It was indeed aimed at a teammate in the center. Su Hang immediately charged into the middle of the box. Casquero had initially blocked him, but Su Hang simply pushed him away with noticeably greater strength. Casquero lost control of Su Hang. The next moment, Su Hang surged from the far post into the center, leaping high from the edge of the 6-yard box. Inside the penalty area, Baptista, known as the Beast, overpowered Zidane and seemed poised to head the ball clear. But then a shadow fell over him. A mass of darkness enveloped him. To everyone's disbelief, Su Hang soared into the air, his head a full half a torso higher than Baptista's. Bang! Su Hang whipped his head with force. The ball rocketed straight into the Sevilla net, stirring up a white spray. Zidane, Baptista, and Su Hang all tumbled to the ground. But Su Hang sprang to his feet almost instantly. He saw it. The ball was in. He turned and sprinted towards the corner flag, running wildly. The fans and commentators in the stadium also reacted. Goal! My God! It's Su Hang! It's Su Hang! Su Hang has scored. He has made it 2-0. He truly can score. Queiroz made the right call, starting him. Oh, Su Hang jumped so high. Baptista is 185 meters tall, 5 centimeters taller than Su Hang, but Su Hang still outjumped him. It was a thunderous header. He crushed the beast. This Super Youth Academy graduate has officially taken off at the Bernabeu. On the pitch, Su Hang's stride suddenly lengthened. He leaped high, executed a 180-degree turn in midair, dropped his arms, and landed with a thunderous thud like a god descending to the mortal world. He let out a triumphant roar, shoo. Though most fans had no idea what it meant, they unhesitatingly joined him, shouting shoo, shoo, shoo. The Bernabeu became a sea of white. Then Beckham, Zidane, Raúl, and the others joined in the celebration. At this moment, Real Madrid desperately needed a league victory to lift their spirits, especially at home. Su Hang had made it happen. Shortly after this goal, the referee blew his whistle. The first half was over. During the halftime break, Real Madrid's head coach, Queiroz, approached substitute striker Portillo, indicating he would replace Su Hang in the second half to give Portillo playing time. He hoped Portillo could seize the opportunity. Portillo nodded repeatedly. As a striker, it was one thing to fail to outshine Ronaldo, Raúl, and others. But if he couldn't even compete with Su Hang, Portillo might as well consider leaving. The second half began. Sevilla made the first substitution, replacing the ineffective starting striker Silva with substitute forward Carlitos. It was clear Sevilla still wanted to take points from the Bernabeu. In the 56th minute, Su Hang proactively drifted to the left flank, facing Alves. He was just going through the motions for Zidane Sake to avoid raising suspicion. After all, if the correct answer was handed to you, and you didn't copy it, something was definitely wrong. However, the young Alves was inexperienced in catching opponents offside. He dropped back voluntarily, causing the previously offside Su Hang to suddenly be onside. Beckham, now playing as a defensive midfielder, immediately spotted this opportunity. Bang! Beckham launched a long pass towards Su Hang. Su Hang sprinted towards the ball's landing spot, almost in despair. He couldn't control it. For a long high ball from the back, not to mention stopping it, he might not even make contact on the first try. Such balls required excellent technical skill to control. Is this Alves bumping into me? Su Hang turned to look at Alves, who resembled a French bulldog, and suddenly smiled. Su Hang began a fierce physical duel with Alves. Barefoot, Su Hang stood at 180 meters, while Alves with his boots on was 172 meters tall. Su Hang leaned his upper body into Alves, seizing the initiative in the contest with an overbearing approach. Feeling humiliated, Alves lost his temper and lunged at Su Hang, grappling him to the ground. The ball rolled away unattended. The referee blew his whistle and rushed over to brandish a yellow card at Alves, warning him that any further such actions would result in his dismissal from the pitch. Oh, Su Hang's handling was exceptionally clever. Drawing a yellow card was far more advantageous than controlling the ball, especially since Alves is a defender. A defender with a yellow card sees his defensive capabilities greatly diminished, as he must constantly worry about receiving a second yellow for his challenges. This is already the second yellow card Su Hang has drawn in this match. The first was for Casquero, and that header Su Hang scored came after he shook off Casquero. The reason Casquero failed to defend against Su Hang was likely his fear of getting a second yellow. It formed a complete loop. Su Hang's tactic was even interpreted by the commentators as a closed circuit. Everyone else thought so too. Even Zidane came over and praised Su Hang's destructive style of play. Well done. In the past, only Ronaldo and this team possessed such destructive power. Though your methods differ from his, the effect is commendable. Play well. They'll find an opportunity to pass to you later. Su-Heng shook his head repeatedly. No, no, no. You don't have to pass to me. They'll just go and disrupt them. Pass to Raúl, Solari, and Guti. Zidane smiled. I understand. You're of Chinese descent, and you uphold the virtue of humility. Don't worry, I have a keen interest in Chinese culture. How does that saying go? Those who carry firewood for the masses must not be left to freeze in the snow. They'll give you more opportunities to shine. Trust me. Su-Heng patted Zidane on the shoulder in despair. Damn it. No wonder you're bald. With such brilliance, who else would be so bald? Then Raúl stepped up to take the free kick from a promising position. He chose to shoot directly. But today Raúl's touch was truly off. The ball struck the wall. Sevilla immediately launched a counterattack. Baptista charged into the box with brute force. In the intense struggle, Helguera clipped Baptista's foot. Baptista went down. The referee rushed over and showed Helguera a yellow card. Since the foul occurred in the box, a penalty was awarded to Sevilla. A yellow card and a penalty combo. 10 seconds later, Sevilla's sparse fans erupted in cheers. Baptista converted the penalty. He had won, pulling one back. The score became 21. In the 60th minute, Portillo began warming up on the sidelines. Is Portillo coming on? It seems Queiroz isn't satisfied with Su-Heng's performance today. Indeed, Su-Heng has had very few touches. He's mostly operated outside the team's flow. Although Su-Heng's stats look good, scored a goal, drew a yellow card, he ultimately hasn't integrated into the team. Bringing on Portillo makes sense. Oh, the home fans are booing. It seems the Madrid supporters favor Su-Heng more. In the previous match against Athletic Bilbao, Portillo disappointed the Madrid fans greatly, and they haven't forgiven him yet. Su-Heng, seeing the commotion on the sidelines, actually welcomed it. On one hand, his stamina was running low. He wasn't yet capable of sustaining such an intense match for the full 90 minutes. On the other hand, Zidane wanted to pass to him. He needed to get away quickly. But if he had played well this match, what if Queiroz started him again next time? He truly didn't want to live in such constant anxiety. He only wanted to use the first team as a platform to farm system rewards. He genuinely didn't want to play matches. What could he do to make Queiroz bench him? A flash of inspiration struck Su-Heng. Got it. He immediately put on a dark scowl. The camera director instantly caught it. Oh, Su-Heng is scowling. He's very unhappy. It seems he wants to stay on the pitch. Indeed, Su-Heng scored today, and the team is leading. Subbing him off seems somewhat harsh from Queiroz. Queiroz hasn't changed his mind. The fourth official is already preparing the substitution board. Rumors suggest Su-Heng and Queiroz have a strained relationship, and this seems to confirm it. Will there be a conflict when Su-Heng is substituted? Players of his age are hot-headed. The commentators sounded worried. The Madrid fans kept glancing at the sidelines. Once the ball went dead and the substitution was made, the team might face an internal dispute. In the 63rd minute, Su-Heng dropped back, creating space for Raúl to run forward. At the same time, he caught Zidane's eye. Zidane wanted to pass to Su-Heng. Su-Heng shook his head and pointed to the sky. Don't pass it to his feet. He couldn't control it. Then Su-Heng turned away, evading any potential pass from Zidane. Zidane had no choice but to send in a cross for someone else. But he understood Su-Heng's meaning. Su-Heng wanted aerial balls, not ground passes. On the left side of the penalty area, Solari, surging forward, contested with opposing center-back Alfaro. Alfaro headed the ball out of the box. But due to Solari's interference, it went high, but not far, and was collected by Zidane on the periphery. Zidane flicked the ball with his foot, chipping it into the box. Inside, Raúl was already in an offside position. Seeing the ball coming, he quickly moved out of the way. The next moment, Su-Heng surged forward and leaped high. Sevilla's other center-back, Navarro, jumped desperately. But Su-Heng, with his forward momentum, soared into the air, gaining the advantage. Navarro was pinned beneath Su-Heng's torso and couldn't jump at all. His head was only level with Su-Heng's abdomen. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Su-Heng seemed to fly through the air with a hairstyle reminiscent of Cristiano Ronaldo's noodle perm. Aerial dominance. With a thud, he executed an effortless glancing header. Though the power was not immense, the angle was so wide that even a diving Sevilla goalkeeper couldn't reach the ball, heading for the far corner. Goal! 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 Su-Heng. It's Su-Heng again. A brace. Su-Heng has scored a brace in his first game at the Bernabeu. He's unstoppable. Sevilla simply can't stop him. They may stop mere mortals, but they cannot stop a god. Sevilla's players complained that Raúl was offside, but what did that have to do with Su-Heng if it was Raúl who was offside? Raúl dodged in time. He didn't affect the play at all. Sure enough, the referee deemed Su-Heng's goal valid. Su-Heng is playing like he's flying today. Zidane's lob pass was tailor-made for Su-Heng. This youth academy youngster has developed a remarkable chemistry with the world's best midfielder. Oh, Su-Heng is sprinting towards the sideline. Is he going to celebrate with Queiroz? In the frame, Suhang ran towards Real Madrid's bench. Queiroz was baffled. What did Suhang mean by this? Was he backing down? Scoring a goal, coming over to celebrate together, showing gratitude, and begging to stay on the pitch? Queiroz smirked. If the young man had been this sensible from the start, none of this would have happened. But now, sorry, you're still coming off to cool down. Maintain this apologetic attitude for a week, offer a public apology during team training, and write a 10th to sand character self-criticism. Perhaps then I might let Suhang. Damn it. Sub me off? Go ahead, sub me off. Queiroz. The players on Real Madrid's bench were stunned. Was Suhang. You've got a problem with me, don't you? A brace of headers. That's what I can bring to Real Madrid. Suhang yelled arrogantly at Queiroz. Suhang can bring victory to this Real Madrid team. You dare to sub me off? Try subbing me off. See if anyone can outdo me. Who can it? Damn it. Beckham, Zidane, and others rushed over to pull Suhang away. Otherwise, they feared he might have laid hands on Queiroz. On the bench, players also held back the furious Queiroz, who was nearly driven to a heart attack by the rage. The Real Madrid fans in the stands were utterly bewildered. The commentator could hardly believe what he was witnessing. My God, is Suhang having a conflict with Queiroz? Oh, my goodness. This will definitely stir up attention after the match. Has Suhang lost his mind? Of course we understand Suhang's emotions. He played brilliantly in this game, scoring 2 goals, yet he was about to be substituted. I believe anyone would be upset, but the way he expressed it was just too direct. I even thought I heard him say he could bring victory to Real Madrid. That no one is better than him. These are words even Ronaldo might not utter right. Yet to the commentator's surprise, after a brief silence, the Real Madrid fans erupted into thunderous cheers. They began chanting Suhang's name. Suhang, Suhang, Suhang. Queiroz's face darkened further. This was the fans' discontent with his management. Ronaldo, Zidane, Beckham, Figo, Raúl, Carlos. With so many superstars, how could Real Madrid be eliminated by Monaco? Currently, they were only second in the league with the title in doubt. This was not the performance befitting the Galácticos. In the hearts of Real Madrid fans, with such a lineup, the team should have dominated the league early on, leading by over 10 points, and breezed into the Champions League semi-finals, ultimately claiming the title. But Queiroz failed to deliver. There might be many objective reasons, but the fans didn't care about that. They felt Suhang was like their voice shouting at Queiroz what they wanted to shout. Moreover, Suhang's confidence perfectly matched the fans' imagination of what a Real Madrid player should be. We Real Madrid, by the most expensive players in the world, one after another, who our players should of course boldly declare they are the best. This is a Real Madrid player. The fans' cheers grew louder. The referee intervened. Although it was just a conflict within the team, the referee deemed Suhang's behavior disruptive to the match and showed him a yellow card. Suhang felt a tinge of regret. Why wasn't it a red card? You're being too fair, referee. Don't go easy on me just because we're at the Bernabeu. Give me a red card. The referee saw the plea in Suhang's eyes but mistook it for a request to rescind the yellow card, so he shook his head. Kid, you played well, but you need some composure. Keep it up, I believe in you. The referee offered Suhang some words of comfort. On the sidelines, the assistant coach asked Queiroz, should we still make the substitution? The fourth official is asking us. Queiroz fumed. How can I substitute him now? In this situation, tell me how. They might as well substitute me. Rebellion, utter rebellion. The assistant coach then sent Portillo back to the bench. Portillo was deeply disappointed. He had never encountered such a situation. Someone dared to defy the head coach and actually won. Wow! Cheers erupted from the stands among the Real Madrid fans. Their protest had triumphed. They kept their best player on the pitch. As for that best player, Suhang, his heart was bleeding. No way. He still wasn't being subbed off. Queiroz, you're useless. Stand your ground. Suhang returned to the pitch with a look of utter disappointment, his nerves on high alert once more. He had to stay intensely focused on his mission to dodge the ball. Minute 66. Salgado fouled Baptista on the flank and received a yellow card. Sevilla took a free kick, sending it into Real Madrid's penalty area. Helguera won the header, clearing the ball out of the box. As luck would have it, the ball flew towards Suhang. At that moment, Suhang was in despair. He engaged in a fierce battle for position with Casquero, but in such high-intensity physical contest, he couldn't possibly control the ball successfully. It was far beyond his capabilities. He couldn't even outmuscle Casquero. The latter gradually gained the upper hand in the duel and was more likely to secure possession. Out of the corner of his eye, Suhang spotted another Sevilla player, Alejandro. In a split second, Suhang shouted, "Attack! This ball is mine." Raúl, Carlos, Solari, Zidane, and others immediately sprinted towards the opponent's half. Counterattack. Real Madrid's players had already shifted into counterattack mode. They trusted Suhang, implicitly convinced he could launch a brilliant counter. Similarly, Alejandro panicked. He rushed at Suhang and together with Casquero sandwiched and knocked him down before the ball arrived. Beep. The referee blew his whistle to stop the play. Alejandro yellow card. Alejandro halted Real Madrid's counterattack at the cost of a yellow card. This is the third yellow card Su Heng has drawn in this match. His impact is tangible. He is Real Madrid's best performer today. Casquero was bewildered. I already had the position secured. Why did you come? I could have handled him. Alejandro, huh? Weren't you about to lose it? Everyone from Real Madrid was already countering. The two were left speechless. Su Heng simply smiled faintly. You believed whatever I said. You're still too naive. Real Madrid fans once again erupted in applause celebrating Su Heng's yellow card hat-trick. Fouls are the only way Sevilla can stop Su. Su is truly formidable. Why wait to promote such a player to the first team? It must be Queiroz deliberately suppressing Su. He doesn't want the Real Madrid Youth Academy to shine, and has always sought to bring in Manchester United striker Ruud van Nistelrooy. I think Su is in no way inferior to Van Nistelrooy. Su is only 18, while Van Nistelrooy is 28. The fans buzzed with discussion satisfied with Su Heng's performance on the pitch. Signing established stars is certainly lavish, but nurturing a star from within the club brings an unparalleled sense of achievement. Su Heng had already demonstrated such potential. His debut at the Bernabeu was no less impressive than Ronaldo's first appearance there. In the 74th minute, leading 31 Real Madrid were still unsatisfied besieging Sevilla's penalty area with waves of attacks. Su Heng repeatedly called for high balls in the small box, because there he had a chance to trigger the aerial supremacy effect. However, demanding the ball in that position placed an immense burden on his teammates' passing accuracy. Even Zidane attempted 2 crosses into the area, but both failed. In the 75th minute, Salgado and Guti surged forward. Salgado charged all the way to the byline, but an opponent immediately marked him to prevent Zidane from overlapping. Seeing the flank was impassable, Zidane once again lofted a pass into the center. The ball was deflected by Castillo flying towards the near post. It was another high ball that didn't travel far. Su Heng dashed over immediately. Alfaro and Su Heng leaped simultaneously. Su Heng did not trigger aerial supremacy, but Alfaro, already psychologically haunted by Su Heng's jumping and heading ability, abandoned the contest for the ball, focusing instead on restricting and hindering Su Heng. Positioning himself between Su Heng and the goal, he made a direct shot impossible. Thump! Su Heng headed the ball back. The effects of Cristiano Ronaldo's instant noodle hair and back-to-goal pass both activated simultaneously. Salgado charging in along the byline had been offside, but Su Heng's headed pass went deeper, instantly freeing him. The ball bounced after landing, and Salgado arrived in the nick of time, unleashing a volley. Swish! The ball found the back of Sevilla's net from an impossibly tight angle. Salgado! What a brilliant finish from a tight angle. With that technique, are you sure Salgado is a right back and not a right wing? 4-1. Real Madrid have torn Sevilla to shreds. Once again, Su Heng is stirring chaos in the box. His head seems blessed today. Every touch turns to gold. Not just scoring, but even providing assists. I can't speak for other aspects, but in heading I believe Su Heng is truly world-class. Real Madrid have finally found a super header. This completes the final piece of the puzzle for the team. Although Ronaldo the phenomenon was all-capable and French maestro Zidane had many classic headers, neither was a traditional aerial striker. If Su Heng continues to perform like this, I believe, even when Ronaldo returns, Su will have a place in this team. Of course, that's contingent on resolving the conflict between Su Heng and Queiroz. As things stand, Su Heng might face severe disciplinary action from the club after the match. In the 79th minute, Real Madrid made a substitution. Youngster Mejia replaced Carlos, a like-for-like change. In the 83rd minute, they substituted again, bringing on centre-back Pavon for Beckham. Real Madrid switched to a 5-man defense with Zidane dropping from the wing to midfield, a clear signal to strengthen the defense. The team had sounded the retreat. In the 88th minute, Guti dribbled past a defender, drew the opposition, and passed laterally to Zidane. Zidane intended to thread a through ball to Su Heng, but Su Heng stood motionless in an offside position, hands on his hips. I'm done. Can't run anymore. Can't play this game. Do whatever you want. Bang. Zidane unleashed a long-range strike, choosing to shoot himself. However, the glance he cast at Su Heng deceived Sevilla's defenders, who all anticipated a pass to Su and reacted defensively. But Zidane took the shot himself. By the time the ball was in the air, Sevilla's defenders were too late to block it. Swish. Zidane scored a spectacular goal. 5-1. This is madness. It's one of Real Madrid's rare massive victories this season. Zidane's strike was a bolt from the blue. His technique remains as formidable as ever. Sevilla players are protesting again, claiming Su Heng gained an advantage from an offside position. The referee shakes his head. Su Heng did nothing. He didn't even move and didn't obstruct the goalkeeper's view. He was far from the goal. Su Heng's positioning in the offside spot was more textbook than Raúl's earlier. If this goal were disallowed, the referee would have to disallow Su Heng's headed goal too. In the 90th minute, Real Madrid substituted Borja for Zidane. The referee then blew the final whistle 3 times, ending the match. He awarded no stoppage time to Sevilla, a mercy for the visitors. Otherwise, Real Madrid might have scored more. After all, everyone could see that in the last 10 minutes, Zidane didn't even want to play anymore. He clearly couldn't bring himself to press further. The young man, after all, was still too kind. But isn't that precisely the brilliance of humanity? Even the Sevilla players, as they left the pitch, cast grateful glances at Zidane, remembering this debt of gratitude. It couldn't be that Zidane simply couldn't jump anymore in the final 10 minutes, could it? What a joke. Zidane, well, fine, whatever you say. Soon Zidane was notified to go to the side to receive the champagne bottle, symbolizing the man of the match. At the same time, a throng of media swarmed around him for interviews. The reporters all shouted questions at once, making it impossible for Zidane to hear clearly. However, he spotted a familiar face among them. It was Clara Cecilia from Marca. "Clara, you go ahead and ask." Zidane remembered a favor. Clara was delighted. "Zidane, you had a conflict with head coach Queiroz during the match. Will you apologize for that?" The other reporters fell silent instantly. "Wow, we were just going to ask about your feelings on scoring, and you drop a bombshell like that. Will Zidane ever grant you an interview again? That's utterly treacherous." But Zidane just smiled. "Clara, you really get me." Zidane feigned anger. For an excellent striker to be substituted when physically fine is a disgrace. "I believe Queiroz has shown me no respect, so he will receive none from me. I'm not targeting Portillo, I'm targeting Queiroz. Therefore, I will never apologize to Queiroz. Never." Whoa. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Zidane was truly severing ties with Queiroz. In any team, such an open rift between manager and player is a disaster. And the outcome is often the player being cast aside by the club. Zidane likely won't be staying at Real Madrid next season. Even if Queiroz leaves, the new manager wouldn't favor such a troublesome player. Among Ronaldo, Zidane, Beckham, and Figo, who isn't more formidable than Zidane? Yet who would dare to so openly display discord with the head coach? Zidane has violated a team taboo. No matter how well such a divisive player performs, he risks being benched by the club. Did I ask something wrong? Clara realized from the reactions around her that she might have caused trouble for Zidane. Not at all. You're an excellent journalist. Zidane even gave Clara a high five. Copa del Rey victory, no fluke. Real Madrid's supernova helps team slaughter Sevilla, 51. 1 assist, 2 goals, 3 fouls drawn. Zidane conquers the Bernabeu, named man of the match. Chinese origin striker explodes in 2 games. Proving this is no fluke. Real Madrid Youth Academy bears fruit. Florentino's Zidane-Pavon policy may not succeed, but the Zidane-Zidane combination works wonders. Beast Baptista, his aerial dominance is overwhelming. If I am the beast, then he is the aerial beast. Sevilla goalkeeper Zidane bombarded our penalty area. He ruled the entire sky. Morientes, that traitor need not return to Real Madrid for Zidane, is a premium version of Morientes. After the match, Zidane completely dominated the entire La Liga football news pages. Such is the influence of Real Madrid. As for Morientes, the emotions of Real Madrid fans are complex. Zidane's emergence helped Real Madrid resolve a dilemma. Morientes was originally the club's starting center forward, but after the signing of Ronaldo, he was relegated to the bench. Last season, he made 28 appearances for Real Madrid, but only 2 as a starter. As long as Ronaldo was present, Morientes stood no chance. For team harmony, Real Madrid loaned Morientes to Monaco this season. For a renowned star, this was an insult. Yet not long ago, the loaned-out Morientes led Monaco to eliminate his true parent club Real Madrid in the Champions League quarterfinals. This was hard for Real Madrid fans to accept. Many called Morientes a traitor. It stands as one of history's most classic acts of revenge. It also led to the emergence of the Morientes clause. Subsequently, when loaning players, Real Madrid often required them to sit out matches against their own club to prevent a recurrence. Yet some supported Morientes, arguing that such an excellent player should never have been loaned out. Now there is no need to debate Morientes any longer. Let that traitor be forgotten. Isn't Zidane the better choice? Clara, a journalist from Marca, was the first to interview Zidane and broke the news that if Zidane can't play football, he'll go back to inherit his billion-dollar fortune. After Zidane's resurgence in popularity, Clara earned the opportunity to open her own column in Marca. This is a privilege reserved for renowned journalists. In her column, Clara tirelessly promoted Zidane, even stating, as a premium version of Morientes, Zidane can coexist perfectly with Ronaldo and Raúl. He can alleviate the pressure on Ronaldo to the greatest extent, sparing the alien from the torment of injuries. He is willing to do the dirty work on the front line in this match. He even drew 3 yellow cards. With him on the pitch, Ronaldo won't face so many fouls. It's time for Real Madrid to consider a 3-forward formation. This isn't just for Zidane, it's for Ronaldo, for Real Madrid to achieve attacking perfection. I've even thought of a name for the front three of Su Hang, Ronaldo, and Raúl. HRR. H stands for Hang. RR stands for Ronaldo and Raúl. It's the same abbreviation as House of Rolls-Royce. HRR. The most distinguished front three in Europe. House of Rolls-Royce. Admittedly, Clara possesses a certain talent. Her debut column became another sensation. The name HRR resounded throughout Spain. Even media from other European leagues took an interest. After all, Ronaldo is a two-time Ballon d'Or winner and three-time FIFA World Player of the Year. Raúl is also a superstar, having finished as high as second in the Ballon d'Or rankings. So who is this H? Real Madrid's platform combined with the fame of Ronaldo and Raúl propelled Su Hang to rapid fame across Europe. However, as deeper understanding emerged, at least the major clubs developed a poor impression of this player. Su Hang showed a profound lack of respect for the head coach, the manager. No club favors such a player. Many fans who identify with the club's management also dislike him. Ding. Your outstanding performance in the match has astonished Baptista. He considers you an aerial beast. You have acquired the superstar skill Baptista's beastly physique. Baptista's beastly physique. Baptista is a versatile player capable of filling multiple positions, with physical prowess being his common trait across them. Your attributes in strength, jumping, leg power, stamina, and injury resistance are enhanced. When engaging in physical confrontations with opponents, there is a chance to trigger the physical suppression effect. This helps you win duels more effectively. When subjected to malicious personal attacks, you will invariably trigger fight or flight response. Your close combat abilities will be greatly amplified until the conflict ends. After the conflict, you will enter a weakened state lasting twice as long. What a guy. Baptista, you're a friend for life. Su Hang never expected Baptista to be so generous. Forget the strength and physical suppression. The key is the powerful fight or flight response. Its utility clearly extends beyond the pitch. Off the pitch, it's an excellent self-defense skill. After all, public safety in Europe isn't always reliable. Ding. Your performance on the field has earned Zidane's recognition, but he believes your footwork needs improvement. He has bestowed upon you the superstar skill Marseille turn. Skills named after players are often classics. If Zidane were less modest, this move might be called the Zidane turn. You have initially mastered this technical move and can execute it in relatively unpressured situations. After successfully using this move to beat a defender, your speed, shooting, and passing abilities will receive a temporary boost. Well done. Su Hang was thoroughly satisfied. No wonder he's called the French king of football. Look at that vision, giving exactly what's needed. With the generous contributions of these two stars, Su Hang's strength and jumping stats were unlocked. Strength 75, jumping 70, heading 77, shooting 71. The latter two also saw some improvement. This should be attributed to Su Hang's training and match participation. It's a pity that the dribbling attribute isn't unlocked. It seems Zidane's Marseille turn doesn't work either. Zidane isn't it, because your fundamentals are too poor to make up for. HRR. HHR. Premium Morientes. Aerial Beast. Shoo. Su Hang arrived at the training ground. At the entrance, many Real Madrid fans had gathered, showing great enthusiasm for his arrival. Some fans even held up Su Hang's number 24 jersey for him to sign. Su Hang was of course overjoyed. Don't rush, everyone will get my autograph. With that, Su Hang began an impromptu autograph session. As Real Madrid's first-team substitute Esteban Cambiasso passed by, he glanced at his watch. He approached to remind Su Hang, training time is almost here. Su Hang smiled at Cambiasso and said thanks. Then he continued signing autographs. Cambiasso dared not linger and quickly dashed into the training ground. Soon Real Madrid's training session began, but Su Hang was not there. Nearly half an hour later, Su Hang finally arrived, rubbing his right hand. Real Madrid's fans were truly numerous. All the players, while training, secretly glanced at Su Hang. Everyone knew about his autograph session. Clearly, Su Hang had done it on purpose. Stop. You're late. Queiroz' face darkened. He could feel everyone's attention. If he didn't deal with Su Hang strictly, his authority in the team would be completely undermined. Yes, sorry, the fans outside. Su Hang tried to explain. Shut up. I didn't give you permission to speak. Queiroz pointed at the training ground. Go run 5 kilometers first. Before you finish, you're not allowed to do anything else. Before Queiroz could finish, Su Hang turned and started running. He didn't mind training. Running was, after all, a crucial part of a player's training. Stop. Come back. Queiroz was extremely dissatisfied with Su Hang's nonchalant attitude. This wasn't the effect he wanted. What he wanted to see wasn't Su Hang running, but Su Hang coming to apologize, admit his mistake, and beg for forgiveness. How arrogant. I've never seen a player as conceited as you. Queiroz shouted, pointing at Su Hang. No one in this team has ever acted like this. Look at those players: Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Raúl, Carlos. They all arrived on time. Even Ronaldo is here. Today is his first day back from injury, but he was punctual. That's the attitude a Real Madrid player should have. Do you think you're more remarkable than Ronaldo? Many players paused their training to watch the conflict. However, Ronaldo, who had been named, remained composed, continuing his shooting practice with Casillas. Hey, Ronaldo. Suhang walked toward him. Raúl frowned. Suhang was still too young. With just a few words, Queiroz had provoked a confrontation between him and Ronaldo. But in this team, or in the world of football today, no one could stand against Ronaldo. Moriani's fate was a prime example. Even Zidane, who had once competed with Ronaldo for the title of the world's best, now avoided conflict with him. Such was the influence of the extraterrestrial Ronaldo in this era. Hey, Ronaldo, you can't do this. Suhang stood before Ronaldo. Ronaldo turned to look at him with a questioning expression. You've just recovered from injury. Your muscles and tendons have just healed together. Suhang grabbed Ronaldo's arm. But they're not yet strong. That healing is only superficial, not true recovery. You can try short jogs, light weights, and rehabilitation exercises. But you shouldn't engage in high-intensity activities like shooting practice. This could cause you to get injured again before you're fully healed. I've studied your injury history. It's not just about how you play, but also about your recovery process. Ronaldo's expression shifted from confusion to serious attention. Strangely enough, despite Europe's claims of advancement in all areas, sports medicine hadn't received enough attention in this era. Players weren't fully aware of the importance of sports medicine either. Many played with injections of painkillers. A misconception prevailed that playing through injury was heroic. In Suhang's view, Ronaldo's current comeback was unnecessary. Seeing Ronaldo and Suhang engrossed in conversation, Queiroz realized his scheme of using one to suppress the other had failed. He interrupted their medical discussion. Stop spreading your strange ideas everywhere. You're undermining our morale. Ronaldo knows his condition, and so do I better than you. He's in excellent shape. In the next match, he'll use the pendulum dribble to beat the goalkeeper and score. That's how he'll announce his return. And you're just a substitute. Upon hearing Queiroz's assessment of his role, Suhang almost laughed. Deal. Suhang shrugged. No, you don't understand. Ronaldo might, but certainly not as well as I do. Honestly, I want Ronaldo to stay healthy more than anyone else. I have no problem sitting on the bench. As long as this team does well, I can remain a substitute forever. But the problem is your way of using him will ruin Ronaldo. You mentioned the pendulum dribble, which is exactly what I was talking about, his unscientific playing style. That dribbling move is almost unstoppable. Rapid consecutive direction changes a nightmare for goalkeepers. But at the same time, it's also a nightmare for Ronaldo's knees. Every pendulum dribble he doesn't just kill the opponent, it also damages his own knees. Do you know the immense strain each change of direction puts on his knees? Do you know that every pendulum dribble causes permanent damage to his knees, including his ankles? If combined with frequent acceleration, deceleration, and powerful shots, his legs will soon be ruined. Then you'll have no choice but to let me start understand. And it's not just Ronaldo. Once a player is over 28, they need to focus on body maintenance and reduce their training load appropriately. Players over 30 or with a history of serious injuries should be even more cautious. This could help many of us maintain a high competitive level even at 35. Instead of what we see now, many players declining sharply after 30. Suhang grew more and more excited. More and more teammates gathered around. This was the new theory the Real Madrid players had heard. Most of them perceived injuries as something caused by external forces. They revered self-transcendence, but rarely acknowledged their own limitations. They were unwilling to admit that transcending one's limits was in fact an act of self-harm. They truly regarded the age of 30 as the tribulation for professional athletes, squandering their youth recklessly before it, never considering that this calamity could be postponed through proper care. I think Sue is right. Every era has its wise men, and Zinedine Zidane was one of them. We need a truly healthy Ronaldo. The kind who can play a full season. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to achieve ideal results. And the heavy training does place a burden on injured and older players. Watching the players' expressions, Carlos Queiroz knew Suhang's sophistry had succeeded. He didn't believe in this so-called care at all. What he advocated was relentless hard training. Anyone unwilling to train was simply lazy. Zidane supported Suhang because he was 32, had achieved fame and glory, and no longer wanted to train excessively. That had to be it. Queiroz thought he had seen through Zidane's little scheme, but he couldn't call him out on it. After all, Zidane and Suhang's influence within the team was vastly different. Queiroz stormed off. In the following days of training, Queiroz acted as if Suhang didn't exist. Suhang was naturally quite satisfied with this state of affairs. It was incredibly comfortable. Without the team's mandatory requirements, he could devote all his energy to the 4 areas: shooting, heading, strength, and jumping. Because training other aspects was meaningless for him now. Only these few areas could be improved rapidly. And as he engaged in this specialized training, everyone soon noticed his strengths. Hey, Suhang's shooting is actually decent. Yeah, it's up to the standard expected of a forward. I thought his finishing was poor since he didn't have a single shot in the last match. His heading is really good. He's not that tall, just 1.8 meters, but he jumps so high. And I feel he jumps even higher in actual matches. Yes, I think so too. In yesterday's training match, he looked like he was taking off. He's also good in physical duels. I think he's tougher than Raúl. Ahem, no comparing players. I'm not a forward built for physical battles anyway. Raúl defended himself. The overall atmosphere within the Real Madrid squad was quite good. That was until the day before the next match. Because on this day Queiroz was to announce the players selected for the squad. Even the starting 11. The Real Madrid first team currently had 30 players. But the matchday squad only needed 18. Only 11 started. The competition was brutal. The competition for the forward position was exceptionally fierce. Real Madrid only had one striker spot, and Ronaldo had already returned. Before Queiroz made the announcement, Zidane proactively said, "I don't need to be in the squad. I think many of the team's forwards are better than me." He was telling the truth. In training, despite his advantages, almost every other player was superior to him. After all, this was Real Madrid. Even the reserve forwards like Portillo, who rarely got playing time, possessed far greater overall ability than Zidane. Most importantly, being selected for the squad meant traveling with the team, which wasted training time. Zidane's strength had increased by another point yesterday. He was deeply addicted to this process of gradually becoming stronger and didn't want to be disturbed. Queiroz was gnashing his teeth in anger on the sidelines. This Zidane was definitely doing this on purpose. You just won man of the match in the last game, yet you can't even make the squad for the next one. Isn't that just blatantly telling everyone that I, the head coach, am petty and putting my personal preferences above the team's interests? So despicable. Now that you've said that you've won the favor of your teammates, I'm damn well forced to include you in the squad. How disgusting. In the end, with a tone that almost devoured him, Queiroz included Zidane in the 18-man squad for the next match. What comforted Zidane, though, was that he was on the bench, not in the starting 11. He probably wouldn't have to worry about playing. After all, Ronaldo was there. Sure enough, when the list was announced, the public generally accepted it. Even Zidane's most devoted fans didn't think he deserved to start over Ronaldo after his return. Forget one man of the match award. Even if he were the player of the season, most people would still choose Ronaldo for the position. On April 4th, the 31st round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Albacete away. With Ronaldo's brace, Real Madrid defeated the opponent 21, securing their second consecutive victory. Around the 70th minute, Queiroz could have substituted Ronaldo, who had scored twice. This would have rested Ronaldo while giving young players like Zidane more playing time. But he didn't. He knew that if Ronaldo came off, Zidane would have to go on, otherwise the fans wouldn't accept it. So he simply didn't make a substitution. The result was Ronaldo felt slight discomfort in his ankle after playing the full match. On April 11th, the 32nd round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Osasuna at home. 60,000 fans flooded into the stadium to watch. However, Real Madrid suffered a humiliating 0-3 defeat. After the match, Real Madrid faced criticism from all sectors of society. Several media outlets pointed out Queiroz's shortcomings in on-the-spot management. Marca, it's hard to imagine Queiroz's substitutions didn't include Zidane. When Ronaldo was clearly out of form, why not let this Real Madrid supernova have a try? Yes, even if you don't take Ronaldo off, why not bring on Zidane and switch to a 2 or 3 striker formation? I think the HR trident is definitely worth a try. El Mundo Deportivo: Real Madrid has signed so many superstars, yet they end up arguing about why the young player Zidane isn't playing. This in itself is a highly ironic affair. Sport: what Ronaldo can't do, Zidane naturally can't either. Queiroz's decision not to play Zidane is understandable because Zidane still hasn't apologized for his argument with Queiroz during the match. Clara's column in Marca even published a few photos of Zidane training. Zidane is arguably the hardest working player in Real Madrid's training sessions. After the daily routine training, he still goes to the gym for strength training. His physique has undergone a noticeable change in a short period. He looks slim in clothes, but has muscle underneath. Queiroz doesn't give Zidane any opportunity. His pettiness is truly frightening. He's taking revenge on Zidane at the expense of the team's results. To be fair, these news stories pleading Zidane's case caused him considerable trouble. Especially Clara. That girl really spoke up for Zidane too much. In the end, Zidane had to take Clara out for a meal to subtly advise her. Zidane, actually I really enjoy training. It doesn't matter whether I play in matches or not. Clara, did Queiroz force you to say that? Zidane, I'm doing this voluntarily, truly. My abilities still need improvement. Now is not the best time for me to contribute to Real Madrid. Clara, even at a time like this, you're still thinking about Real Madrid. You need to think more about yourself. Zidane, I know it's hard to understand. There are some things I can't tell you directly. But as long as you understand that it's better for everyone if I don't play now, that's all that matters. Clara indicated she understood Su Hang's meaning. The next day, Clara's column in Marca, I met with Su Hang. His condition is terrible. I seriously suspect Queiroz is mentally controlling Su Hang. I even heard Su Hang say things like it's better for everyone if I don't play. Su Hang is too naive. This is workplace bullying. I, Clara Cecilia, a media professional, am now issuing a serious warning to Queiroz. Stop your mental control over Su Hang immediately. I have already contacted doctors from the Madrid mental hospital. As soon as Real Madrid agrees to let Su Hang undergo an examination, we can obtain evidence right away. To be honest, Su Hang was utterly dumbfounded when he saw the news. Clara is a good-looking girl with curves, but why does she have no brains? Are you trying to pressure Queiroz? You're pressuring me. Is it really that hard to not play football? I see so many substitute players spending their whole careers on the bench quite easily, right? Hazard. Clara's news caused a huge uproar in Spain. Real Madrid officially rejected the Madrid mental hospital's request to examine Su Hang. They had their reasons. Without the team's consent, a player cannot even obtain information about his own injuries from the hospital. But Clara then joined forces with the Real Madrid Fan Association to once again demand that Su Hang undergo a mental evaluation. They believed he was being mentally controlled. This was considered extremely sinister. Of course, later on, this phenomenon became known as workplace gaslighting and appeared more frequently in people's lives. Europe places great emphasis on various human rights. This situation drew the attention of the European Human Rights Organization. They stated that if Su Hang did not undergo a mental examination or publicly declare in a media interview that he was not under mental control, before May they would take legal action. They would take both Real Madrid and Queiroz to court. If that happened, the situation would become serious. Real Madrid president Florentino found the news both amusing and frustrating. Mental control. Impossible. Last time Su Hang spoke within the team, he was almost ready to fight Queiroz. How could he be controlled? And after that, Queiroz didn't speak to Su Hang for half a month. How could he control Su Hang? Ridiculous. However, Florentino was not in a hurry to intervene in team affairs. Because this incident brought a lot of attention to Real Madrid. That was a good thing. After all, as long as the matter was clarified, Real Madrid would suffer no reputational damage. Florentino was a very successful businessman. He understood the principle of letting things play out. At the same time, he was analyzing Su Hang's intentions. Yes, in Florentino's view, Clara was merely Su Hang's spokesperson. But why was Su Hang doing this? According to reports from his informants, Su Hang was not fighting for a starting position. He didn't even want to be included in the squad. On one hand, he was using the public to demand a starting spot, while on the other hand, he told the team he didn't want to start and was genuinely helping Ronaldo regain his form. What was this kid planning? If Su Hang were only the former, Florentino would definitely deal with him. He didn't want someone stirring up trouble within the Real Madrid squad. But could it be that he wanted to prompt a tactical reform in the team? To make Queiroz abandon the single striker formation and be forced to adopt a 2 or 3 striker system. In any case, Florentino was very interested in Su Hang. On April 18th, the 33rd round of La Liga, Queiroz believed Su Hang was deliberately causing trouble through the media, so this time he directly excluded him from the 18-man squad. Portillo finally made the squad. However, in this match, Real Madrid lost 12 away to their city rivals Atletico Madrid. The team suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Real Madrid was knocked off the top spot in La Liga and fell to second place. And in first place was their archrival Barcelona. Not only that, but during this match, Real Madrid's biggest star Ronaldo was injured again. Real Madrid's luck was abysmal. After the game, some Real Madrid fans protested in front of the club and burned Real Madrid scarves on the spot. Unity, not infighting. We want Su Hang, not Queiroz. Let Su Hang play. We want to see Su Hang on the pitch. Real Madrid's fans could no longer tolerate Queiroz's terrible squad selection. The next day, Florentino summoned the head of the medical team to personally inquire about Ronaldo's condition. The team's sporting director Queiroz, Zidane, and others were also present. This was also the reason Queiroz was very polite to Zidane. Zidane's role at Real Madrid was far more than just a player. He was someone who could communicate with Florentino on equal terms. Although Ronaldo was more favored, he didn't receive such treatment. The team doctor said, "It's not a serious injury. Ronaldo can return to the pitch in 2 matches. Bang. Florentino smashed his water glass. 2 matches. What about the next match? The next match is against Barcelona. Florentino roared in anger. We can't use Ronaldo in the match where we need him most. You bunch of incompetent doctors. Did you listen to Su Hang's theory about injuries? If you had let Ronaldo slowly recover according to Su Hang's method, would he be unable to play this match? Useless. We have the world's most professional football players, but we lack sports doctors to match them. Find me the best sports doctors in the world. Next season, I don't want any major injuries to any of Real Madrid's important players. especially recurring injuries caused by poor recovery. After dismissing the team, Dr. Florentino turned to Queiroz. Queiroz, if Barcelona leave the Bernabeu with their heads held high in the next match, you will leave Madrid with your head hanging low. Do you understand me? Now I want to hear the starting lineup for the next match. It was still 5 days until the next match, so no starting lineup had been decided yet. Queiroz had to improvise on the spot. Oh well. That. 42-31, the striker is Su Hang, and then. Enough. Florentino interrupted Queiroz, you may leave. Clearly Florentino had already obtained the answer he wanted. Queiroz wasn't entirely foolish. After Queiroz left, Florentino turned his gaze to Zidane. Zidane shook his head. He is extremely hardworking. He trains a lot every day, but his training is very targeted. He only practices the strengths he has already demonstrated. That's strange because normal people would train their weaknesses unless he's hiding something. He doesn't want to reveal more. He never showcases his dribbling skills in training matches. But one day when interacting with a young fan, he naturally used a Marseille turn to amuse the child. You know, his understanding of the Marseille turn is profound. I know this move well, which is why I find it incredible. But there's one thing you need not worry about. He is not the type of player who bullies others or stirs up trouble. Clara's interview should have been an accident. I think Clara misunderstood. Su signs autographs for fans outside the training ground every day, not just one or two, but everyone. He has persisted in this ever since he arrived. He shows respect to all players, including Portillo, who is somewhat hostile towards him. He even tried to tell Portillo how to further leverage his strengths, but unfortunately Portillo wouldn't listen. Su can clearly grasp each player's characteristics and offer suggestions for improvement. And I believe what he says is truly correct. He helps everyone on this team, even if he doesn't play. My conclusion is, you can trust him. Zidane spoke at length. He rarely gives such high praise to anyone. Florentino nodded. So what did he identify as your characteristic? Or rather, how does he think you should improve? Zidane smiled faintly. He said, I'm just a bit hot-tempered. If I didn't get red cards on the pitch, I would be more than just the king of French football. Ha ha ha. Florentino laughed heartily. Interesting. What about me? How does he see me? Zidane replied, the greatest Real Madrid president since Santiago Bernabeu. A glint of sharpness flashed in Florentino's eyes. High praise indeed. Zidane added, but the reason he included Santiago is merely out of respect for the late predecessor. In other words, the words before greatest Real Madrid president could be omitted. Florentino was taken aback. He possessed such determination, but he didn't know if he could go that far. Yet Su Hang seemed to have great confidence in Florentino. This kid. Florentino was visibly pleased. I hope he performs well in the Spanish derby. Being kind-hearted, loving Real Madrid, and respecting elders alone won't make him the crown prince of Real Madrid. Crown prince. Zidane's pupils contracted. He felt sorry for Raúl. It seemed that this Real Madrid golden boy ultimately failed to earn Florentino's approval. All the above qualities were possessed by Raúl. April 25th morning. Real Madrid released the pre-match squad for tonight's Spanish derby. Su Hang, Zidane, Raúl, Figo, Beckham, Cambiasso, Carlos Bravo, Helguera, Salgado, Casillas. The reason Cambiasso replaced Guti was his slightly stronger defensive ability. It was evident that Queiroz was still quite wary of Barcelona's attack, especially Barcelona's football genius Ronaldinho. Reporters frequently questioned Queiroz about Su Hang. Was using Su Hang due to external pressure? Did you exert any mental control over Su Hang? Did you keep Su Hang off the pitch for personal reasons? Some say that by not playing Su Hang you overused Ronaldo, leading to his injury. How do you explain that? Queiroz refused all interviews and sat alone in his car. He regretted coming to Spain. This place was his hell. He was eager to see how Su Hang would perform in this match. Based on Su Hang's performance in training, this match was surely lost for Real Madrid, because Su Hang's level had not reached the standard of a starting player in the top 5 leagues. Queiroz guaranteed this with his decades of coaching experience. Evening. The Bernabeu Stadium was packed to capacity. The top-of-featable clash between Real Madrid and Barcelona. The Spanish derby. The battle between Zidane and Ronaldinho, the old and new world's best midfielders. The duel between Casillas and Valdés, 2 goalkeepers from the club's youth academies. Additionally, it was a contest between Barcelona's newly acquired young forwards like Saviola and Overmars and Real Madrid's own youth academy forward Su Hang. 80,000 fans packed the Bernabeu, filling every seat. As far as the eye could see, a sea of white. The atmosphere surpassed even the Copa del Rey final. This was also Su Hang's first time participating in such a grand match. Barcelona's starting lineup was Ronaldinho, Saviola, Overmars, Xavi, Coca, Davids, Van Bronckhorst, Puyol, Olga, Riesiger, Valdés. In terms of star power, Real Madrid naturally outshone Barcelona. But on the league table, it was Barcelona who held the lead. Even in the player tunnel, the eyes of both teams' players were already filled with tension. This was a clash between 2 mortal enemies. From the kickoff, both sides engaged in a fierce and brutal struggle. The physicality was intense. The referee acknowledged this level of physical play. He knew today's match could not be played by the book. Such physicality posed great difficulty for Su Heng's play. His dribbling, ball control, and passing abilities were insufficient to manipulate the ball under such intense physical duress. 9th minute. Su Heng dropped back to receive a pass from Beckham, but was bumped off the ball by Olger from behind. Barcelona immediately launched a counterattack. Ronaldinho produced the first threatening shot of the match from 25 meters out. Fortunately, Casillas made a superb save parrying the ball away. 12th minute. Su Heng redeemed himself. Receiving a perfect diagonal pass from Zidane, he didn't stop the ball, but used a Marseille turn to directly bypass Puyol. Then he took a shot. Unfortunately, the shot was not kept down, and the ball flew into the stands. His shooting attribute, just over 70, was adequate in training drills, but insufficient in high-level, high-intensity, fast-paced actual matches. 15th minute. Ronaldinho single-handedly broke through Cambiasso using a flip-flap to shake him off and complete the dribble. Cambiasso pulled and dragged Ronaldinho down, earning a yellow card. The defensive bulwark that Real Madrid had specially prepared for Ronaldinho crumbled by the 15th minute. What was the difference between the defending of a yellow card Cambiasso and that of Guti? In the 18th minute, a liberated Ronaldinho began to pose a genuine threat, threading a through ball to Saviola. The latter found himself with an unknown chance. The entire Bernabeu was in despair. But the goalkeeping deity Casillas executed a perfect unknown save, denying Saviola's shot. He was in phenomenal form today. In the 20th minute, Su Heng himself attempted a flashy move. Though he lacked a proper passing ability, it didn't mean he couldn't pass at all. It might just be that the effect wasn't as good. Bearing the weight of Puyol, he received a pass from Raúl and used the sole of his foot to roll the ball behind him. Puyol, standing at just 1.78 meters, was blocked by Su Heng and couldn't see a thing. The ball slipped through his legs. A brilliant pass. Su Heng nutmegs Puyol with a clever back heel. Raúl shoots. Valdez denies him at the goal. Both goalkeepers are performing at an exceptionally high level. But this pass led to a misjudgment among the Real Madrid players. They acknowledged Su Heng's performance and began to frequently seek him out for combinations. Su Heng desperately tried to stay in offside positions, but he couldn't avoid receiving the ball forever. In the 25th minute, Zidane delivered a masterful through ball. How masterful? So masterful that even Su Heng couldn't dodge it. Bang! Su Heng was forced to stretch his leg and stop the ball. It flew straight to Puyol, who was utterly bewildered. Are you serious? Does my red and blue jersey look that much like a white one to you? I've heard of red-green colorblindness, but red-blue height colorblindness. Bang! Puyol passed back to Xavi. Xavi looked up, assessing the counterattack. With no other option, Figo wrapped his arms around Xavi. The referee blew his whistle and showed Figo a yellow card. He had thwarted a promising counterattack. Su Heng looked apologetically at Figo, who shrugged it off. An occasional mistake in controlling the ball is normal. Even Ronaldinho isn't immune to errors. In the 31st minute, Figo, after a series of dribbles on the right flank, delivered a cross that was a veritable assist on a silver platter. All Su Heng had to do was charge in and strike. Hey, Su Heng missed it entirely. Some balls look deceptively simple, like even Shaq's grandmother could score, but in reality they are quite difficult. Such crosses are easy to miss or mishit. You must have a clear understanding of the ball's speed and trajectory, and also adjust your own pace and steps. Su Heng was still wrestling with Puyol. He could only hold him off, not execute a precise shot while doing so. Beastly physique granted him strength, but not top-tier finishing or footballing intelligence. Bang! Reiziger received the ball on the other flank, nudged it forward, and launched a counterattack. Zidane launched himself into a sliding tackle, sending both man and ball out of bounds. Barcelona players immediately swarmed around, sparking a minor scuffle. The referee brandished a yellow card at Zidane. Although Zidane had touched the ball first, the challenge was deemed dangerous. Zidane didn't argue with the referee, but seized a moment to speak with Su Heng. "Su, you need to get your head in the game. Get fired up and focused like you did against Sevilla." Su Heng nodded. He couldn't bring himself to tell Zidane that he was already as focused as he could be. No matter how hard a vocational student tries, they can't get into Peking University overnight. In the 39th minute, Ronaldinho created another threat. After dribbling past two men on the left flank, he was brought down outside the box by Helguera, who received a yellow card. Had Helguera been a moment later, it would have been a red card and a penalty. His defense could be deemed a success, but Barcelona earned a free kick from a highly dangerous position. Su, get back. Due to the precarious location, Real Madrid needed as many players as possible in the wall to mark Barcelona's players. Thus, Su Heng was forced to join the wall. Standing in the wall, he tried closing his eyes. But the fear from the darkness and uncertainty was too great, so he quickly opened them again. Being in the wall is a truly agonizing experience. It truly tests a player's mettle, especially for forwards. Not that forwards lack courage. Many forwards are incredibly brave in pursuit of goals, charging into fire and water. They don't hesitate to risk their heads against an opponent's studs. They might even throw themselves at goalposts. But that's all for scoring. Asking a forward to take a ball to the face for the sake of defense is something most are unwilling to do. Certain types of players choose certain positions. Conversely, certain positions shape certain types of players. So forwards become increasingly reluctant to participate in building the wall. The referee blew his whistle. Ronaldinho charged at the ball and struck a direct free kick. The ball curved through the air. Souhang leaped high, but with his eyes open he saw the ball hurtling towards him. Bloody hell. Souhang quickly turned his head, trying to dodge the ball. But Ronaldinho had bent the ball. Souhang's evasive movement perfectly blocked the ball's path. And only Souhang could block it, as he was the one who jumped highest in the wall. Bang! The ball smashed straight into Souhang's forehead. He crumpled to the ground. What happened next was truly beyond his concern. His vision went white, and when he opened his eyes again, everyone was crowded around him. The team doctor rushed over. Souhang could tell they were speaking to him, but he couldn't understand a word. He kept waving his hand, meaning, "I'm done, I can't go on, I can't take it anymore." Yet upon receiving Souhang's response, the doctors gave him a thumbs up and quickly left the pitch. Oh, Souhang is fine. He is a true warrior. The doctor tried to take him off the pitch for a rest, but he kept waving his hand, meaning he didn't need it. What a man. He made a brilliant block. If he hadn't, Ronaldinho's free kick would have been a guaranteed goal. This is exactly why the Real Madrid fans kept demanding Queiroz put Souhang on. He can not only create plays and do the dirty work up front, but he can even neutralize Ronaldinho. Of course, his offensive performance today has been inconsistent, but that's because he hasn't played in so long. Queiroz must take responsibility for that. Queiroz sat in the dugout utterly speechless. Fine. All the credit goes to Sue, and all the blame falls on me. Is that it? Throughout the first half, both sides engaged in fierce combat with numerous attacks, yet neither managed to find the back of the net. In terms of the flow of play, Barcelona drew closer to scoring as their threats materialized nearer to the goal. For Real Madrid, hindered by Souhang's performance, most of their threats originated from outside the penalty area. After the halftime break, neither side made any personnel adjustments. Barcelona, holding the advantage, saw no need for changes. Real Madrid, having exerted their utmost, had no room for adjustments. However, tactically, Barcelona did implement a shift. With Ronaldinho as the core, Xavi and Van Bronckhorst continuously assaulted the left flank, targeting Figo, Cambiasso, and Salgado. Barcelona further seized control. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Real Madrid concedes. Any discerning observer could see this. In the 54th minute, Souhang dropped back to midfield, aiding Figo in pressing Xavi. Xavi passed back. Cambiasso intercepted successfully. Cambiasso then passed the ball to Beckham. Beckham fed it to Souhang, who immediately returned it. Through this method, Real Madrid stabilized possession. Beckham then spread the play wide to Carlos. Carlos drove forward, linking up with Zidane in successive combinations, finally advancing the ball into Barcelona's territory. Zidane, observing Souhang slowly advancing from midfield, shot him a glance. Souhang instantly sensed trouble. As expected, bang! Zidane lofted a diagonal pass over the top, directing the ball to the center, just ahead of Souhang. Souhang sprinted, racing toward the ball. Zidane was considerate, at least it wasn't a pass to his feet. Bang! Souhang and Cocu engaged in fierce jostling. This wasn't their first duel. Souhang inevitably encountered Cocu whenever he dropped back. Previously, Cocu had always held the upper hand. After all, Cocu was a world-class all-rounder, particularly adept in the defensive midfield role. But this time Cocu sensed something amiss. Souhang smiled faintly. Naturally, it was because he had triggered the physical supremacy effect. Bang! Souhang overpowered Cocu to head the ball. He chose to direct it forward. Upon landing, he immediately surged toward the ball. Cocu, losing balance in the clash, stumbled, missing his chance to grab Souhang. The ball descended toward the top of the penalty arc. Puyol charged out from the box. Souhang hadn't headed the ball too far. He was confident he could reach it before Puyol. Unless Puyol slid. Whoosh. Puyol slid. He had to disrupt the ball at all costs. But the next moment, Puyol's eyes widened. Or rather, Souhang had anticipated his move. Upon reaching the ball, Souhang executed a Marseille turn, narrowly evading Puyol's sliding tackle. Between him and Barcelona's goalkeeper Victor Valdés lay no further obstacles. Valdés charged out decisively. But it was too late. After a brief adjustment, Souhang unleashed a thunderous strike, as if practicing shooting. A shooting stat in the low 70s would be quite strained in active play. Yet in a shooting drill, his displayed prowess was remarkably solid. This strike was superior in point of contact power and speed. Swish. Valdés failed to reach the ball. Barcelona's goal was breached. They had dominated Real Madrid for over 50 minutes, but it was Real Madrid who scored first. That is football. Goal. Su Hang. It's Su Hang once more. A flawless individual performance. First, he overpowered Cocu to win the first header, then a Marseille turn-floored Puyol before a unknown finish. Su Hang defeated Cocu, Puyol, and Valdez in a single attack. Superb. This assault was pure genius, a flash of brilliance. No wonder he's Real Madrid's rising star. Yet such an exceptional player was previously benched by Queiroz. Queiroz went too far. If Su Hang had formed the HRR trio with Ronaldo and Raúl, the Rolls-Royce combination, Real Madrid's 3 consecutive losses could have easily been 3 wins. Su Hang sprinted to the corner flag and leaped high, his signature celebration. The next moment, 8-0 at the Bernabeu joined Su Hang in shouting "Shu." Su Hang descended from the sky, exuding supreme dominance. Countless lenses locked onto his number 24 jersey, and the pinion name on it hangs Su. El Clasico. Su Hang stormed the fortress alone, triumphing in his debut. Real Madrid's goal disrupted Barcelona's rhythm. In the 57th minute, Barcelona made 2 substitutions. The Dutch hound Kluivert replaced the mediocre Saviola. The latter, originally a winger forced to play center forward, naturally underperformed. Additionally, veteran Luis Enrique came on for Overmars in a like-for-like swap. After signing a host of youngsters, Barcelona's conclusion was, veterans still prove their worth. And indeed it was true. Just a minute later, Van Bronckhorst received Ronaldinho's pass on the left and delivered a cross. Kluivert leaped high, executing a straightforward header to equalize. All those intricate maneuvers paled in comparison to the efficiency of a simple cross. Kluivert celebrated wildly, clearly dissatisfied with the team's decision to bench him in favor of renewal. Su Hang retreated to his own half. This goal seemed to showcase Van Bronckhorst's fine cross, but the key lay with Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho drew nearly everyone's attention before distributing the ball, making Van Bronckhorst and Kluivert's cross and header as simple as a passing drill. Real Madrid's Ronaldo possessed similar ability, but unfortunately, in the 69th minute, grim news arrived. Ronaldinho, in another dazzling dribble, drew most defenders and threaded a through ball to Xavi. Once Xavi received it, it would almost be a clear shot on an open goal. Figo had no choice but to foul Xavi with a tackle. But he immediately regretted it. He was already on a yellow card. Indeed, the referee unflinchingly showed Figo a second yellow, then a red. 2 yellows led to a red. Figo was sent off. Real Madrid were down to 10 men. Zidane, as the on-field commander, moved Raúl to the right and had Su Hang drop back to the attacking midfield position. Thus, Real Madrid had no striker. This could somewhat bolster midfield defense, but losing the forward threat would fully liberate Barcelona's attack. In the 72nd minute, Ronaldinho once again dazzled the entire stadium, dribbling past 3 before delivering a cross. This time no one could stop Xavi. Xavi surged forward and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball nestled into the net. 12. Barcelona have taken the lead. Real Madrid are in trouble. The 10-man Real Madrid was clearly no match for a Barcelona that possessed Ronaldinho. The Bernabeu fell silent. Barcelona had conquered this very stadium. Not even Ronaldo's return could save Real Madrid now. On the pitch, the Barcelona players celebrated wildly, especially Puyol. He kept glancing at Su Hang for the goal Su Hang had scored after nutmegging him had left him utterly humiliated. He was determined to get his revenge. Watching Puyol, a sudden idea struck Su Hang. That's it. Doesn't Puyol love to slide tackle? If I can make him angry enough, and I am unlucky enough, can I get injured by his tackle? Of course, Su Hang wasn't foolish enough to actually get hurt. However, Real Madrid's head medical director had already been dismissed by Florentino. Until a new renowned doctor arrived, as long as Su Hang insisted he felt unwell, those mediocre doctors wouldn't dare to claim he had no problem whatsoever. Everyone knew the story of Ronaldo's rapid return from injury, followed by another quick setback. Those team doctors were now terrified that players or the public would accuse them of disregarding player health and pushing them to play through pain. So if a player said they felt unwell, they wouldn't easily conclude the player was faking an injury. Wouldn't this be the perfect way to take a break? What the hell are you looking at? Did you score the goal? Su Hang walked towards Puyol, mimicking the way Puyol had just been nutmegged. Or was it Xavi who scored after nutmegging me? Puyol was instantly enraged. The taunt was too timely. What did you say? You little ball boy. Do you think you're something special? Your first touch is complete garbage. Puyol also strode towards Su Hang. They collided. Su Hang was slightly taller, but Puyol was a center back powerfully built. Fortunately, Su Hang activated his physical domination and held his ground against Puyol. Thanks for the compliment on my skills, but next time you speak, could you jump up a bit? I always have to look down to talk to you. It's really tiring and bad for my neck. Su Hang unleashed his ultimate taunt. FCK. Puyol immediately threw a punch. But Su Hang prepared for this, grabbed Puyol's arm first. Soon teammates from both sides rushed over, and the two were separated. The stadium atmosphere heated up again. Real Madrid fans began cursing the Barcelona players. The Bernabeu, which had been subdued by Barcelona, finally snapped out of it, its morale restored. The referee booked both Su Hang and Puyol. He specifically warned Su Hang. Su Hang acted much more politely in front of the referee, nodding repeatedly, even offering Puyol a friendly smile. His face practically screamed, "Come on, foul me." Well done. After the altercation, Zidane praised Su Hang. Su Hang was bewildered. "You're not scolding me for causing trouble, but praising me." Zidane looked towards the sideline. Barcelona had all the momentum. Without that clash from the team to the fans, our morale would have been completely crushed. "You've restored our will to win. You have a keen sense of morale, the potential to be a team leader." Facing Zidane's appraisal, Su Hang felt undeserving. "No, I didn't mean to boost morale, I just..." Zidane, even better. "That means it's instinct. You're a natural-born leader." Su Hang. Su Hang was about to explain himself, but he noticed Zidane's expression change. Su Hang looked towards the sideline. Queiroz was making a substitution. He brought on Guti, the Golden Wolf, to replace Zidane. Zidane was clearly unhappy with the change. A true leader-level player would never accept being substituted when the team was trailing. Even though Real Madrid currently lacked a team leader, Zidane held himself to the highest standard. Besides, this was the Spanish El Clasico. Oh, Queiroz might be worried about Zidane's yellow card. Zidane is very upset. He didn't even slap hands with Queiroz. Also carrying a yellow card, Queiroz should have substituted Cambiasso, not Zidane. You can't be thinking about defense at a time like this, can you? Real Madrid is trailing. The team needs to chase the game, needs to attack, yet you substitute the player most capable of creating goals. Queiroz had made a wrong decision. In the following minutes, Real Madrid's attack showed no improvement. In the 84th minute, Queiroz had Portillo warm up, preparing to substitute the tiring role for a final gamble. Watching the gloomy and dejected Zidane on the sideline, Su Hang made an important decision. Ding. You have used the moment card, Zinedine Zidane 1993. Almost instantly, Su Hang's mind was flooded with the young Zidane's understanding of football. In 1993, Zidane was only 21 and had already married his wife Veronique. It was also that year Zidane gained a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a man, and his playing style became extremely tough. He began to combine his tall, strong physique with his technical skills. 2 years later, he shed the label of youngster and was crowned the League One Player of the Year, subsequently transferring to Juventus, officially launching his career as a superstar. It can be said that 1993 held immense significance for Zidane. And according to the young Zidane reflection on this match, he had reservations about Queiroz's substitutions. Su Hang promptly approached the sideline, pointing at midfielder Borja, and said, "No, not Portillo. I want someone like him. I need more midfielders. Quick with a habit of making forward runs." Portillo's striker identity would alert Barcelona's defense. "Bring on midfielders. He'll drop back to organize the attack in midfield. That one named Borja, right? Borja, Guti, Beckham. They'll take turns making forward runs. Only midfielders have the chance to push forward. We're a man down, so every midfielder must do 2 jobs to compensate." Su Hang quickly articulated his philosophy. In short, a striker can only function as a striker, but a midfielder can serve as both midfielder and striker. This was the best option for a Real Madrid with 10 men. Otherwise, Barcelona would keep scoring. "You have no right to dictate my substitutions." Queiroz clenched his fists, thinking, "You're deliberately opposing me, aren't you? If you bring on Portillo, I won't play. We're going to lose anyway." Su Hang spread his hands, his stance unwavering. Watching Su Hang, Zidane was momentarily distracted. In his youth, his temper had been just as fiery. Even now it remained, though he had learned to conceal it. For instance, he was furious at Queiroz for substituting him off. "I think Su has a point," Zidane spoke up, expressing his anger at being replaced by Queiroz. If Queiroz heeded Zidane's words, the matter would be settled. Otherwise, if a conflict erupted between Zidane and Queiroz, it would surely be Queiroz who left. "Borja, what are you waiting for? Get on the field." Queiroz stormed back to his seat, fuming. It was always like this. Whenever Su Hang stepped onto the pitch, the match slipped from his control. Yet come to think of it, every time Su Hang played Real Madrid, won. No, it must be a coincidence. Su Hang and scoring goals surely had nothing to do with each other. He was just lucky. With the team trailing, if you don't bring on a striker, how can you possibly win? Now if they lost, Su Hang would take the blame. Does Su Hang have a problem with Queiroz's substitution? Oh, is Su Hang specifically calling for Borja? It seems they're having a heated discussion. Borja is on the field. He didn't even have time to warm up. And Portillo, who was ready to go, was pulled back by the assistant coach. Oh, this is a huge blow for him. Does Su Hang possess some kind of magic? Was Borja's substitution solely to accommodate Su Hang? Does he hold such high tactical status? That shouldn't be. This will probably spark controversy after the match. Su lacks the proper respect for the head coach. Real Madrid's fans were baffled by the substitution. They began to curse Queiroz. Queiroz looked utterly aggrieved. "It was your shoe who wanted a midfielder. Blame him, not me." Push forward. Push forward more. Beauty, you need to charge ahead more. Borja, sprint frequently. David, try to make a run if you get a chance. Cambiasso, you focus on defense, don't wander. But don't rush to tackle because you definitely won't win the ball. Just maintain pressure, stick to your marker, make him uncomfortable, understand. Su Heng began issuing orders on a large scale. His natural demeanor was as if he weren't the youngest and least experienced rookie on the team. Yet everyone couldn't help but take his word seriously, because he was the only one who had scored for Real Madrid in this match. He exuded sheer audacity. In the 86th minute, Su Heng dropped back to demand the ball. Guti and Borja immediately launched forward runs. Su Heng shielded against Cocu, executed an elegant turn with the ball, and sent a through pass to Guti. Reiziger lunged ahead of Guti and kicked the ball out for a throw-in. He thwarted this highly threatening pass. Guti gave Su Heng a thumbs-up, signaling a good pass. Su Heng moved to the sideline and once again held off Cocu. Guti threw the ball to Su Heng. Su Heng immediately lifted his leg and chipped the ball to Carlos behind him. Carlos passed back to Bravo. Bravo found Cambiasso. Cambiasso passed to Beckham. The ball circulated in Real Madrid's back line as the team needed to reorganize their attack. Here, Su Heng dropped back for the ball again. Beckham immediately passed. Su Heng played just like a midfielder. Borja and Guti once again surged forward. Cocu followed behind Su Heng. Bang! Su Heng met the ball with a backheel chip. The ball sailed over Cocu and landed in front of Borja. Cocu was stunned. Su Heng pushed Cocu aside and sprinted forward. Here, Su Heng's voice guided Borja, who had the ball. Borja passed it across. Bang! Su Heng nudged the ball and burst straight into the penalty area. Puyol was marking Borja and couldn't shift laterally in time to block Su Heng. Barcelona's goalkeeper Valdez was known for his aggressive rushing out. He charged out the moment Borja passed. This time he wouldn't give Su Heng a chance. Valdez and Su Heng met head-on. To get past Puyol, Su Heng had dribbled at a very high speed. At such velocity, making effective feints was nearly impossible. So Valdez was determined to snatch the ball from Su Heng's feet. Unless Su Heng was Ronaldo and could pull off a pendulum dribble, this opportunity was already doomed. Bang! Su Heng stepped on the ball with his right foot, spun and dragged it with his left, changing his forward motion to a diagonal run. An irregular Marseille roulette brushed past Valdez. Zidane's pupils contracted. That was a Marseille roulette at high speed. Extremely difficult. The reason it was irregular, shifting from forward to diagonal, was due to the ball's speed. The player's turning angle couldn't reach 360 degrees without losing control of the ball. A full Marseille roulette was easy, but this irregular version was incredibly tough. Only Zidane had mastered this technical move perfectly. Bang! After spinning, Su Heng didn't even need to steady himself. He elegantly slotted the ball home. Ronaldo might not have arrived yet, but Zidane hadn't left either. Goal! The Bernabeu erupted instantly. 2-2. Equalizer. Su Heng helped the team level the match against Barcelona in the 87th minute. Art. This was an artistic goal. Is this really Su Heng and not Zidane? A high-speed Marseille roulette. Su Heng completely shook off Valdez. The subsequent tap-in into an empty net was effortless. Su Heng looked as relaxed as if he were on a morning stroll, and Barcelona's players couldn't stop him. Cocu lost his defensive target again. Su Heng passed through Puyol's world. Valdez lost to Su Heng twice today. Another home game, another brace. Su Heng is perfect for this stadium. He saved face for Real Madrid. Though he couldn't help the team overtake Barcelona, he at least prevented them from widening the gap. Borja provided the assist for Su Heng. His inclusion proved to be the right decision. Portillo's passing is definitely not as brilliant as Borja's. After all, Borja Valero was hailed by Real Madrid fans as the Real Madrid Xavi. Of course, Portillo was also called Raúl's successor, seemingly more impressive than Borja. But Borja got the assist. Su Heng ran into Barcelona's goal. Did he lose control? No. Su Heng rushed out with the ball in his arms. He signaled his teammates to quickly return to their own half and restart the match. He wants to win. He wants to defeat Barcelona. He won't allow them to take even a single point from here. Su Heng skipped the goal celebration and raced back to the pitch, saving every second. Barcelona's players were furious at his action of grabbing the ball. Puyol even tried to intercept Su Heng, but Su Heng twisted his hips and dodged him. The time limit on the Zidane moment card was running out. He had no time to play games with Puyol. Since Real Madrid had done this, how could Barcelona afford to waste time? Real Madrid wanted to win, and Barcelona wanted it even more. They had 11 men against Real Madrid's 10. Su Heng's move was asking for trouble. Barcelona made a quick substitution, bringing on young Mata to replace the underperforming center-back Olger. Mata wasn't a center-back, he was a midfielder. Having him play out of position at center-back was essentially a disguised move to boost Barcelona's attack. Barcelona wanted to win too. The 90th minute. Ronaldinho punished the arrogant Real Madrid. After dribbling laterally at the edge of the box, he passed back and then darted into the penalty area. Mata lofted a direct through ball without stopping. Cambiasso, to prevent Ronaldinho from entering the box, had no choice but to bring him down. The referee immediately blew his whistle. A groan echoed through the Bernabeu. Cambiasso was already carrying a yellow card. The referee showed him another yellow. 2 yellows led to a red. Cambiasso was sent off. His eyes reddened, believing his departure might cause the team to fall short in the end. "Hey, Cambiasso." Souhang caught up to him, draping an arm over his shoulder. "You're a hero. You did the right thing. If you had been even a moment slower, Ronaldinho would have either scored or won a penalty. Don't worry, we can hold on." Then Souhang raised his hands above his head and began to clap, signaling the Real Madrid fans in the stands to applaud Cambiasso. A wave of applause erupted. The fans who had initially resented Cambiasso began to clap. The applause grew louder, then swelled with cheers and words of encouragement. Zidane murmured from the substitutes bench, "I knew it. This is the leadership quality in Su. He saved Cambiasso's career. If he had become the scapegoat in El Clasico, Cambiasso's career would be over." Souhang's applause turned Cambiasso from a villain into a hero. Many Real Madrid substitutes nodded in agreement. No one is immune to mistakes, and everyone hopes for a teammate like Souhang to stand up for them when they err. Well done, Souhang. Meanwhile, Barcelona coach Rijkaard was baffled. Wasn't Souhang simply wasting time? How could it be interpreted that way? Amid protests from Barcelona players, the referee signaled Cambiasso and Souhang not to waste time. Cambiasso completed his exit from the pitch. Real Madrid were down to 9 men. The match was impossible to play. Any fervent Real Madrid fan could only pray for the game to end quickly. Winning was unrealistic. A draw would be the best outcome. Barcelona then launched a relentless assault on Real Madrid. Every Madrid player fell back to defend, but gaps remained. The 92nd minute. Ronaldinho crossed from the wing. Kluivert, under pressure from Souhang, headed the ball against the crossbar. The 94th minute. Van Bronckhorst, a lone stranger in a foreign land, delivered a low cross. Casillas rushed out and punched the ball clear of the box. Borja received the ball on the edge and turned to launch a counterattack. Ronaldinho immediately grabbed hold of him. The referee showed Ronaldinho a yellow card. Ronaldinho, flashing his prominent buck teeth, signaled his teammates to hurry back on defense. Casillas also gestured for his teammates to move into Barcelona's half as he stepped out to take the free kick. Bang! Casillas launched a long kick. Real Madrid defender Bravo won the first header, directing it to Carlos. Roberto Carlos instantly pushed the ball forward and powered past Luis Enrique. Carlos then sent in a cross from a 45-degree angle. Souhang, sandwiched between Cocu and Mata, could only head it back. After landing, Souhang tried to surge forward, but Cocu brought him down. The referee had the whistle in his mouth, but didn't blow. The ball was still with Real Madrid, and the advantage was theirs. Beckham received Souhang's pass and threaded a through ball back to the left flank. Carlos drew the attention of the left side defenders, allowing Guti to easily overlap. Guti collected the ball and delivered a cross. Unfortunately, Reiziger made a desperate lunge and got a touch on the ball. The ball soared high, but not far, drifting towards the edge of the box. There. Souhang, who had just been fouled by Mata, struggled to his feet. Watching the incoming ball, he twisted his body, swung his arms, and fixed his gaze on the descending sphere. At almost the same moment, everyone on the Real Madrid bench rose to their feet. Even the Real Madrid fans stood up. A single image flashed through all their minds. It was the 2002 Champions League final. Zidane had stood exactly where Souhang now stood, making the same motion towards a falling ball. That night, Real Madrid conquered Europe. Zidane struck like a sword from the west. A celestial strike. Bang! Souhang swung his left foot, which had barely taken a shot all game. The ball instantly flashed into the top left corner of Barcelona's goal. Swish! It stirred 1,000 white waves. Zidane had once said after that 2002 Champions League night that he could never again unleash such a celestial strike. He hadn't lied. But a version of him 9 years younger might still have it in him. Rumble. A tremor ran through the entire Bernabeu, but no distinct sound emerged. The trembling excitement of 80,000 fans merged into one, making it seem like an earthquake, until Souhang turned and sprinted towards his own substitute's bench with open arms. Only then did the fans confirm this was no memory, no fantasy. Goal! 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 Souhang! Souhang! It's Souhang again. 3-2. Souhang scores the final minute winner against Barcelona. This is absolutely a match winner. Absolutely. A hat-trick. Souhang secures victory for Real Madrid in El Clasico with a hat-trick. He becomes the youngest player to score a hat-trick in El Clasico. Souhang is charging towards Zidane. He's ecstatic, because the winning goal he just scored is almost identical to Zidane's Champions League winner 2 years ago. Not only that, with Zidane substituted off, Souhang seems to have inherited his mantle, becoming the team's attacking core. In a twist of fate, it seems predestined. Su Heng's playing style these past minutes is so reminiscent of Zidane. Some said he couldn't pass or lacked vision. But in the final 10 minutes, Su Heng's performance rivals the best footballers in the world. He is Real Madrid's new Zidane. A Zidane in the forward position. The commentator was hysterical, but understandably so, because the entire Bernabeu had lost its composure. It was too divine. Su Heng's performance was simply too incredible. And UK kept a player like this on the bench for 4 whole matches. UK are committing a crime. Su Heng is running towards the Barcelona side. What is he doing? Could it be? That's right. Su Heng's plan to fake an injury had failed, but he really couldn't continue playing. He had already used his trump card, the Zidane moment card. If he played again, he would be exposed. So, sorry Puyol opened fire on me. This is Real Madrid. I'm the one in charge here. Su Heng shouted at Puyol. Barcelona people, get out of the Bernabeu. Otherwise, no matter how many times you come, it'll make you lose like this. Su Heng was as arrogant as a show-off. Su Heng was exactly like the villains in major movies. But unfortunately, this was the villain's stronghold. The Bernabeu fans roared with applause, chanting along with Su Heng, get out. Get out. Get out. The Bernabeu issued a highly insulting eviction order. The Barcelona players could no longer hold back. Having been cursed at for the entire match and now being dealt a last-minute defeat, their mental state completely crumbled. Fuck. Puyol charged forward first. Enrique Reiziger, Valdez, Mata, Van Bronckhorst, Cocu, and others also surged towards Su Heng. A brawl erupted without warning. Su Heng executed a shoulder throw, instantly coing Puyol, but he was then engulfed by the Barcelona crowd. The Real Madrid players finally snapped out of their daze and rushed to the scene. Daring to bully our winning hero. Too arrogant. Will make you feel the might of Real Madrid. Before the Real Madrid players could reach them, the Barcelona crowd was suddenly thrown apart. Indeed, thrown apart. With Valdez hanging on his left leg and Enrique on his right shoulder, Su Heng simply pushed down Van Bronckhorst, Mata, and Cocu. Then with a flick of his left foot and a toss of his right hand, he turned and slapped Reiziger to the ground. The Barcelona Suicide Squad was completely wiped out. Su Heng took on 7 and cleared the field in an instant. The arriving Real Madrid players were stunned for a moment. Who exactly was bullying whom? Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew his whistle repeatedly. The stadium security finally arrived. This leaves me at a loss for words. Should I say that the Barcelona players were beaten up by Su Heng alone? Or that Su Heng single-handedly beat up 7 Barcelona players? My goodness, I think we just witnessed Chinese Kung Fu. Su Heng is of Chinese descent, and as we all know, everyone with Chinese blood knows Kung Fu. How terrifying. If football were as simple as fighting, Real Madrid would be invincible. They could just send Su Heng alone. Unbelievable. Su Heng's fighting skills are so formidable. He's a total beast. A fighting beast. But now he's in trouble. A red card. Indeed, a red card. The referee showed Su Heng a red card. His punches were brilliant, but this is a football pitch. Not only that, but Su Heng will surely face additional punishment from the Spanish Football Federation after the match. Regardless of the reason, such on-field violence must be penalized. I must say Su Heng's last-minute winner resembles Zidane and his temper too. His earlier public dispute with Queiroz was no accident. With such a temperament, those with talent often have a temper. It's all Puyol's fault for provoking Su Heng. That initial provocation was the root of all evils. Puyol will likely face a suspension too. Trading a Puyol for a Su Heng might be Barcelona's best deal this season. In my eyes, Su Heng is a younger version of Ronaldo plus Zidane. The referee kept showing cards. Su Heng and Puyol received red cards. Enrique and Valdez got yellow cards. Then with 3 whistle blows, he ended the match. The score stood at 3-2. Real Madrid had beaten Barcelona with a last-minute goal, overtaking them in the standings. But they remained in second place, unable to rise to the top. Because Valencia had taken all 6 points in these 2 rounds and surged to the top. Now that was a real fisherman's gain. Due to the fervor of the Real Madrid fans at the Bernabeu, the Barcelona players fled in disgrace under security escort, and the journalists on site could not interview any Barcelona players about their thoughts on the match. But the Real Madrid players had no such worries and gave ample interviews. Zidane said, "I have no issue with Queiroz's substitutions as a coach. He has his own considerations. It was a tough match. We were behind at one point, but thankfully a player stepped up. That's Real Madrid. Many players on this team can change the game single-handedly." Yes, I'm talking about Su Heng. He's a player who can change the course of a match with his individual ability. He's exceptional. As for his winning goal, I don't know if he intentionally paid tribute to me, but I did see a reflection of myself in him. Raúl said, "I expected Su to contribute to the team in this match. His strengths have always been evident. But he showed us sides we've never seen before, which is truly astonishing. Maybe we should really try a 3-forward formation. The Rolls-Royce trident wouldn't clash with Real Madrid style. They are all very noble. Figo said, Su has delivered another masterpiece. This match belongs to him. I absolutely adore him now. I think that yellow card was questionable. Oh, I shouldn't have been sent off. This decision might haunt me for a long time. But Su solved the problem. In a sense, Su redeemed me and Cambiasso. We have to treat Su to a meal. Beckham said, Su was unstoppable in this match. I felt like I was playing alongside both Ronaldo and Zidane. I don't think his celebration was excessive. Barcelona players have done worse. The difference lies in how we handle defeat. I must admit the Barcelona people lack a bit of sportsmanship. The Real Madrid players showered Su Hang with praise. In short, they were convinced. Among the fans, the acclaim for Su Hang was even louder. Major media outlets reserved their front-page headlines for Su Hang. Yes, the youngest hat-trick scorer in the Spanish El Clásico, Su Hang. Build, invincible, and unstoppable. Real Madrid youth product, Su Hang transforms into a white-clad killer overturning Barcelona with a hat-trick. Sky Sports, the new chant echoing in the Bernabeu, Shu. This celebration move from Su Hang blossoms in La Liga. Tuttosport, whether the Rolls-Royce trident will develop chemistry remains unknown, but Su Hang is undoubtedly the crown prince of Real Madrid. Kicker, troublemaker beats the coach. Renowned manager Queiroz publicly apologizes, stating that benching Su Hang was the biggest mistake of his coaching career. Yes, Queiroz publicly admitted his mistake. After the match, facing a crowd of reporters, Queiroz's remarks stunned everyone. This was an epic match. Su Hang demonstrated dominance over the game. This is something I never expected. It's not the same Su Hang I remember. Queiroz looked somewhat aged before the cameras. Gray hair appeared at his temples. I have never seen any 18-year-old player adapt so well to a high-stakes match. My decades of experience made it impossible for me to believe in Su Hang, whether due to his age, skin color, or heritage. This isn't discrimination. I'm merely stating that before Su Hang, no one like him had succeeded in world football. I made a mistake that any coach would have made. But Su Hang's brilliant performances and victories one after another made me realize this mistake. Now, standing before so many members of the media and the fans of the world, I apologize to Su Hang from the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry, Su Hang. From now on, as long as you're on a team I coach, you will forever be my first choice on the front line. A thunderous applause erupted from the journalists present for Queiroz's sincerity. In life, it's not about making mistakes. It's about refusing to correct them once you know they're wrong. Queiroz's apology was unprecedented in world football. When has a leader ever apologized to a subordinate? Queiroz showed remarkable courage. Then the journalists turned their gazes towards Su Hang. There was no way Su Hang would skip this post-match press conference, otherwise the media would have torn down Real Madrid's press room. To be honest, Su Hang was genuinely surprised by Queiroz's reaction. He had just carefully confirmed that Queiroz was not being sarcastic. He seemed to be serious. He had actually been conquered by Su Hang's divine hat-trick performance. The allure of competitive sports is sometimes powerful enough to turn enemies into friends. Faced with this situation, provoking Queiroz further was futile. From now on, when it was time to play, he truly couldn't avoid it. And to be fair, while Queiroz was certainly at fault, Su Hang's repeated provocations were also wrong. Now that Queiroz had sincerely apologized, there was no need for Su Hang to kick a man when he was down. No. In fact, I agree with Mr. Queiroz's approach to using me. Su Hang began. My level is far from what everyone sees. I am essentially still a youth academy player. I still have a lot to learn. My performance in team training has also been unsatisfactory. Letting me start would be unfair to the players who are in better form. Journalists, fans, Queiroz, was this the same Su Hang who had provoked Queiroz after scoring? He was giving Queiroz a way out. His emotional intelligence was off the charts. Where was the notorious troublemaker? Queiroz is definitely an excellent head coach. I fully agree with his strict management of the team, which helps players improve. He has profound expertise in tactics and training. The fluctuation in Real Madrid's results this season has many causes. Mr. Queiroz has already done more than enough. Sob? Before Su Hang could finish, Queiroz burst into tears. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Queiroz turned and embraced Su Hang, tears streaming uncontrollably. He had been so wronged. Truly, no one in the world understood him. Except for Su Hang. Everyone said Real Madrid was a galaxy of stars with an outrageously strong lineup on paper. But in reality, Ronaldo was constantly injured. Zidane contributed, but didn't give his all. Figo's form had clearly declined. Raúl couldn't play as a lone striker. Beckham hadn't integrated into the team. Carlos was all attack and no defense. Guti was a double-edged sword, cutting down both opponents and himself. And most critically, they had lost Mikel's defensive cover. Tell me, where was this Real Madrid team strong? The other young players, Cambiasso, Juanfran, Borja, Pavon, Portillo, all lacked sufficient ability. Queiroz was truly a clever cook who couldn't make a meal without ingredients. In the end, it was Su Hang, who had previously clashed with him, who truly broke through that facade. How could Queiroz not be moved? And so the image of Su Hang comforting Queiroz was widely circulated by the media. The reconciliation of the century. Real Madrid's crown prince, Su Hang, boundless in loyalty, embraces coach Queiroz to untangle their knot. A touching scene after El Clasico. Troublemaker Su Hang comforts his former adversary coach Queiroz, showcasing his charisma. Play loud, live, low-key. Analyzing Su Hang's life philosophy from the Real Madrid coach-player reconciliation. This crown prince is no ordinary man. If you want peace, I offer an embrace. If you want war, I give you a roar. Pay to unlock the wise life of Real Madrid's crown prince, Su Hang. If the term emotional intelligence might still make some feel it's too slick and not entirely a compliment, then words like sincerity, magnanimity, responsibility, and manliness were truly the media and public's evaluation of Su Hang. This grand drama of reconciliation at Real Madrid was deeply moving. For a time, some even began to speak favorably of Queiroz, something previously almost unimaginable. However, the warm public opinion came to an end as the Barcelona team returned to Catalonia. The Barcelona mouthpieces published articles one after another furiously attacking Su Hang and targeting Real Madrid. El Mundo Deportivo. Is this playing football or committing murder? Su Hang's atrocities have reached an appalling level in the history of European football. Sport. Strong protest. A player like Su Hang should be permanently expelled from La Liga. Catalonia Post. Barcelona files a complaint with the Spanish Football Federation demanding severe punishment for Su Hang, the instigator of the El Clasico clash. We hope Su Hang is banned for 3 years. Barcelona fired its cannons at Madrid. The football world was instantly captivated. If a Real Madrid versus Barcelona match couldn't capture the attention of fans across Europe, then a Real Madrid versus Barcelona brawl certainly would. According to some videos and images released by the Barcelona line media, Su Hang was utterly vicious. Many neutral fans felt Su Hang had gone too far. He beat Puyol too badly. Is this the quality of a Real Madrid player? If it weren't for the fight, Barcelona would have definitely won. He even assaulted Luis Enrique. Isn't Luis Enrique his senior? He even hit a kid like Mata. The Barcelona players didn't want to hurt him, they just wanted him to stop, but he took the chance to knock them down. That's so despicable. This Su Hang has made my opinion of Real Madrid plummet. But soon as more complete videos were released, public opinion began to shift. So many Barcelona players were charging at Su Hang. Holy shit. I feel like Barcelona came not to play football, but to kill. This is ridiculous. Barcelona started the trouble, but Su Hang fought them all off. So fierce. No wonder the Spanish media call him the white-clad god of death. He's taking on 7 of them. Su Hang is a beast. What a satisfying fight. No bias, no hate. Barcelona really lost face this time. They outnumbered him and still lost. Lost on the pitch, lost in the fight. Is there anything Barcelona can do? Barcelona did not get the justice they sought. Because sometimes the truth cannot be hidden. Regardless of whether Su Hang provoked them first, did a group of them go over to attack one man. Marca even published a picture of Su Hang carrying a Barcelona player while fighting off 7 with the caption, "You can play a match at the Bernabeu or you can fight here. But we advise you to play the match." Over the next 2 days, Barcelona's top brass frequently criticized Su Hang through the media, trying to pressure the Spanish Football Federation this way. Their minimum expected punishment for Su Hang was a 1-year ban. On the Real Madrid side, Florentino personally accepted an interview stating, "Su Hang is a warrior of Real Madrid. He upholds the dignity of the Bernabeu." What he has done, the Barcelona players have done at the Camp Nou. But why didn't we create such a huge conflict in news? I believe it's all because Su Hang won. Barcelona cannot accept conflicts on the field, they simply cannot accept their own incompetence. I respect the Spanish Football Association's reasonable handling of Real Madrid and Su Hang, but I also remind everyone that Su Hang is a very important member of Real Madrid. We will defend for Su Hang and for the dignity of Real Madrid to the end. Both sides were engaged in a heated argument. In the end, the Spanish Football Association officially announced the relevant handling decisions regarding the Spanish National Derby Stadium conflict incident. On the Barcelona side, Puyol received a 5-match suspension. Enrique and Valdez were suspended for 3 matches. Barcelona was fined €30,000. As for Real Madrid, due to their failure to restrain the emotions and actions of their home fans, the next home match at the Bernabeu will be played behind closed doors. Additionally, they were fined €30,000. Finally, Su Hang was suspended for 4 matches. Considering there are only 4 matches left in La Liga, Su Hang and Puyol essentially ended their season early. Barcelona fans were very dissatisfied with this decision, because in this way the one suffering the heaviest penalty was Puyol. This indirectly indicated that Puyol was the main party responsible for this conflict. He was the first to rush towards Su Hang and lay hands on him. No matter how fiercely Su Hang fought back later, it is hard not to incur severe penalties for being the one who initiated the violence. This determination essentially tells everyone that this time it was Barcelona's fault. Can Barcelona accept such punishment? They immediately filed an appeal. On the other hand, Real Madrid fans also demanded that the club file an appeal. They are currently second in La Liga, but could be caught up by Barcelona in third place or Deportivo La Coruña in fourth place at any moment. Meanwhile, they are not far behind Valencia, who is in first place. If Su Hang and Ronaldo are present in the final 4 matches, Real Madrid's chances of winning the league title remain bright. But without Su Hang, their worst-case scenario might be finishing 4th in the league. Therefore, Real Madrid must appeal. This was also the decision made in the internal discussions of the club. But Queiroz' phone rang, and with a nod from Florentino, Queiroz put the phone on speaker. Su Hang, I suggest the team does not file an appeal. Real Madrid, Su Hang, the authority of the Football Association deserves respect regardless of right or wrong. A ruling is a ruling. If policies are constantly changing, any decision from the Football Association will be questioned in the future. Because every punishment from the Football Association will inevitably offend at least one party. Putting pressure on the Football Association at this time will likely lead to further penalties. Moreover, if we offend the Football Association, they could easily make things difficult for us in next season's schedule, which would be very uncomfortable for us. The key is that it is not worth it. I personally believe that this Real Madrid front line can do without anyone, who our luxurious lineup should win, and if we can't win, no one can. So there's no need to appeal just because of me. Having Ronaldo is enough. Su Hang's analysis gave the management of Real Madrid a lesson from multiple angles. In short, one sentence. It's good to not have to step on the field, just don't create any trouble for me. After a long while, Florentino said into the phone, Su, your broad-mindedness and open-mindedness are truly breathtaking. If every player in Real Madrid could think like you, we would undoubtedly become the greatest team in the world. Su Hang retorted, aren't we that already? Florentino laughed heartily. Yes, you are right. So for the next period, you should rest and train well. I hope our 4th captain can bring more surprises next season. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Many executives in the conference room were stunned. 4th captain. Florentino wants Su Hang to become the 4th captain of the team. The title of Prince of Real Madrid is emerging. Just because Su Hang can score, can win, can talk, can take losses, can unite teammates, respect the management, good looking, or is he a rich second generation? Upon reflection, the title of 4th captain still somewhat underestimates Su Hang. It's just that his qualifications are too shallow. If only he had played for the team for another 3 or 4 years, he would be a sure 1st captain. He is truly the successor to Raúl. As for that Portillo, whether on the field or in the locker room, he is far inferior to Su Hang. Ultimately, Real Madrid officially released a statement respecting and accepting the Spanish Football Association's relevant punishment decisions regarding Real Madrid. Let's take a look at Barcelona, who are filing appeals and causing trouble. The difference is clear. The Spanish Football Association quickly made new handling decisions regarding Barcelona's appeal. The fine amount was increased threefold. Puyol's suspension was extended from 5 matches to 6. Barcelona received a super double penalty. Zidane's moment card has brought you an extraordinary experience. The world seen through the eyes of a world-class midfielder is truly wonderful. You have gained Zidane's early field vision. Zidane's early field vision superstar-level skill forcefully increases vision to level 8. The special effect, full concentration, can be activated after reaching the passing and receiving standards in a single match. In 10 minutes, your vision will be raised to level 10, the highest. Borja received the long-awaited opportunity to play because of your request. He sincerely thanks you and presents his specialties, short pass and forward run. Short pass, player-level skill. Short distance passing ability enhanced. Forward run, player-level skill. Better at finding open spaces ahead. That's why we say moment cards are YYDS. Zidane's early field vision is incredibly powerful. It directly raised Su Hang's field vision from level 2 to level 8, and under special conditions, even to level 10. What level is this? Level 8 vision. Not playing as a playmaking midfielder would be a waste. Many speedy wing players often only have level 4 or level 5 vision. Additionally, Su Hang's attributes of offensive awareness, short pass, and vision were also unlocked. The attributes of shooting and heading also increased by 1 point each. Offensive awareness 75, shooting 72, short pass 72, heading 78, strength 76, jumping 70, vision 8. This directly led to several more training projects for Su Hang. Previously, he focused on training shooting and heading, but now during team training, he would also attempt short passes. His performance in the team's training matches has improved significantly, and he is increasingly active and skilled in positioning. And this is the change brought by vision. Vision is a very important professional quality that is often underestimated in many sports. Many times the opportunities that fans can see are completely invisible to players on the pitch. Most people who have experienced basketball games, football matches, or stage performances initially feel that the world blurs or they can no longer see others around them. That state of a blank mind is what players need to adapt to and overcome. It is their on-field vision. After most people get used to this state, their vision improves and returns to normal levels roughly at levels 4, 5, or 6. However, some individuals cannot regain their vision. On the field, they are as if blind. It is not that they refuse to pass or do not want it, but they genuinely cannot see their teammates. No matter how talented these players are, they cannot develop this ability. They struggle even as role players, requiring highly specific tactics to be effective. Once a tactical run goes awry, they often freeze. Yet others are born with extraordinary vision. They see farther and clearer, possessing ultra-wide-angle and exceptional dynamic vision. Their peripheral sight is broader. They can precisely gauge the distance of different players on the same line and judge the speed of teammates or defenders. If such a player also has strong memory and spatial imagination, they can almost conjure a panoramic map in their mind and in 3 dimensions. It is almost godlike vision. Souhang originally belonged to the group that could not develop such vision or at best reach level 5 after extensive practice. But now he has become a vision superhuman. Within Real Madrid, players with this level of vision include Zidane, Beckham, Figo, Ronaldo, and Raúl. The world's best left-back Roberto Carlos likely did not reach level 8. When he played for Inter Milan, coach Hodgson wanted him in midfield, but Carlos struggled, eventually leaving for Real Madrid. As for Guti, the Golden Wolf, it is uncertain. He often delivered exquisite through balls, but also costly mistakes. Either his passing or vision was flawed. This is Real Madrid, the Galácticos, the most luxurious team in the world. With only a few having level 8 vision here, other teams might have none at all. Real Madrid's center-backs Bravo, Pavón, and Helguera deeply felt Souhang's improved vision and ability to find space. He became noticeably harder to defend. On May 2nd, in La Liga's 35th round, Real Madrid lost 20 away to Deportivo La Coruña, who ranked 4th. Deportivo defended their home honor unafraid of Real Madrid after once topping the table in round 11. On May 8th, in the 36th round, Ronaldo returned, but Real Madrid lost 32 at home to Real Mallorca, allowing Barcelona to close the gap. On May 16th, in the 37th round, Real Madrid suffered a shock 21 away defeat to Real Murcia, the bottom team in La Liga. Murcia was already relegated, and Madrid's loss seemed cursed, dropping them to 3rd place. On May 23rd, in the final round, Real Madrid endured a 4th consecutive defeat, losing 41 at home to Real Sociedad, who had nothing to play for. They finished the dreadful season in 4th place, shocking the world. Madrid had led the league for the longest time. They were top for 17 rounds, but plummeted from 1st to 4th with a losing streak at the season's end. How could Real Madrid fans accept this? Queiroz, get out of the Bernabeu. Queiroz is garbage, unworthy of coaching Real Madrid. Such a great lead blown. This is shameful. Pavón is useless. We conceded 10 goals in the last 4 rounds. Even a wooden post is better than raw defenders like Pavón and Bravo. Before Souhang's suspension, you had a chance for 2nd or 1st. But you dragged the team to 4th. How can you face Souhang? How can you face Real Madrid fans worldwide? Florentino, step down. You are unfit to be president. The fans' anger needed a scapegoat. Seeing the fire turn toward him, Florentino swiftly sacked coach Queiroz. Queiroz accepted his fate. He arrived in Madrid with grand hopes, cheered by thousands, but now left in disgrace with no one to see him off. No, there was one. Boss. Souhang waved at Queiroz outside the airport. Queiroz was surprised. Sue. You thought I hated you. Souhang helped with his luggage. I am not two-faced. When I am upset with you, I truly am. But if I say we reconcile, I mean it. You are a fine coach who came to the wrong team. I hope you move past this setback. No one can save this Real Madrid now. Not Zidane, Ronaldo, or Beckham, and not you. That is nothing to be ashamed of. Queiroz was deeply moved, never expecting Souhang to be the one who understood him most. I apologize for all my criticisms. You are the most promising player in the world. You have great character. Queiroz embraced Souhang. I will follow your growth. If anyone can save Real Madrid, I believe it is you. Keep going. Queiroz bid farewell. Real Madrid sacks Queiroz. The Galácticos capsized his coaching career, may be over. Expert analysis: Real Madrid's unbalanced squad, strong attack, weak defense. Doomed to fail, Queiroz is just the scapegoat. Manchester United's Ferguson invites Queiroz to join coaching staff. Queiroz lands and Manchester becomes United's chief assistant, joining Ferguson to dominate the Premier League and challenge for Champions League. English media flocked to interview Queiroz. They hoped to hear negative remarks about Real Madrid, perhaps to prove the Premier League's superiority over La Liga. However, Queiroz displayed considerable professionalism. While he did offer some critiques regarding the imbalance in Real Madrid's squad, he invariably praised Su Heng in every interview. Su Heng may not be the most talented player in the world, but he is undoubtedly the one who knows best how to play the game. He possesses an unparalleled instinct for goal scoring. He is a true big-game player. The more crucial the match, the better his performance. Su Heng has transformed my perspective on training. His training regimens for injured and veteran players will revolutionize world football. He possesses a maturity beyond his years and is a natural leader on the pitch. Everyone knew of the rift between Su Heng and Queiroz. Yet now Queiroz was praising him as if possessed. Aside from the fact that Su Heng was truly exceptional, people could find no other plausible explanation. Queiroz even repeatedly urged Ferguson to sign Su Heng. Ferguson found himself in a difficult position. He had invited Queiroz to the club, and now his assistant wanted a player. Refusing to buy him seemed rather ungracious. However, just last year Real Madrid had poached Beckham from Manchester United. Wouldn't it be somewhat demeaning for United to buy one of Madrid's youth products in return? If they steal your star, you should have the nerve to steal theirs in kind. What was a mere Su Heng? But in the end, unable to withstand Queiroz's repeated requests, Ferguson finally submitted a bid to Real Madrid. Once again, Su Heng's name dominated the headlines. Manchester United inquires about Real Madrid's crown prince, Su Heng. Morienti's return imminent. Selling Su Heng is a smart move for Real Madrid. 10 million euros. Manchester United officially lodges a bid for Su Heng. 18 years old. 3 matches. 10 million euros. Su Heng sets the record for the fastest player to surpass a 10 million euro valuation. Transfermarkt assesses United's bid as high risk. Su Heng's true value should not exceed 2 million euros. The whole world awaited Real Madrid's response. Real Madrid's reply came swiftly. Su Heng is not for sale. We have no intention of selling him. Ferguson was finally able to report back with a clear conscience. But Queiroz refused to give up. He urged United to try for a loan deal. Manchester United subsequently sent a loan inquiry. Manchester United submits loan request. Is the transfer truly fixated on Su Heng? Su Heng is Queiroz's white moonlight, but after witnessing his performances, who can remain unconquered by Su Heng? Soon after, Florentino Perez called Su Heng. He placed the decision regarding the loan in Su Heng's hands, demonstrating his respect for the player. Su Heng pondered the offer. Manchester United was of course a team brimming with stars. They even had Cristiano Ronaldo. Yet Real Madrid's squad was undeniably more illustrious. Moreover, Su Heng had already laid the groundwork for his network within Real Madrid. He could simply reap the benefits in the coming years. Going to Manchester United, everything would be uncertain. He had no reason to embark on a new adventure. Su Heng replied to Florentino, at Manchester United, I might only be able to contribute 20% of my ability. But as long as I can contribute even 1% for Real Madrid, I will choose to stay. Florentino was taken aback by Su Heng's answer, but at Real Madrid you will only be a substitute for the foreseeable future, perhaps even permanently on the bench. Apart from the returning Morienti's, Real Madrid was also on the verge of signing a world-class striker, a fact unknown to the public, but Florentino did not wish to deceive Su Heng. But of course, how could Su Heng be unaware of Real Madrid's plans? The boy wonder, England's golden boy, the only active English Ballon d'Or winner, Michael Owen. This was fantastic. Finally, he could get a good night's sleep on the bench. He no longer had to worry about being called onto the pitch to play. That had been a nightmare. Su Heng was unwavering. Unless there's no room for me in Real Madrid's first-team squad, I'd rather sit on the bench forever than go anywhere else. In that moment, Florentino was moved. He even considered abandoning the pursuit of Owen. Of course, this sentiment lasted only a few seconds. Very well. I will reject Manchester United's loan offer. You will continue to play for Real Madrid next season. Do you have any preference for your jersey number? How about number 8 or number 11? Number 8 is typically the shirt for a starting midfielder. However, being close to number 9, which is the center forward's number, many prominent strikers who cannot wear number 9 choose number 8 instead. That number was almost certainly reserved for Morienti's. Number 11, on the other hand, is the number for a starting winger, and many forwards who miss out on number 9 settle for it. Florentino wanted to compensate Su Heng with a better jersey number. Su Heng laughed. They'll stick with number 24. I quite like it. As for numbers 8 and 11, leave them for the 2 new teammates. Florentino paused. 2 new teammates. Did Su Heng know? How did he know? Guessing that Morienti's would return was one thing. But how could Su Heng possibly know that Real Madrid was also signing another striker? The whole world believed Real Madrid was looking to buy a defensive midfielder. Florentino asked, why do you think both new arrivals are forwards? Su Heng replied, you were considering loaning me out earlier, weren't you? That suggests that apart from Morientes, the other signing must also be a forward. Florentino countered, Ronaldo starts, Morientes is the substitute, and Portillo is the third choice. Isn't that enough? Su Hang said. With all due respect to Portillo, anyone who still compares me to him at this point must be a fair-weather fan. My competition is Morientes. Given Real Madrid's tradition of signing only superstars, whoever arrives will likely be ahead of him in the pecking order. Florentino remarked, You're very intelligent. I enjoy dealing with smart people like Zidane. Su Hang replied, Yes, I like Zidane too. So next season you needn't worry about me causing unrest in the dressing room due to lack of playing time. On the contrary, I will do everything in my power to maintain harmony within the team. Florentino's inquiry about a loan essentially revealed his concern that Su Hang might stir trouble next season. A crown prince causing problems is the most difficult issue to manage. Ignoring him was not an option. Being too lenient would be ineffective. Being too harsh would anger the fans. It was the easiest way to split the team. In any case, after that phone call, Florentino could not have been more satisfied with Su Hang. Marca subsequently ran a headline, Real Madrid rejects Manchester United's loan bid, stating, It's not a matter of fee. Su Hang is the cornerstone of Real Madrid, and the club has important plans for him next season. With that, Manchester United finally gave up on Su Hang. They promptly spent €37 million to acquire Everton's prodigy Wayne Rooney. €10 million brought in central defender Gabriel Hines from Paris Saint-Germain. €9 million secured Alan Smith, the last star from the Leeds United Youth Academy. €5,250,000 brought young central defender Gerard Piqué from Barcelona. The transfer market that summer was ablaze with activity. Last summer, Chelsea, acquired by Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich, reigned supreme in the transfer market, their spending surpassing the combined total of the other 19 Premier League clubs. This year they continued to splurge. They secured striker Didier Drogba from Ligue 1's Marseille for €38.5 million. This was the summer's biggest acquisition. They brought in Ricardo Carvalho from Portugal's Porto for €30 million, the third most expensive deal of the season. Paulo Ferreira was signed from Porto for €20 million. Arjen Robben arrived from PSV Eindhoven for €18 million. Hot on their heels was Italian giants Juventus. Emerson was acquired from Roma for €28 million, the fourth most expensive transfer of the summer. Zlatan Ibrahimovic was brought in from Ajax for €16 million. Fabio Cannavaro was signed from Inter Milan for €10 million. Meanwhile, Barcelona, after a season devoid of trophies, needed to make a statement to satisfy their fans. They spent €27 million to bring Samuel Eto'o from Real Mallorca. Before joining Mallorca, Eto'o had been a Real Madrid player. He was a child cast aside by Real Madrid. Yet he became their nemesis in subsequent matches. Last season, Eto'o orchestrated Mallorca's stunning victory that sealed Real Madrid's fourth consecutive defeat. Beyond Eto'o, Barcelona also acquired Portugal's new midfield maestro Deco from Porto for €21 million. Finally, they brought in Ludovic Giuly from Monaco for €8 million. Yes, the same Giuly who, alongside Fernando Morientes, eliminated Real Madrid from the Champions League last season. Barcelona's recruitment was remarkably targeted. If Real Madrid's signings reflected their ambition to be the world's best, Barcelona's goal was singular: to defeat Real Madrid. Finally, Liverpool was another big spender that summer. They signed Djibril Cissé from Auxerre for €20 million. They also secured Real Sociedad's midfield core Xabi Alonso for €16 million. Luis Garcia the Magician was brought in from Barcelona for €9 million. Last season, Real Madrid were torn apart by Real Sociedad, with Xabi Alonso as the architect of their downfall. In the world of football, matches are the visible thread, but transfers are the hidden one. Many outcomes are predestined by the summer before the season even begins. Last season was a dismal one for Real Madrid. Despite winning the Copa del Rey with Su Hang's help, their failures in the Champions League and La Liga left a bitter taste. It marked the failure of Florentino Perez's Zidane's y Pavone's policy. Thus, securing reliable, expensive, and established defensive players became an urgent necessity. But to preserve Florentino's dignity, Real Madrid also had to continue signing superstars for the attack, fulfilling his one Galáctico per year promise. Otherwise, Florentino's rivals would use it against him. Ultimately, Real Madrid pried away Michael Owen, the wonderkid, with only a year left on his Liverpool contract for a bargain price of €12 million plus Antonio Núñez. This move enraged countless Liverpool fans. Simultaneously, Real Madrid welcomed back Fernando Morientes from Monaco. They acquired world-class centre-back Walter Samuel, known as the Rock, from Roma for €25 million. They also brought in Jonathan Woodgate, one of England's new four great centre-backs, from Newcastle United for €18.3 million. Real Madrid's squad was theoretically perfect. Perfect because they had strengthened their defense. Theoretically, because strengthening the defense involves acquiring both a top center back and a top defensive midfielder. But Real Madrid failed to reinforce the defensive midfield position. They only recalled Albert Salades from his loan at Bordeaux. However, any astute observer knew Salades could never fill the void left by Claude Makelele. Thus, Real Madrid's squad for the new season was largely set. Forwards Ronaldo Raúl, Owen Morientes, Hang Portillo Soldado. Midfielders Zidane Figo Beckham Solari Guti Salades Borja. Defenders Carlos Samuel Woodgate Salgado Helguera Pavon Bravo Juanfran. Goalkeepers Casillas Sanchez Diego Lopez. Listed in order of precedence. With such a formidable squad, Real Madrid's fans had every reason to hold immense expectations for the new season. Champions League glory, La Liga title, Copa del Rey trophy. The fans wanted it all. But soon news emerged that new manager José Antonio Camacho was dissatisfied with the squad. Camacho was an iconic figure for Real Madrid in the 70s and 80s. After retiring, he took up coaching, but his record was unremarkable aside from guiding Rayo Vallecano and Espanyol to promotion. His 2-year stint with the Spanish national team was an embarrassment for a footballing powerhouse. This was his second spell at Real Madrid. During his first, he lasted only 22 days, setting the record for the shortest tenure by a Real Madrid manager. Diario Sport reported that Camacho was unhappy with Real Madrid's transfers. He desperately needed a top defensive midfielder, but Florentino brought him Michael Owen instead. Furthermore, the same outlet published photos Hang had shared on social media that summer, commenting, Hang loves Chinese food, especially heavy spicy Sichuan cuisine. This is detrimental to an athlete's physique. His physical condition is worrying. He should be eating healthy salads every day. Camacho will absolutely not tolerate such a lack of discipline. According to the weight Hang posted, he has gained 15 pounds this summer. That article garnered more attention than Camacho's criticism of Real Madrid's transfers. The rise to stardom and the fall from grace are the two most captivating stories in football. Was Hang about to fade into obscurity so soon? For a time, opinions were divided. Su's family is wealthy, he's just playing at football, a lack of discipline is normal. He probably traveled the world this summer, right? I saw on his social media he visited at least 5 different countries. He's famous now, he's lost that drive he once had. I've heard some call him Real Madrid's crown prince, but I don't agree. Portillo, who rose through long-term hard work in the youth academy, is more deserving of that title. Stop hyping Portillo. He's good, but compared to Su is destined to form the Rolls-Royce attacking trident with Ronaldo and Raúl. Even Morientes isn't as good as Su. To say Morientes is inferior to Su is simply the talk of a fake fan. Besides, with Owen arriving, both Su and Morientes will have to step aside. Owen is injury-prone, and Ronaldo also suffers from injury troubles. With Hang's terrible eating habits, he's bound to become a glass man too. It would be a blessing if those three don't form a glass trident. Amidst the clamor, Real Madrid's new season training officially commenced. All players were required to undergo pre-season medical examinations. Most players had gained weight over the summer, a natural occurrence. However, when Hang's physical test results came out, the entire team was stunned. Ronaldo, weren't you supposed to be eating nothing but junk food? Beckham, 8% body fat. That's the best I've managed in years. Weren't you supposed to have gained weight? Zidane, Hangzi, those 15 pounds you put on. They can't all be muscle, can they? Figo, what happened to all that traveling you talked about? You? Raúl, you didn't train all summer, did you? These gossips had hit the nail on the head. Hang nodded. You can't trust the news out there. I did eat Chinese food because anyone who's tried it finds it hard to resist. But Chinese cuisine is vast with many styles. Its nutritional balance is no worse than red wine salad or steak. I did gain weight, but it's not fat, it's muscle. 15 pounds is the limit. I'm still growing, so I can't suddenly pack on too much muscle and risk extra strain. 8% body fat hasn't fully met my standards yet. As my fitness plan progresses, I aim to maintain around 6%. Lastly, I did train all summer because I know that even so, I'm still far behind all of you. I visited a few countries, but that was to invite top trainers, specialists in sports medicine, training, design, football, physical conditioning, visual training, about a dozen people in total. If anyone needs them in the future, I can have my training team offer their services. The personal team standard for future superstars was not yet popular at this stage. Many star players considered it a complete waste, but time would tell them that spending money was the way to earn more. In this regard, one simply couldn't skimp. Through scientific training that summer, Hang's strength skyrocketed from 76 to 82 and is jumping from 70 to 74. Hang spoke with ease, laughing and chatting with the galaxy of stars. Not far away, players like Bravo, Pavon, Borja, Fran Soldado, and Lopez watched with envy. They were even a few years older than Hang, yet they felt exceptionally awkward around those superstars. If it was like this off the pitch, how could they ever be natural while playing? How could their performance possibly be good? Before long, Camacho arrived. The team officially began its first day of training, though basic physical data could still be clearly observed. Endurance tests, 30-meter sprint tests, explosive power tests, agility tests, strength tests. The data clearly showed who was stronger and who was weaker. The superstar-level players didn't perform poorly in any of these metrics. For instance, Beckham had exceptional stamina, while Ronaldo, Owen, and Carlos possessed astonishing speed. Zidane, Figo, and Owen displayed incredible agility. Samuel Woodgate and Morientes were brimming with strength. Souhang ranked near the bottom in every category except strength, where he barely kept up with the top tier. Despite a month of specialized training, his foundation was still too weak. Such data was far from meeting the exacting standards of the notoriously strict Camacho. The next day, the team held bulwark training. The gap between superstars and ordinary players widened further. Among the superstars, Ronaldo and Zidane stood out as a class of their own, even more dazzling. As for Souhang, he was even worse. His ball skills weren't just a pile of garbage, they were a veritable heap of it. He was firmly rooted at the very bottom of the team. Camacho was astonished. He asked his assistant coaching team if Souhang had been this terrible last season. Real Madrid's goalkeeping coach Simon shook his head. No, he's performing much better now than he did in training last season. His progress has been very rapid. Camacho nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was an improvement. Did Real Madrid's fans know their crown prince couldn't control a ball within 10 meters? Ridiculous. How did a slacker like this get into Real Madrid? Even the worst first-team player from the Segunda División team Camacho had coached was far better than Souhang. Camacho began to sympathize with his predecessor Queiroz. How agonizing must it be for a head coach to have a player who could barely play football, yet be forced by external pressure to put him on the pitch? Camacho's mind raced. Because what Queiroz had to face, he would have to face as well. The preseason training camp quickly reached its end, and Real Madrid played a couple of friendly matches. But the results weren't great. Camacho had an important task to change Real Madrid's formation from a single striker to two strikers. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the luxurious midfield and forward line. This was a direct order from Florentino Perez. But soon Camacho ran into trouble. He didn't play Souhang in either friendly, and Real Madrid's fans were very unhappy about it. Why isn't Souhang playing? If this is Camacho's attitude, he can get sacked right now. If Souhang isn't even being used, is he going to be benched all season again? Owen is indeed sharp and Morientes fits seamlessly into the team, but isn't it too much to deny Souhang a chance to compete? Is it because Souhang is young? Does Camacho have a bias against young players? Wave after wave of public opinion began to attack Camacho. Camacho was furious. On August 7th, during a Real Madrid intra-squad training match, Souhang, playing as a forward for the reserve team, was ineffective against the defense of Woodgate and Helguera. Camacho watched, shaking his head and sighing. A player like this, would you dare to play him? How much do you hate winning? After the training match, a verbal altercation broke out in the Real Madrid locker room. It started when Woodgate complained to his English compatriot Owen about Souhang. Woodgate believed Souhang's skill level was too poor to compete with Owen for a starting spot. Owen didn't say much in response, telling Woodgate that since they were new arrivals, they should be mindful of their words to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Unfortunately, Borja overheard the conversation. Borja wasn't an outstanding player, but he was the one on the team most grateful to Souhang. He absolutely would not allow anyone to speak ill of Souhang. Borja immediately demanded that Woodgate apologize to Souhang. Woodgate, considering himself a top English center-back, and Borja merely a mediocre product of Real Madrid's youth academy, refused to apologize. As the dispute escalated, Pavon Bravo and Fran, upon learning the situation after entering the locker room, immediately came to Borja's aid, and the two sides nearly came to blows. It was not until Captain Raúl intervened that the situation was brought under control. As more players streamed into the locker room, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Many players turned their gazes towards Souhang. In theory, Raúl had the authority to decide how this matter should be resolved. However, after the crucial matches of the previous season, Souhang had already established a certain standing within the team. Coupled with his good relationships with superstars like Zidane, Ronaldo, Figo, and Beckham, especially Zidane, Raúl had to respect Souhang's opinion. When Raúl also looked at Souhang, Owen knew Souhang's true status in the team. Trouble was brewing. Souhang, a substitute striker worth only $2 million, held more weight in the eyes of players like Raúl than Woodgate, whom Real Madrid had purchased for a whopping €18 million. Because Raúl had not glanced at Woodgate even once. This was utterly astonishing. If it were said that Pavon Bravo and Fran supported Souhang due to positional conflicts with Woodgate, then there was no reason for Real Madrid's attacking superstars not to back Woodgate, a defensive stalwart. It's all right. Souhang stepped forward. Let's not be so serious. Woodgate is right. I still need improvement in many areas. Of course, Woodgate, if you have any opinions next time, you can tell me directly on the spot. If it's during a match, you can talk to me or Captain Raúl right after the game. We are a team, and we all belong to Real Madrid. Pointing out a teammate's flaws, helping them correct them, and making everyone better. That's one of the purposes of this locker room. Owen was stunned. Woodgate's face flushed crimson momentarily, at a loss for words. This Su-Hang was far too amiable. No one is perfect, we can all improve. Su-Hang scanned his teammates, then pointed at Ronaldo. You Roni. I must warn you, you did something very wrong today. Ronaldo furrowed his brow. You used the pendulum dribble again, didn't you? Su-Hang said, though you didn't do it multiple times, I saw it. You definitely used it. I told you you need to take care of your knees. It's fine in real matches, but in training games and friendlies, you're not allowed to use the pendulum dribble. That cheat-level move is only for opponents. If you don't mind, I can have my team give you a physiotherapy session tomorrow to help relieve the fatigue in your knees. The newly joined Samuel nodded inwardly. This kid had exceptional emotional intelligence. He had both reprimanded Ronaldo and strengthened his bond with him, while simultaneously diverting everyone's attention from the Woodgate incident. What was this? This was leadership. This child was a born leader. He knew how to get along harmoniously with superiors, peers, and subordinates. This was truly rare. How many heroes had been stumped by this one book on emotional intelligence? Subsequently, Su-Hang announced that tonight, as young Master Su, he would treat everyone to a grand feast to unwind. Zidane was the first to nod in agreement, showing his support for Su-Hang through action. The others naturally found it hard to decline. During dinner, Su-Hang made a point of toasting Borja and others who had stood up for him, expressing that he would remember this loyalty and never forget his brothers. A few of the young Real Madrid players, tipsy from drinking, felt immensely gratified and nearly swore brotherhood with Su-Hang. That very evening, news of the incident reached Camacho and Florentino. Camacho realized Su-Hang's unique influence within the team. Su-Hang was not just an ordinary youth academy player or a substitute. He understood that if he couldn't resolve the Su-Hang issue soon, his coaching tenure at Real Madrid would completely lose the initiative. The next day, Camacho announced the starting lineup for Real Madrid's first leg of the Champions League qualifier. 3 days later, Su-Hang, Owen, Solari, Zidane, Beckham, Figo, Carlos, Samuel, Woodgate, Salgado, Casillas. Meanwhile, Salad's Borja, Pavon, and Guti were included on the substitute list. Real Madrid's top superstar Ronaldo was absent due to possible physical discomfort. The media quickly delved into an in-depth analysis of the list. Camacho's first battle as Real Madrid coach. Real Madrid's entry into the Champions League group stage is at stake, but the opponent Krakow is weak and nothing to worry about. High stakes, low difficulty. Camacho chooses to rest Ronaldo, Raúl, and others while evaluating new signings. More of a selection trial than a match. Players who perform well in this game may earn a spot in Camacho's true starting 11. The Golden Boy plus the Crown Prince of Real Madrid. Can this forward line bring surprises to Real Madrid fans? Samuel and Woodgate, can the high-priced central defensive duo withstand the test? Almost everyone was satisfied with Camacho's list. Injury-prone players were rested. New signings were given a trial. The new formation was also fine-tuned. Crucially, Crown Prince Su was finally playing. Everything seemed perfect. Only Clara, a columnist for Marca, questioned Camacho's motives. Camacho appears to have complied with Real Madrid's public opinion by arranging Su-Hang to play. But his intentions may not be pure. Up front, Owen and Su-Hang have never played together. They have zero chemistry. Su-Hang previously played as a lone striker. Abruptly switching to a two-striker system could lead to tactical maladjustment. Choosing two new players for the central defensive pairing, their lack of coordination could also bring disastrous consequences. If Su-Hang underperforms or the team fails to win, Camacho can legitimately drop Su-Hang. In the second leg of the qualifiers, with superstars like Ronaldo returning, Real Madrid will have no trouble advancing to the Champions League group stage. A comparison would further prove the wisdom of Camacho starting Su-Hang. Camacho kills the chicken to scare the monkey, seizing true control of the team, a multi-pronged strategy. Camacho's intentions are sinister. Clara's column garnered likes from some of Su-Hang's fans. Subsequently, the media interviewed Camacho about this. Camacho's grim expression seemed to say, "Damn, he saw through me." But this was an open scheme. Even if Su-Hang or Florentino knew, there was nothing they could do. On August 11th, the first leg of the Champions League qualifier. Krakow vs. Real Madrid. Home team, first away team, second. The match was held at Krakow's home ground, the Henry Raymond Municipal Stadium. The venue could only hold 10,000 fans, yet it was packed to capacity. Outside the stadium, there was a sea of people. Despite the absence of Ronaldo and Raúl, many football stars were present. The Poles would never miss this chance to witness the brilliance of superstars. As for the match outcome, they harbored no particular obsession. Scoring a goal would be considered a victory. After all, their opponent was Real Madrid. As the referee's whistle resounded, the match officially commenced. Su-Hang appeared stern-faced, yet inwardly he was flustered beyond measure. Without the crutch of time cards, every match was a grueling ordeal. Yet soon he sensed a difference. The vision of level 8 was like unlocking a new world. Su Heng found even deliberate offside moves becoming effortless. No longer did he need to linger on the offside line like a fool as he had in the past. He merely had to retreat to the offside sanctuary 5 to 10 seconds before his teammate passed. The risk of exposing his passive play was drastically reduced. Absolutely delightful. Yet Su Heng also realized that the players of Krakow were vastly inferior in skill to those of Real Madrid. His offside runs even drew the attention of Krakow's defenders, creating several golden opportunities for Owen. In the 7th minute, as Su Heng's movement pulled defenders away, Figo crossed from the flank to find Owen. Owen's first-time volley was saved by the keeper. In the 12th minute, Su Heng's offside run again lured the opposition. This time Zidane unleashed a long-range strike, earning a corner kick. Beckham took the corner, and Englishman Woodgate's header struck the crossbar, narrowly, missing his debut goal for Real Madrid. In the 18th minute, Su Heng dropped back to receive the ball, passed it to Zidane, and surged forward. Zidane then distributed to Solari on the left flank. This time Su Heng's run was not offside, yet he still drew defenders. The area in front of Krakow's penalty box lay exposed. Solari drove into that zone and unleashed a long-range shot that missed the goal by less than a meter, still a potent threat. Real Madrid's offensive onslaught was relentless. A goal seemed inevitable. Everyone on Real Madrid's side was relaxed, except for Camacho. Camacho's face was a mask of utter disbelief. He never imagined that this patchwork Real Madrid lineup could dominate Krakow. The level of Polish league football was woefully inadequate, offering no pressure to Real Madrid. Damn. In the 20th minute, Samuel won an aerial duel and nodded the ball to Beckham. The latter immediately launched a long pass to Su Heng. Su Heng held off the opposing center-back at the front, leaped to head the ball back to Owen beside him. Owen's subsequent long shot lacked control and sailed into the stands. Yet Owen gave Su Heng a thumbs-up. Su Heng, however, furrowed his brow. He realized that in this match he hardly needed to dodge the ball. Krakow's players, both in defensive awareness and physical prowess, were far inferior to La Liga teams. Su Heng's header duel was won with ease. Real Madrid has dominated without scoring for a while. That's risky. If Krakow launches a swift counterattack, Real Madrid might fall behind. Apart from that header layoff, Su Heng has posed little threat. That's not the performance of a qualified striker. They call him the Prince of Real Madrid, a killer on par with Ronaldo and Raúl. But now he seems far inferior to Owen beside him. It seems Ronaldo's partner will be chosen from Owen or Morieni's. Su Heng is definitely out of the picture. Numerous knowledgeable commentators criticized Su Heng's performance. After all, in this Real Madrid midfield and attack, who else could be criticized? They were all superstars, each with a legion of fans. The only non-star, Solari, was playing quite well, so Su Heng had to bear the brunt. In the 23rd minute, Su Heng again dropped back to the attacking midfield position. He shot a glance at Zidane, who had the ball. Zidane was surprised. Su Heng had the same idea. Bang. Zidane passed to Su Heng. Bang. Su Heng, holding off the opposing defensive midfielder, slanted a pass back, executing a 1-2 with Zidane. Simultaneously, he turned and charged into the box. Bang. Zidane also played a 1-2, knocking the ball ahead to Su Heng. That was exactly what Su Heng's glance had signaled. Consecutive 1-2s. Great chance. Su Heng and Zidane combined for a brilliant 10-2. Su Heng has the ball in the box. He has a shooting opportunity. But Krakow's center-back steps forward with hands behind his back, adopting a blocking stance, sealing Su Heng's shooting path. A shot is possible, but a pass would be better. Owen is in a good position, but Su Heng might not see him because Krakow's other center-back is blocking his view. Bang. Su Heng slotted a crossfield pass. The ball was inches from Krakow's center-back, who never expected Su Heng to pass. Even Owen was caught off guard, nearly overrunning. Fortunately, Owen's adjustment was superb. He hooked the ball forward with one foot and fired a low shot. Swish. The ball flew into Krakow's net. Goal. It's 1-0. Real Madrid unsurprisingly takes the lead. The newly signed Flying Dutchman Owen scores Real Madrid's first official goal of the season. Owen becomes Real Madrid's fourth Ballon d'Or winner after Figo, Zidane, and Ronaldo. The English superstar lives up to his reputation. Of course, half the credit for this goal goes to Su Heng, who provided the assist. He linked the midfield and attack, executed a 1-2 with Zidane, and then another to set up Owen. A perfect combination. Applause erupted from the stands. Camacho was stunned on the sidelines. Su Heng got an assist. How the hell is this possible? That damn slacker. What incredible luck. Zidane had drawn so much attention that it freed Su Heng. On the field, the team gathered around Owen to celebrate. Owen especially thanked Su Heng. Su, thanks for the pass. It was brilliant. Su Heng smiled. Your finish was also impressive. Zidane whispered in Su Heng's ear. Hey kid, has your vision improved? Su Heng was startled. As expected of Zizou, he could tell. You and Owen had no chemistry in your runs, and you didn't follow the team's tactics, so logically you shouldn't have seen him. Zidane patted Su Heng's head. Su Heng smiled without a word. Indeed, that pass had little to do with chemistry. It was purely due to his enhanced vision. Including the consecutive 1-2s with Zidane, it was because Su Heng could see the play. Before, he lacked that ability. In the 25th minute, Samuel made another interception. Beckham passed to Zidane. Zidane feinted past a defender and crossed to Solari, while Su Heng called for the ball at the top of the box. But Solari took a long shot that went wide again. Solari hadn't seen Su Heng. Su Heng thus confirmed that Solari's vision hadn't reached level 8. A bit lacking indeed. In the 33rd minute, Owen broke through with the ball, creating a free kick in the attacking area. Beckham took the free kick and a curling shot hit the post, just missing the luck. In the 38th minute, Figo successfully broke through on the wing and delivered a through ball. Owen, who had made a forward run to the near post, received the ball and scored a magnificent goal from a tight angle. But before he could celebrate, the referee signaled for offside. Owen had started his run a bit too early, or perhaps Figo underestimated Owen's speed and delivered the pass too late. In any case, it was still a matter of chemistry. However, that should not diminish the high difficulty of Owen's disallowed goal. Owen's skill quickly earned him the recognition of the fans present. It seems Morientes has no chance. Owen is too sharp. The front line he forms with Ronaldo will surely conquer La Liga. As for Su Heng, apart from the assist just now, he hasn't shown much brilliance. All I've seen is a mediocre forward. I don't understand why he is hailed as the Prince of Real Madrid. I also don't know why Queiroz holds Su Heng in such high regard. Sky Sports broadcasted this match due to Owen and Woodgate, but they had a low evaluation of Su Heng. This is because Transfermarkt recently released a list of 2004 football's rising stars. The list is filled with new stars. Torres, Quaresma, Company, Sneijder, Etching, Iniesta, Adebayor, De Rossi, Milner, Tevez, Robinho, Rooney, Cristiano Ronaldo, and so on. Some of them have been prodigies since childhood. Others led weaker teams to impressive achievements. Some have become the hope of revival for prestigious clubs. Yet Su Heng managed to enter the list with just 3 games from last season, sparking significant controversy. Moreover, Su Heng's ranking is even above the British star Wayne Rooney. Can you believe it? The English media is filled with malice towards Su Heng. In the 41st minute, Su Heng again dropped back to receive the ball. This time, the opposing midfielder deliberately defended against Su Heng, cutting off Zidane's connection with him. Bang! Zidane passed to Figo. Figo once again broke through on the wing. In the past, Su Heng would have felt a bit anxious at this moment, not knowing how to position himself, especially with many new teammates. But now, even if many teammates did not run into position as required, Su Heng could still spot some gaps among the crowd. If you don't know how to position yourself, running into the gaps is always the right choice. Su Heng pulled to the right, arriving at the outer edge of the penalty area. Bang! Figo crossed the ball. The football was deflected by a defender, changing its course. By coincidence, it flew towards Su Heng. Without hesitation, Su Heng took 2 steps forward and blasted the ball. The shot at 72 was not very high, but in the wide open space with no defenders, the accuracy was still quite reliable. Whoosh! The football found the back of the Krakow net. The commentator from Sky Sports looked pained. Just moments ago, he had said Su Heng was underwhelming, and now he scored a goal. Su Heng's luck is truly remarkable. The deflected ball flew towards him, and this shot was almost effortless. It was an opportunity that even my grandmother could score. 2-0. Real Madrid's progression into the Champions League knockout stage is almost a certainty. Although the match has 2 legs, Real Madrid has already proven that Krakow is not on the same level as them. The Sky Sports commentator was downplaying things. However, Queiroz, who was also watching, did not think so. The ball's deflection was a stroke of luck. But Su Heng's positioning was not a coincidence. Opportunities are only available to those who are prepared. The position Su Heng ran to was inherently conducive to receiving Figo's pass. Moreover, if Figo lost the ball, Su Heng's position could serve as the first line of interception against the opponent. It was an exceptionally favorable position. The only players who had just discovered this position were Su Heng and Zidane. After seeing Su Heng run there, Zidane went to fill another more concealed position. Then the first half ended with a score of 2-0. Both sides returned to the locker room for adjustments. Krakow needed to find a way to recover the score. Meanwhile, Real Madrid aimed to get more players on the field to find their match rhythm. This was a direct quote from Camacho. He made 3 substitutions during the halftime break. Borja replaced Zidane. Guti replaced Beckham. Pavin replaced Samuel. It seemed there were no issues. However, in the first half, Zidane, as the central midfielder, had many connections with Su Heng. Although Beckham played a bit deeper, he also had several good combinations with the dropping Su Heng. Adding to that was Samuel, who had the best defensive performance in the first half. Camacho essentially replaced all the players who performed well and had chemistry with Su Heng. Sure enough, Real Madrid's performance immediately declined in the second half. Zidane played as a central midfielder, the core of the midfield. Borja, however, was merely a midfield worker. Moreover, Gudi's defense and passing were also not as stable as Beckham's. In the 68th minute, Krakow won 3 consecutive corner kick opportunities. Real Madrid's defense was fraught with danger. Pavin's defensive capabilities were clearly not on par with Samuel's. In the 74th minute, Borja sent a knife ball, and Su Hang's ability to handle the ball was not strong to begin with, let alone with such a difficult pass. The opponent immediately intercepted the ball from Su Hang and launched a smooth counterattack. Pavin made a defensive error, and the opponent easily shot and scored. 1-2. Krakow pulled one back. The 10,000 fans in attendance were ecstatic. They even believed that their team had already achieved the biggest goal of the season. They had breached Real Madrid's defense. Oh, Pavin's performance was terrible. He made too many mistakes today, even though he has only been on the field for a little over 20 minutes. But the main culprit for this goal conceded should be Su Hang. His ball handling ability is too poor. This counterattack started from the moment he was dispossessed. Sky Sports acted as if they were blind, making no comments on Borja's pass. While the opponent celebrated, Su Hang found Borja no need to deliberately pass to other teammates more often. I mainly attract the opponent's firepower. Borja suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. He had a good relationship with Su Hang, so he was always thinking about passing the ball to Su Hang, resulting in unexpected trouble for him. In the 79th minute, Borja held the ball in the center and was besieged. Su Hang dropped back to support. Because in the previous few times Su Hang had not been passed by Borja, the Krakow players did not specifically target Su Hang, knowing it would not be difficult to defend once Su Hang had the ball. Borja passed the ball to Su Hang, successfully getting rid of the crisis. Just before the opponent closed in, Su Hang returned the ball to the feet of center-back Woodgate. Then he turned and made a forward run. Borja also made a forward run. Woodgate passed to Gudi. Suddenly, Gudi channeled Beckham and made a long pass that reached the vicinity of the penalty area. Gudi's passing is generally not as good as Beckham's. However, occasionally a surprising pass can arise, which is why he is referred to as the Demon Blade. This kick was almost aimed directly at Su Hang's head as he surged forward. Seeing this, the two central defenders of Krakow advanced together in an attempt to block Su Hang. However, Su Hang had been dispossessed earlier precisely because the opponent had used excessive force bordering on a foul. But the referee didn't blow his whistle, indicating that his officiating standards were relatively lenient. Since that was the case, Su Hang could also go all out without holding back. He immediately exerted his strength to clash with the opponent, successfully activating physical suppression. Bearing the weight of 2 men, he managed to head the ball precisely to Owen, who was beside him. To Su Hang's right, Owen had the ball. To Su Hang's left, Borja was making a run forward. The two central defenders immediately abandoned Su Hang and rushed left and right respectively. Bang! After receiving the ball, Owen made a brief observation and then slotted a diagonal pass. The ball rolled into the penalty area. Su Hang, now unmarked after being double-teamed, easily entered the box, received the ball at the penalty spot, and completed the shot. It was another shooting opportunity akin to a training drill. Swish! The ball sailed over the arm of the Krakow goalkeeper and into the far corner. It wasn't a curled shot, nor was the angle particularly sharp, but fortunately the opposing goalkeeper's skill level was also not high. Goal. 3-1. Su Hang. It's Su Hang again. Su Hang scores a brace. Well done. He has completely torn the opponent's defense line apart. 2 goals and 1 assist. Su Hang is unstoppable today. Commentators from various outlets changed their previous criticisms of Su Hang. Su Hang might have been absent for most of the game. But this goal he scored was truly magnificent. That header holding off 2 defenders made him look like a god of war. After scoring, Su Hang ducked to avoid Owen, who came to celebrate, and sprinted towards the corner flag. Owen could only follow behind. Su Hang leaped high, spun 180 degrees in the air, dropped his arms, and landed with a resounding thud. Shoo! In the camera frame, the number 24, Su Hang, came into view. At Su Hang's request, the name order on his jersey had been changed to the Chinese convention. Many Polish fans would forever remember this image. A thunderous applause filled the stadium. It was as if the Polish fans had been conquered by Su Hang's goal. But in truth, they had celebrated every goal scored today. This wasn't exactly turning against their home team, but rather an appreciation for a star-studded squad. Wow, what a cool celebration. This is Su Hang's signature celebration. Last season, when he won the Copa del Rey and defeated Barcelona, he made this same blood-pumping celebration. The Su from his mouth might be a celebratory shout, or it might be his surname. Anyway, Real Madrid fans have all learned this celebratory chant. He has conquered this stadium. He has conquered the Polish people. At this moment, everyone knew the match was over. Krakow could no longer change anything, because they were up against an invincible warrior, Su Hang. Yet this formidable Real Madrid crown prince wasn't even the first choice for the team's forward line. He wasn't even the second choice. Can you believe it? Similarly, Su Hang was also quite frustrated. He hadn't intended to shine so brightly. But Camacho was too malicious, trying to drive him out of Real Madrid. How could that be tolerated? In the 85th minute, Guti sent another through ball, which also showed that Krakow's defensive quality was truly lacking. Solari once again ignored Su Hang's call for the ball and took a long shot that went high. This time he saw Su Hang, but he wanted to score himself. There was no helping it. The competition in Real Madrid's midfield and forward lines was too fierce. For Solari to secure a stable substitute position, he had to perform better. This spirit infected Su Hang. What a great guy Solari was. Zidane and the others, you should all learn from him. If all those Real Madrid main players had this kind of spirit and could finish the play themselves, why would Su Hang need to be on edge? So Su Hang gave Solari a thumbs up, meaning well played. This in turn made Solari feel a bit embarrassed. Su Hang was truly magnanimous. Solari vowed that next time he had the chance he would definitely pass the ball to Su Hang more. In the end, the match concluded with a score of 3-1. With 2 goals and 1 assist, Su Hang outperformed his teammate Owen, who had 1 goal and 1 assist to be named man of the match. Considering this lineup was essentially Real Madrid's second team, Krakow still couldn't hold them off. The second leg of the match was even more predictable. 2 goals and 1 assist. Real Madrid Crown Prince helps team secure Champions League group stage spot. Man of the match. Su Hang outshines Owen to win the honor. The real deal. Su Hang's dominant performance proves he deserves the title of bright prospect. He might even be underrated. His ranking shouldn't be too far behind Cristiano Ronaldo, Iniesta, or Torres. Connection. Su Hang and Owen have excellent chemistry exchanging assists. Is Morieni's position in jeopardy? Insider Morieni's return to Real Madrid based on a promise his playing order will definitely be ahead of Su Hang. Successful trial. Owen, Samuel, and Woodgate perform well. Real Madrid's forward line upgraded, defense secure. Kicker releases Champions League prediction list. Real Madrid's winning probability tops the chart. An easy victory allowed Real Madrid to shake off the shadows of last season. Everything seemed to be going so smoothly. Su Hang also gained Owen's friendship through his assist to him, and ding, Owen finds it very pleasant to cooperate with you. It's hard for Ronaldo to provide him an assist when he has a good shooting chance. But Owen thinks your speed is too slow, so he has gifted you Whirlwind Youth. Whirlwind Youth, star-level skill. There are many Whirlwind Youths, but Owen is the most dazzling among them. Your speed, explosiveness, and positioning will be improved. In the last 5 minutes of a match, you have one and only one chance to activate the Whirlwind effect, which will greatly enhance your initial burst of speed. Owen is amazing. Look at Owen. Unlike those stingy veterans at Real Madrid, he's provided technical support after just 1 game. Generous. I will always appreciate you, Kyrie Owen. Michael Owen. Thanks to Owen's generosity, Su Hang's explosiveness attribute was unlocked, and it appeared straight at 74. Consequently, Su Hang gained another item in his daily training regimen. To save time, Su Hang's personal training team was on standby directly at Real Madrid's training ground. As soon as the team training ended, Su Hang would start his individual extra practice. Camacho was very dissatisfied with this ostentatious behavior. Didn't I give you a good enough workout? You still need extra practice. That same day, Camacho spoke with the training ground manager, hinting that he should ensure security and not allow unrelated personnel into the facility. However, the next day, Camacho found Su Hang's team there again. He went to confront the training ground manager. The manager told him that Su Hang's team had been personally authorized by Florentino. Camacho was trembling with rage. Su Hang had gone over his head. Did he have any respect for the head coach? But the truth was, last night, when Florentino invited Zidane, Ronaldo, Figo, Beckham, and other stars to a team event, he heard them talking about Su Hang's team and expressing envy. They had also enjoyed the team's recovery massages and physiotherapy after training and found it excellent. Only then did Florentino give Su Hang's team the green light. About 10 days later, Real Madrid completed their 3rd friendly match. At the same time, they welcomed the most important game before the start of the new season, the Spanish Super Cup. The Spanish Super Cup is contested between the La Liga champion and the Copa del Rey champion from the previous season, serving as the season opener. If the same club wins both La Liga and the Copa del Rey, the opponent is the Copa del Rey runner-up. Last season's La Liga champion was Valencia. The Copa del Rey champion was Real Madrid. Thus, they faced off for the Spanish Super Cup. Other countries have similar competitions: the Italian Super Cup, French Super Cup, German Super Cup, English Community Shield. The rules may vary slightly, but the general idea is the same: a clash of champions. Each year, the UEFA Champions League winner and the Europa League winner also compete in the UEFA Super Cup, the grandest of them all. The Super Cup is an additional honor, not particularly prestigious, but it's still a trophy. In the future, many trebles, quintuples, and sextuples include this accolade. Although Valencia were La Liga champions and had reached the Champions League final twice in recent years, most believed Real Madrid would win the Spanish Super Cup. Such was the influence of the Galácticos. Facing a strong opponent in a match that involved the title, Camacho dared not take risks. Before the match, he announced what he considered Real Madrid's strongest lineup: Ronaldo, Owen, Zidane, Raúl, Figo, Beckham, Carlos, Samuel, Woodgate, Salgado, Casillas. Apart from whether Woodgate was necessarily better than Helguera, this lineup was flawless on paper. To accommodate Owen, Camacho changed Real Madrid's traditional single-striker formation. He removed a defensive midfield position, Guda's spot. Whether Beckham, as the sole defensive midfielder, could shoulder the responsibility of anchoring the defense was a key point of the match. How luxurious was this lineup? Ronaldo, Owen, Zidane, Figo, 4 Ballon d'Or winners. Raúl, Beckham, Carlos. All had finished as high as second in the Ballon d'Or voting. Quasi-Ballon d'Or winners. With this lineup, the identities of Valencia's players became irrelevant. But soon someone spotted a new talking point in Real Madrid's squad. It wasn't the starters, but the substitutes. Nor was it Morientes, Guti, Helguera, Solari, or other renowned bench players. It was Su Hang. Marca, am I seeing things, or did Real Madrid make a mistake? In this season's La Liga player registration, the captain list submitted by Real Madrid actually includes Su Hang. This news ignited Spain almost instantly. Every league requires a team to have 4 captains, 1 primary, and 3 deputies. Because football involves various rotations and substitutions, if the captain is not on the pitch, the armband goes to the second captain, and so on. Real Madrid's first captain was Raúl. The second was Guti. The third was Salgado. According to Real Madrid's rules, based on time spent with the first team, the fourth captain should have been Casillas. But the list submitted by Real Madrid this season showed their fourth captain as Su Hang. Everyone was stunned. How could it be Su Hang? He was the last to join the first team last season. He had played the fewest matches among the squad. By seniority, ability, or influence, he was the last in line. This indicated external intervention in Real Madrid's captaincy declaration. Undoubtedly, it was Florentino. If before calling Su Hang the crown prince of Real Madrid was merely a wishful compliment, then from now on Su Hang was the true crown prince. This was official recognition. Looking back at Real Madrid's rejection of Manchester United's loan request, people now understood it differently. So Real Madrid had already cemented Su Hang's status back then. Casillas, who should have been the fourth captain, expressed disappointment. But he didn't cause any trouble. After all, he wasn't stripped of the captaincy, he just didn't become the fourth captain. The blow to his pride wasn't too severe. Some media interviewed Su Hang before the match. Reporter: Su Hang, congratulations on becoming the youngest fourth captain in Real Madrid's history. Su Hang humbly said, "Thank you all for your kindness. I know I don't deserve this fourth captaincy. Casillas is more qualified than I am." The reporter laughed. Su Hang was still too young. He mentioned Casillas himself. Throwing out this topic could cause chaos within Real Madrid. Reporter: So what do you plan to do? Will you resign as fourth captain and hand it over to Casillas? Or are you reluctant to let go? Su Hang shook his head. Other reporters grew excited, starting to draft headlines. Real Madrid crown prince stingy. Refuses to return the fourth captaincy he stole from Casillas. Backdoor deal. Su Hang's seniority unworthy of fourth captain, Casillas the victim. Listen, aren't these headlines thrilling? Then Real Madrid's internal harmony would be disrupted, even if it wasn't already. However, Su Hang shifted his tone. Casillas is the best goalkeeper I've ever encountered. He is world-class. In fact, I believe he has the potential to be the world's #1 goalkeeper. The word give is an insult to Casillas. He doesn't need anyone to give him anything. He can earn everything through his own ability. I will cherish this honor of being fourth captain and play my role within the team. I hope that by the end of the season, everyone will think I've done a decent job as fourth captain. I will use my personal team to provide better training services for my teammates. I will at least invite the entire team to dine together more than 5 times this season to strengthen our bond. When tensions run high, I will be the first to step in as a mediator. Even if I get criticized for it, I can take it. I am willing to bear the negative emotions of the team. I will do my best. Su Hang's attitude was very proper. This response was a textbook answer. At first glance, Su Hang seemed humble. But on closer inspection, it was all about having it both ways. He wanted the fourth captaincy, but he also wanted to maintain his friendship with Casillas. He would participate in team management. He would regulate the team through training, locker room atmosphere, and personal relationships. This was the power of wealth. Take it or leave it. To be fair, most players couldn't handle this. Most reporters were satisfied with Su Hang's reply. But journalists from the Catalonia region refused to give up the chance to stir trouble, pressing Su Hang, "Oh. Then what would you do when there's competition for positions within the team? Or to put it bluntly, will you use your status as fourth captain for personal gain? For example, competing for a starting spot." The Catalans revealed their true intentions. Zidane was walking nearby, noticed the reporter's siege, and tried to shield Su Hang. But Su Hang wouldn't give Zidane that chance. The Catalan brothers' question was Suhang's favorite of the day bar none. Suhang smiled and said, "You clearly don't understand the Eastern culture of humility. This is too simple. I want to compete for the starting striker position within the team. If there's any positional conflict with any player on my team, I'm willing to unilaterally give up the competition. With the team's permission I'd even be fine not making the substitute list. This is what I as the fourth captain should do for the team." Zinedine Zidane was utterly stunned. It was the first time he had ever heard a player say such a thing. The other reporters were dumbfounded too. Suhang was far too magnanimous. To make up for this undeserved fourth captaincy, he was willing to give up his position and happily serve as support. This level of thinking simply crushed the majority of footballers who fought tooth and nail for positions. Was this the Eastern virtue? It was enough to cleanse the filthy souls of Europeans. Looking at Suhang's sincere smile, these reporters couldn't bear to utter a single negative word. Suhang was truly the light of humanity in football. This interview also directly dispelled the hostility of players competing with him for positions, such as Fernando Morientes, Javier Portillo, and Roberto Soldado. They had thought Suhang would use his status as the fourth captain to pressure them and gain an illegal advantage in the playing order. But was this Suhang? Wasn't this Jesus? The greatest fourth captain in Real Madrid's history. Suhang willing to withdraw from the forward competition. Suhang am still young and willing to give opportunities to those who need them more. Suhang letting good players play is my responsibility as the fourth captain. Sacrifice the self to achieve the whole. Suhang shows the world of football the radiance of humanity. This is a true prince. Suhang is as merciful as Jesus. For the team, he would rather sacrifice himself. Reading these news reports, even Suhang felt a bit ashamed. He simply hadn't developed his strength yet and didn't want to play for the time being. Let him train well at Real Madrid's facilities for a couple of years, and they'd see how much he had changed. As for now, whoever wanted this chance to substitute for Ronaldo could have it. Suhang's goal was to have Ronaldo be his substitute in 2 years. Ronaldo, wow, what the? Ronaldo, I thought we were friends. Suhang, ahem, circumstances dictate actions are not. Even between close brothers, accounts must be clear. In the following days, Suhang clearly noticed that Portillo and Morientes had softened their attitudes towards him. They might not have realized it themselves, but their previous attitude towards Suhang had indeed been quite cold. The human heart is fickle. Su, are you sure? Really, Su, you're truly withdrawing from the competition? Su, you really? Am moved to tears. Zidane, David Beckham, Guti, and others would occasionally come to ask Suhang a question or two. Even Iker Casillas convinced himself, knowing he couldn't do what Suhang did, so it was only right that Suhang became the fourth captain. For a time, the atmosphere within the Real Madrid squad was incredibly harmonious. On August 22nd, the Spanish Super Cup officially arrived. Valencia was in truth a very capable team. But over the past 3 to 5 years, they had lost too many players to clubs like Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Lazio. These players combined could almost form another Valencia, so their ceiling wasn't particularly high. They were a first-rate team, but not a top-tier powerhouse. If Real Madrid hadn't underperformed last season, Valencia wouldn't have won the title. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. In the 3rd minute, Valencia winger Vicente broke into the box, shook off Jonathan Woodgate, and unleashed a sweeping shot. The ball was collected by a well-positioned Casillas. Woodgate's weakness of being easily fooled by feints began to show. English centre-backs for the most part were physically imposing but lacked finesse. In the 9th minute, Real Madrid launched an attack. Roberto Carlos delivered a cross from the byline. However, both Ronaldo and Michael Owen missed it, and the ball eventually went out for a goal kick on the far side. Ronaldo was undoubtedly one of the most perfect strikers, but his physical template wasn't flawless. At 180 meters, he was slightly short. Although his heading ability was quite good, it paled in comparison to his technical skills with his feet. Owen, standing at only 173 meters, definitely didn't excel at heading for goal. Carlos' crosses from the byline were better suited for when Morientes or Suhang were on the pitch. This cross became a microcosm of Real Madrid's play for the following period. The passers and the finishers simply couldn't connect directly. In the 26th minute, during a Valencia corner kick, centre-back Mauricio Pellegrino hit the crossbar with a header, nearly opening the scoring for his team. In the 29th minute, Real Madrid launched a counterattack. Zidane played a through ball to Ronaldo. Ronaldo attempted a 1-2 with Owen. However, the two had absolutely no understanding. Owen suddenly drifted wide and failed to receive Ronaldo's pass. It was a very unfortunate error. In the 42nd minute, Ronaldo created another threat, his long-range shot deflecting off the opposing centre-back's leg. The ball bounced to the side. Owen surged forward for a low shot, but the ball hit the opposing goalkeeper's body, bounced off Owen's chest, and rolled out for a goal kick. Real Madrid didn't even earn a corner. Despite boasting 2 Ballon d'Or winning forwards, Real Madrid displayed a clear striker deficiency. Ronaldo plus Owen yielded a result where 1 plus 1 was less than 2. During halftime, Real Madrid's assistant coaching staff suggested Camacho make adjustments. Florentino Perez was in the stadium today. Judging by his attire, he was prepared to receive the Spanish Super Cup. If Real Madrid ultimately lost, Camacho would likely face severe repercussions. Camacho could only turn his gaze towards Su Hang and Morientes. Who to put on? The second half began. The commentator noticed Real Madrid's change. Oh, Real Madrid made a substitution at halftime. Owen is taken off. He was ineffective in the first half, and Camacho is clearly dissatisfied with his performance. The English golden boy still doesn't seem to have found his form unless his partner is Su Hang. Real Madrid is replacing Owen with Su Hang. Shouldn't it be Morientes? This substitution is interesting. The camera cuts to Morientes. His expression is rather grim. Su Hang said he wouldn't compete for positions, but when it came down to it, he still got the nod over Morientes. That's a bit hard to justify. On the pitch, Su Hang was cursing internally. Camacho had set him up. Su Hang had just declared he wouldn't compete, and now he was the first-choice substitute. What would people think? They would surely see Su Hang as a hypocrite. Once Su Hang's relationships within the team collapsed, Camacho could drop him without any obstacles. Furthermore, by disciplining Su Hang, Camacho achieved the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. After all, he didn't dare to directly target superstars like Ronaldo or Zidane, but he was a coach who enjoyed establishing his authority by punishing players. If Carlos Queiroz was rigid, demanding high training volumes, which led to conflicts with the stars, then Camacho simply wanted to be above the players. Consequently, he would inevitably clash with Real Madrid's stars, and the conflict would be even greater. In the 56th minute, the dynamics shifted with Su Hang's entry. His key difference from Owen lay in his ability to drop deep to receive the ball. Su Hang dropped back to receive a pass from Raúl, then shielded off Navarro behind him to distribute the ball wide to Zidane. Zidane feigned an adjustment, then executed a sharp dribble that left the defender flat-foot. Bang! Zidane delivered a low-driven cross. The ball curved perfectly, bypassing Pellegrino to find Ronaldo behind him. Ronaldo latched onto it and slotted home with ease. Goal. 1-0. Real Madrid finally broke the deadlock. Zidane and Ronaldo, two of the world's best, connecting. I said it all along. Real Madrid could score at any moment. They only need to find their rhythm to defeat Valencia. Credit must go to Su Hang's crucial impact. His pass to Zidane was a masterstroke of simplicity. Unassuming yet perfect, it tore open Valencia's defense. Su Hang orchestrated an attack in less than 10 minutes. Su Hang was dumbfounded. How is that considered orchestration? Was Zidane's dribble a joke? He deserved the most credit for this goal. The curved cross was the true brilliance. Su Hang glanced at Morientes on the bench, his expression darkened further. In the 63rd minute, Carlos and Zidane executed an overlapping run. After beating his man, Carlos spotted Ronaldo drifting to the left flank. Bang! Carlos passed the ball to Ronaldo. The great Ronaldo cut inside, immediately dribbling past his marker. Though terms like inverted winger or cutting inside to shoot were not yet clearly defined in this era, Ronaldo had already mastered these tactics. In this world, paths are always blazed by pioneers before others follow and codify them. Ronaldo bypassed two defenders and charged into the box, intent on continuing his dribble. But Valencia's goalkeeper rushed out early, colliding with Ronaldo. The referee held his whistle. It was a clear foul by the keeper. It should have been a penalty. Yet he didn't blow the whistle because after the collision the ball rolled loose. And Real Madrid's No. 24 in white arrived to tap the ball into the empty net. Goal. 2-0. This match is sealed. It's Su Hang again. He pounced on Ronaldo's fortuitous pass to score. This goal, though simple, showcased Su Hang's positioning and attacking instinct. He and Ronaldo have incredible chemistry. Will he use his signature celebration? The answer was no. Because Su Hang noticed Ronaldo's contorted expression. No way. Ronnie, don't scare me. If you're injured, I might have to start the next game. Su Hang rushed to Ronaldo's side, first deeply concerned for his teammate. The medical team is on the pitch. Oh, this is terrible news. Ronaldo seems injured and cannot continue. Real Madrid substitutes Morientes for Ronaldo. This changes the game. Both Morientes and Su Hang lack a certain explosive edge. Real Madrid's attack might stall. The situation unfolded as the commentator predicted. After Ronaldo's exit, Valencia launched a furious counterattack. In the 69th minute, Valencia midfielder Aymar dribbled past several players, drawing a yellow card for Beckham. Aymar's greatest achievement wasn't shining at Valencia, but being Messi's football idol. Real Madrid was forced to substitute Guti for Beckham. In the 73rd minute, Aymar took a corner and Valencia striker Francisco scored. But the referee disallowed the goal. Francisco had pushed Su Hang before scoring. The foul was called first. Valencia players swarmed the referee and Aymar received a yellow card. In the 82nd minute, Real Madrid struggled to advance the ball past midfield. Facing Valencia's momentum, they needed to weather the storm. Zidane deliberately passed back multiple times to retain possession and drain the opponent's energy. But Guti, failing to grasp this, launched a long ball forward, infuriating Zidane. Up front, Souhang and Navarro engaged in fierce positional battle. As the ball flew in, Souhang leaped early, winning the first header and nodding it aside. The taller Morientes at 188 meters jumped and headed the ball onward. Zidane, surging forward, met it with a powerful header. The ball nestled into Valencia's net. A triple header, an aerial assist. The crowd erupted. 3-0. Zidane seals the deal. This goal finishes the match. Souhang, Morientes, Zidane. The ball never touched the ground in that sequence. What an imaginative play. Souhang seems to click with Morientes too. So far, he's the only player who can seamlessly connect with all of Real Madrid's forwards. This was thanks to Souhang's level 8 vision. No matter where his teammates were, he could see them. Infuriating, wasn't it? Solarium MP. In the first minute of stoppage time, everyone awaited the final whistle. Real Madrid players kept passing back. Valencia showed no pressing intent. Yet, Guti, disregarding sportsmanship, spotted a passing lane to the opponent's heart through the loose formation. Bang! Guti delivered a surgical through ball. Souhang, retreating, saw the pass and spun instantly toward the box. Charge! Souhang signaled Morientes. Morientes was positioned closer to the box and already facing the goal. At Souhang's shout, Morientes, clueless, was immediately double-teamed by the center-backs because his position was the most threatening. Morientes was pinned down, but this cost Valencia the chance to mark Souhang. Then everyone saw Souhang break free from the crowd. Valencia midfielder Albelda tried to chase Souhang, both starting almost simultaneously. But within a second, Souhang left him behind. Souhang's acceleration stunned everyone. In that moment, people even saw echoes of Owen in him. It was the wind-chasing youth. The wind-chasing effect. In the final 5 minutes, there was only one chance to massively boost acceleration. Souhang raced ahead, creating an unknown chance. The ball caught up from behind. Man and ball arrived simultaneously. Bang! Facing the charging Valencia keeper, Souhang needed no tricks. A powerful strike like a training drill sufficed. The simplest approach was often the most lethal. The Valencia goalkeeper expected Souhang to at least feint, but to his surprise, Souhang was so decisive. Before he could even go to ground, the ball had already flown past him. Swish! 4-0. Real Madrid is unstoppable. Souhang scores a brace. He's playing like a Superman today. Souhang! 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 The Real Madrid fans at the stadium began to chant Souhang's name, signaling him to perform his signature celebration. Even Zidane made a spinning gesture towards Souhang, urging him to celebrate and not keep the fans waiting. Souhang had no choice but to sprint to the corner flag and leap high into the air. After a 180-degree turn, he landed majestically from above. The entire stadium roared along with Souhang. The sight filled Morientes, watching from the sidelines with envy and jealousy. If only he had scored that goal. Alas! In the end, thanks to Souhang's brilliant performance, Real Madrid secured a thrilling 4-0 victory to lift the Spanish Super Cup. With the championship, they kicked off the new season on a high note. Souhang scored a brace and was involved in the other 2 goals, delivering an unparalleled performance that earned him the title of Spanish Super Cup Best Player. This was his first significant individual honor. The Crown Prince of Real Madrid was shining brighter than ever. Staying low-key was simply impossible. Real Madrid clinches Spanish Super Cup. A winning start to the new season. The youngest 4th captain in Real Madrid's history. Souhang's brace silences all critics. Not a starter, yet outshining all. Souhang came off the bench to orchestrate a 4-0 rout in 45 minutes. Chemistry with everyone. Souhang is a system unto himself, compatible with all types of players like Ronaldo, Owen, and Morientes. A difficult choice. Souhang might be Ronaldo's ideal partner, but he has previously vowed to withdraw from the striker competition. Will he go back on his word? Consecutive braces. Souhang is in stellar form. How can such a player be benched? This is the 2nd trophy Souhang has brought to Real Madrid. It's time we acknowledge the true power of Real Madrid's crown prince. Let's Souhang start. It's a matter of respect for all Real Madrid fans and the spirit of football itself. After the Spanish Super Cup, the media was abuzz. Everyone was discussing Souhang's role on the team. Some genuinely had his best interests at heart. Others simply wanted to stir up controversy over Real Madrid's forward line. But one thing everyone agreed on was Souhang's ability. Even his rival Morientes expressed his approval. Ding! Morientes enjoyed cooperating with you, but he believes you are inferior to him in many aspects, such as turning under pressure. You have thus learned advanced turning under pressure. Advanced turning under pressure, a player-level skill. Turning while holding the ball under pressure is an essential lesson for a target man and a key indicator of their quality. Your success rate and speed in turning have been improved. Well, If Morientes' disdain could make Su Heng stronger, could he have a whole lot more of it? Su Heng absolutely adored Morientes for this. As a result, Su Heng's offensive awareness, explosiveness, strength, and jumping all increased by 1 point. Though just a player-level skill, its effect was truly immense. It perfectly illustrated the saying, egg fried rice, the simplest dish yet the hardest to master. Under public pressure, Camacho had no choice but to name Su Heng as a starter again for the second leg of the Champions League qualifier on August 25th. And in that match, Krakow was simply too weak. Even though Su Heng coasted through the game, he still accidentally picked up an assist, helping the team crush the invading Krakow 5-0. Hazard, how could you be so careless? With this, Real Madrid returned to the Champions League group stage, officially kicking off the new season. Some overly enthusiastic fans believe that Real Madrid's return to the Champions League meant this year's title was already decided. The Champions League surely belonged to Real Madrid. Many professional media outlets shared this opinion, highly praising the team's successful transition from a single striker to a two-striker formation. This kept Camacho up at night. He had a system for a two-striker formation, but not this kind. The two-striker formation he envisioned was a 442 with two defensive midfielders. Real Madrid's current two-striker setup was more of a 4132 with only one defensive midfielder, far too risky. Camacho had originally hoped that starting Su Heng would expose the flaws of this formation and Su Heng's inadequacy. Then he could switch to two defensive midfielders without opposition. The difference between two defensive midfielders and one was that the former required dropping a star from the front line for a workhorse player. And Real Madrid fans would never agree to that. They even wished for no defensive midfielders at all, fielding only superstars for a more dazzling spectacle. But the results? Well, everyone knew. Yet Su Heng played exceptionally well, making everyone believe the single defensive midfielder formation was viable. How could Camacho allow that to happen? The next day, Camacho announced to the team that for the sake of stability, they would revert to the single striker formation for the new season, as everyone was more familiar with it. Midfielders like Guti and Solari were certainly in favor, as a single striker formation meant an extra midfield slot. Even Figo and Beckham supported it, otherwise they sometimes wouldn't have a place. But the forwards fell silent. This meant everyone except Ronaldo would be a substitute. One starter, three substitutes. The difference between that and two starters, two substitutes was enormous. The latter ensured everyone got playing time with two players starting. The former meant half the squad wouldn't even make the bench, and those who did would get limited minutes. It was like the difference between a 5-day work week and a 6-day one. Seemingly just 1 day, but the happiness gap was immense. Su Heng, do you have any objections? Camacho singled him out. If Su Heng opposed the single striker formation, Camacho would bring up Su Heng's earlier vow not to compete for a position, exposing him as inconsistent, thus disciplining Su Heng and establishing his authority. I think the single striker formation is indeed more stable. I support this decision, Su Heng said, barely suppressing a smile. He had been worried that a two-striker formation would increase his chances of playing. But Camacho insisted on a single striker. Wasn't this a perfect match? With a single striker, Ronaldo played, then Owen, then Morientes. Su Heng no longer had to be on edge. Perfect. Camacho nearly spat blood. He had prepared a lecture only for Su Heng to agree. But if we play with a single striker, your place in the rotation will be very low. You might not even make the 18-man squad. Camacho hinted for Su Heng to push back. Who would have thought that Su Heng not only did not resist, but actually enjoyed it, nodding repeatedly and saying, I have no problem. As long as I can train with everyone, I don't care whether I play or not. Su Heng's demeanor left Camacho with no grounds for criticism. Instead, Morientes stepped forward. I don't think a single striker is a good choice. Our two-striker system was flowing so smoothly. I believe we should. Morientes went on and on. Camacho almost wept. If only those words had come from Su Heng. But it was Morientes who said them, establishing authority and sidelining Su Heng. These were Camacho's two goals, but both essentially aimed at gaining control of the team. With Morientes stepping up, he couldn't accomplish both simultaneously. Even if he disciplined Morientes, Su Heng's position in the pecking order would improve, creating a conflict between the two objectives. Camacho gritted his teeth and berated Morientes, implying that a mere player had no right to question his tactics. He then punished Morientes with a 3-kilometer run, successfully asserting his authority, but missed the opportunity to deal with Su Heng. On August 29th, the 2004-2005 season officially began. In the first round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Real Mallorca away. The team deployed a baffling single-striker formation. Ronaldo, recovering from a minor injury sustained in the Spanish Super Cup, made a swift return. In the 56th minute, Ronaldo scored, giving the team a 1-0 lead. Camacho then substituted Owen for Ronaldo to avoid further injury. In the 73rd minute, Su Heng replaced Raúl, taking up the attacking midfielder position. In the 75th minute, Morientes replaced Figo and moved to center forward while Owen shifted to right midfield. The adjustments were utterly disjointed. Real Madrid failed to score any further goals and nearly allowed Mallorca to equalize. Ultimately, they secured a narrow 1-0 victory away from home. After the match, the media heavily criticized Camacho's substitutions. If he intended to play with a single striker, why did he bring on all the forwards for a brief stint? Worse still, he placed Owen and Su Heng in positions, right midfield and attacking midfield, where they were utterly ineffective. Camacho's substitutions seemed almost amateurish. However, understanding Camacho's internal motives revealed the logic behind these changes. Replacing Ronaldo with Owen was a given. But Camacho's forte was the two-striker system, and he intended to revert to it eventually. His ideal partnership was Ronaldo and Owen with Morientes as a substitute. Raúl could occasionally drift into the forward line, which was sufficient. Yet at this stage, Su Heng's popularity was high, and with two strikers he might even become a starter. Camacho could barely tolerate Su Heng, whose fundamentals were weak, becoming a starter. Poor fundamentals meant he couldn't execute the tactical tasks Camacho assigned. Outsiders focus on goals, but insiders look at tactical execution. Su Heng was beloved by fans for his goals, but his lack of favor with the coach actually indicated the coach's competence. A goal-only mindset harms the team. So Camacho had to ruin Su Heng before the team switched to two strikers. Su Heng had to play and perform poorly. But if Su Heng played, Morientes also had to, otherwise people would always think Su Heng was better, forcing Camacho to use Su Heng as a substitute eventually. This led to such convoluted substitutions. On September 11th, the second round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted the newly promoted Numancia. Yet against this weak opponent, the mighty Real Madrid only managed a goal in the 17th minute, a direct free kick from Beckham's curling shot, and failed to score again. In the second half, Owen, Su Heng, and Morientes were all brought on successively, plunging the team into another poor state. Though they won 1-0 again, fan dissatisfaction peaked. Many began to rage against Camacho. This surprised Su Heng, as he had played terribly, losing possession more than anyone else on the pitch. But why wasn't he being criticized? Fire at me, comrades. Don't go soft. On September 18th, the third round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Espanyol away. In this match, pressured by public opinion, Camacho could only opt for a multi-striker formation. He fielded a bizarre 433, Raúl, Ronaldo, Owen, Zidane, Beckham, Figo, Carlos, Samuel, Woodgate, Salgado, Casillas. The oddity was that Raúl and Owen were not traditional wingers, Figo was not a traditional midfielder, and Beckham was not a traditional defensive midfielder. This lineup was a hodgepodge, and the performance was predictable. At halftime, Real Madrid trailed 0-1. In the second half, Camacho brought on Su Heng, Morientes, and Guti. This was even more absurd. While Owen and Raúl could function as shadow strikers in a three-forward setup, Su Heng, Morientes, and Ronaldo were outright three center forwards. It would have been better not to substitute at all. Real Madrid lost 0-1. A torrent of criticism rained down on Camacho. Reporters asked Su Heng for his views on Camacho's tactics. Su Heng felt both gratitude and resentment toward Camacho. Grateful for the single striker system, resentful that despite it, he was still forced to play. Didn't the team have attacking midfielders and wide midfielders? Would it kill him to use Borja or Solari? I have reason to suspect you're humble-bragging, Borja might say. Listen to that. Is that human? Solari might retort. So Su Heng told the media Camacho is a capable coach, but I think he should consider player positions more appropriately. A player can't excel in every position. He should let players play where they belong. In short, let midfielders play midfield and stop putting me on the field. But the media misinterpreted Su Heng's words. They concluded that Su Heng believed Camacho was too rigid, insisting on a single striker when he had so many forwards. With so many star forwards, drop a defender. Marca reported the Crown Prince fires. Su Heng lashes out at Camacho's rigid tactics, his inability to adapt, forcing forwards into attacking midfield and wide midfield roles. AS reported Real Madrid's fourth captain dares to speak. He voices the feelings of fans and players. If Camacho doesn't start using Real Madrid's luxurious midfield and attack properly, he should resign. Daily Sport reported disrespectful. Real Madrid's Prince Su Heng bullies the coach into using multiple strikers, clearly just wanting to play. Camacho is furious. He vows to bench Su Heng forever, saying as long as he coaches Real Madrid, Su Heng won't even make the match squad. World Sport reported. Su Heng felt relieved when he saw these headlines. Though everyone misunderstood, the outcome was good. A case of the right result from the wrong reason. He no longer had to fear being brought onto the pitch. In the previous two matches, people thought Su Heng underperformed because he was out of position. Little did they know that was Su Heng's true level. Without his offside privilege to stay detached from the team's system, his performance was disastrous. So Camacho's benching was seen as oppression from the outside, but to Su Heng it was a model of self-sacrifice. Hang had only one request now: that Real Madrid play well in the coming period, and that Camacho prove with a string of matches that the team didn't need Hang at all. That way Hang could stay permanently on the bench. Amen. On September 21st, in the fourth round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Osasuna at home. Having sidelined Hang, Camacho forcefully promoted his 442 double defensive midfielder formation. Ronaldo, Owen, Zidane, Guti, Beckham, Figo, Carlos, Samuel, Woodgate, Salgado, Casillas. Among them, Guti and Beckham played as the double pivots. Although neither was a traditional defensive midfielder together, they managed to provide some defensive capability. In the second half, Camacho made 3 substitutions in quick succession. Morientes replaced Ronaldo, Raúl came on for Owen, and defensive midfielder Salades substituted Guti. In theory, this was the perfect lineup and the ideal substitutions. But as for the results, Real Madrid barely secured a 10 victory over a less formidable opponent, and the performance was far from impressive. This was partly due to the players' unfamiliarity with the tactics. Yet it was also tied to the players' emotions. First of all, Raúl had been demoted from a starter to a substitute. This was Real Madrid's Prince of the Ring, the team's official captain. He was the nominal ruler of Real Madrid. How could Raúl save face? Moreover, the year Raúl finished second in the Ballon d'Or voting was precisely when Owen won the award. Raúl could accept being a substitute for anyone, but not for Owen. As for Ronaldo, as a striker barring injury, he never wished to be substituted. He wanted to play the full 90 minutes, but Camacho only gave him 70. How could he be pleased? When Ronaldo was taken off, he didn't even bother to high-five Camacho. And then there was Zidane. He preferred playing as an attacking midfielder, though he could also drop deeper to orchestrate play from the center. Above all, he needed freedom. But the left midfield position constrained his talents, making his performance truly lackluster. Thus, the seemingly perfect formation and lineup failed to deliver results. Camacho's predecessor Queiroz had already encountered this very problem the previous year. Such were the side effects of a galaxy of stars. Yet Camacho remained stubborn. On September 25th, in the 5th round of La Liga, Real Madrid lost 21 away to Athletic Bilbao. On October 3rd, in the 6th round, they suffered a 10-home defeat to Deportivo La Coruña. On October 16th, in the 7th round, Real Madrid managed a 11 draw away to Real Betis. Subsequently, they were crushed 30 by Italian powerhouse Napoli in the Champions League group stage. Thus, after sidelining Hang, Real Madrid endured a dismal run of 1 win, 1 draw, and 3 losses. Their win rate had plummeted to a mere 20%. Was this still the Galácticos? This was even more disastrous than the Wandering Earth. Hang was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing these results. It was over. Absolutely over. Camacho, if only you had taken the stars out for some entertainment, the results wouldn't have been this dire. Hadn't you noticed that Ronaldo had stopped shooting? That Zidane had ceased his incisive through balls? That Raúl no longer made forward runs? The only two willing to give their all, Morientes and Owen, were constantly swapped, never allowed to play together. How could good results possibly follow? For the first time, Hang felt that letting Camacho manage the team was less reliable than doing it himself. Was the problem really Real Madrid's formation and tactics? The issue was the team's morale. If you managed the players' hearts, even letting the star forwards play chaotically would yield better results. On October 17th, Real Madrid had just returned to Madrid. As soon as the plane landed, reporters swarmed Camacho. A journalist asked Camacho, "Are you aware that you've been sacked by Real Madrid?" Camacho was utterly bewildered. He hadn't received any notice. But now he had. Thus, after his second stint, Camacho was once again dismissed by Real Madrid. Outside the airport, a sea of Real Madrid fans celebrated Camacho's departure. Many held up enormous banners. They bore images of Hang. The media captured it all. Headlines proclaimed Hang is not merely a symbol of confidence for Real Madrid, but a tangible boost to their fighting strength. Without Hang, Real Madrid's win rate is a mere 20%. With him, it soars to 80%. Camacho's gravest mistake was benching Hang. He disrespected reality, and reality did not respect him in return. Camacho flees Madrid like a beaten dog. Crown Prince may become the key to Real Madrid's new management, revealing the candidates for Real Madrid's new coach. But whoever it is reinstating Hang is a foregone conclusion. So who exactly was Real Madrid's new head coach? Unfortunately, midway through the season, few top-tier managers were available, and Real Madrid looked down upon ordinary coaches. Thus, for a time, they couldn't find a suitable replacement. Yet a team cannot be without a leader, even for a day. Ultimately, Real Madrid appointed Simon, the senior goalkeeping coach from their existing staff, as the interim manager to take over temporarily. A minority had faith in Simone. The majority understood Real Madrid's predicament, but hoped they would secure a genuine top-tier coach during the winter break. Simone initially believed his opportunity had finally arrived. However, his first training session as coach was far from pleasant. In Real Madrid's restroom, Carlos, Ronaldo, Samuel Solari, and other Latin American players were chatting idly. Carlos declared, "I think the club should invite Luxemburgo to coach. He knows how to bring out the best in Ronaldo." Ronaldo was pleased by this remark. Luxemburgo was a renowned coach in American football, having led teams to a series of miracles on the American stage. He had led teams to multiple Brazilian championship titles. In 1999, he guided Brazil to victory in the Copa America. Su Hang, in the farthest stall of the restroom, felt rather awkward. He wasn't part of the Latin American clique, yet he had inadvertently overheard their conversation. Leaving now would be incredibly awkward. So Su Hang remained inside the restroom. But Su Hang understood that Carlos had his own motives for wanting Luxemburgo as coach. Consider the four captains. In the eyes of fans, being a captain might seem inconsequential, not adding a single goal or assist. Yet man is a social creature. One's feelings are often confined to their immediate social circle. Within a group, you have a corresponding status. No matter how wealthy, famous, or powerful you are, if those you interact with surpass you in these aspects, you will still be unhappy. Even if you have surpassed 99 of people. This is why so many wealthy individuals lead unhappy lives. And it's also why many local magnates are exceedingly content, even arrogant. The captaincy is a symbol of status. Becoming captain grants you the right to speak publicly on any team matter, even to mediate issues between players and management. This means more responsibility, but also greater rewards. Carlos had little left to achieve on the pitch. He had even finished second in the Ballon d'Or voting and knew that was his ceiling. As a fullback, statistics were not crucial to him. What he could pursue was his standing within the team. Carlos hoped that Luxemburgo, with whom he had a good relationship, would come to coach the team and bring in more South American and Brazilian players, which would elevate his own status within the squad. Players like Pavon and Bravo. Did they really have the ability to start? Not at all. Yet under the Spanish-dominated Real Madrid, they could secure relatively stable positions on the pitch. Was Raúl comparable to Ronaldo? Far from it. But no matter who took over as head coach, they had to find a way to include Raúl in the starting lineup. Even if it meant moving Zidane to the left wing, they would still let Raúl play in the attacking midfield role. That was the power of status. Not to mention the off-field benefits and respect that the native Spanish players enjoyed. Carlos had no issue with Su Hang. He liked Su Hang's character. However, he believed that during the transition period between Raúl and Su Hang, Carlos could temporarily take charge of the team. After all the thrown passes around, and this year it was his turn. So Carlos was actively pushing for Luxemburgo to coach Real Madrid. After Carlos and his group left, Su Hang had just opened the door when he noticed the door of the adjacent private room also opening. He and Simeo stared at each other, the atmosphere momentarily awkward. "How about we go out for a drink?" Su Hang suggested. "Yes, we need one," Simeo replied, nodding with a heavy heart. Inside the tavern, Simeo drank heavily, lamenting his dedication to the team and how the attitude of Carlos and others had chilled him to the bone. He didn't know how to begin his coaching career at Real Madrid, but he knew that if he didn't start soon, it would all be over. In the end, Su Hang offered Simeo a solution. Rely on the Spanish contingent and play Raúl and Ronaldo as a dual striker partnership. Solari on the left wing and Guti rotating with Beckham and Figo. For rotation up front, let Moriani substitute for Raúl so both can accept it. You've built connections here over the years. As long as the Spanish faction backs you, your interim position could become permanent. This arrangement would hurt Owen and Su Hang the most, as they would see little playing time. Next would be Figo and Beckham, who would frequently be substituted. But these players indeed had the least influence. It was the best strategy for Simeo. However, Su, this will harm you. You'll end up on the bench. Simeo felt compelled to remind Su Hang of the consequences. Su Hang smiled. "I don't mind. You can even leave me out of the substitute list. That way on the surface you won't seem biased toward the Spanish faction." Su Hang was also part of the local faction. By promoting Raúl, Solari, and Guti while sidelining him, it would be hard for outsiders to accuse Simeo of forming cliques. Everyone would simply think it was a tactical decision. Seeing Simeo's hesitation, Su Hang played his final card. "Simeo, there's no time. Real Madrid has slipped to 6th place in the league. Every game we delay could be the 3 points we can never recover at the end of the season. Someone has to make a sacrifice. If it has to be me, I will not hesitate. That's my duty as the 4th captain of Real Madrid." Simeo was deeply moved. Was this the mindset of a crown prince? It was truly humbling. His eyes reddened as he raised his glass to Real Madrid. Su Hang nodded repeatedly to Real Madrid. After downing the drink, Su Hang felt relieved. He could finally relax for a while. The next day, the newly appointed Simeo displayed his impartial side. During a training match, Su Hang's performance was subpar. Simeo directly announced that Su Hang would not be included in the squad for the next 3 matches. The entire team was shocked. After all, rumors were rife that Camacho had been ousted because of Su Hang. Why would Simeo target Su Hang? Did he come with an imperial edict? Uncertain of Simeo's intentions, the South American faction decided to bide their time. Meanwhile, the Spanish native faction found Simeo's tactics beneficial to their play, so they naturally supported him. On October 23rd, the 8th round of La Liga, Real Madrid still employed the 442 formation, but with adjusted player positions. Ronaldo, Raúl, Solari, Zidane, Beckham, Figo, Carlos, Samuel, Woodgate, Salgado, Casillas. Raúl finally returned to the starting lineup. Zidane moved back to midfield. It was largely a win-win situation. The Frenchman, the Portuguese, and the Englishman all played with great effort. Feeling the pressure from the local faction, the South American players had to give their all, resulting in a solid overall performance from Real Madrid. They ultimately defeated Valencia 10, marking their second victory over Valencia that season. On October 31st, the 9th round of La Liga, Real Madrid beat Getafe 20 at home. Raúl and Solari each scored, boosting the morale of the Spanish contingent. On November 7th, the 10th round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Malaga away. Ronaldo and Raúl found the net in a 20 victory, securing their third consecutive league win. Everything was heading in the best direction. Souhang couldn't have been happier. This was his ideal scenario. With focused training, his short passing and shooting attributes each increased by 1 point, reaching 73. Meanwhile, major media outlets were building momentum for Simeo. Yes, the miracle coach Simeo. After ending Real Madrid's 3-match winless streak, he has led the team to 9 consecutive points. Marca Real Madrid doesn't need to look elsewhere. Simeo is the most suitable coach for the team this season. He deserves to be made permanent. Daily Sports, Simeo relies heavily on the Spanish contingent, leaving Owen to languish on the bench for 270 minutes. A Ballon d'Or winner shouldn't be treated this way. Madrid Daily, Souhang hasn't been in the squad for 3 games and hasn't said a word. What's the big deal about Owen sitting on the bench? Clara's column, Souhang approves of Simeo's arrangements. As long as the team wins, he could sit out the entire season. But as they say, happy times are always fleeting. After the 10th round, the South American faction grew restless. If Simeo kept winning, there would be no room for Luxemburgo. So on a training day, Carlos clashed with Simeo over the latter's instructions on his positioning. Carlos shouted, "You have no right to dictate my runs. You are just a goalkeeper coach, and an unknown one at that. I, Roberto Carlos, am the world's best left-back, ranked second in the Ballon d'Or. I know better than anyone how to play." Carlos unleashed a barrage of insults, expecting to rattle Simeo. But to his surprise, Simeo's face flushed with anger as he roared back, "It's precisely because everyone thinks they're so great that Real Madrid keeps falling short of expectations. Look at our points. Your arrogance makes me think we're top of the league, but we're only in 3rd place. You're right. Every single one of you is exceptionally successful and remarkable. But in terms of contribution to Real Madrid, none of you can compare to Souhang." Souhang, who was practicing shooting nearby, slipped and unleashed a stunning world-class goal. Is Souhang really that terrible? No, Souhang is one of the best forwards in my eyes, Simon revealed. But for the sake of team harmony, he proactively approached me and asked to be left out of the squad. That way more players with grievances could get playing time, thus maintaining team harmony. He sacrificed his own playing time, and yet you're still arguing that this blood-soaked bread isn't enough to feast on. Do you even have a heart? Souhang rushed over to stop Simon. Don't say anymore. If you keep going, there will be no turning back. Don't stop me, Sue. I have to make everyone see your sacrifice, or they'll all think you're just a slacker. Simon fumed. Simon. Even if I get fired tomorrow, I'm declaring this here today. In the next match, Sue will start. Not even Jesus himself could change my mind. Do you really think Souhang can't score as a starter? Do you really think we can't win with Souhang starting? Let me tell you, Souhang has played 9 matches for the team and was man of the match in 4 of them. He helped the team win 2 trophies. He's only failed to win in 1 single match. He has the highest win rate on this team, bar none. You can bully me, ignore me, trample on me. But you should never fail to appreciate Sue's sacrifice. You should all learn from Sue. He's the only one who truly treats Real Madrid as his home. Simon's outburst was earth-shattering. An honest man's rage is always formidable. But even more formidable was Souhang's silent sacrifice for Real Madrid behind the scenes. Truth cannot be concealed forever. The news soon spread across all of Spain. Did you know? Sue was left out of the squad before, just to maintain team harmony. He gave up his time for others, but I hear some people still aren't satisfied. Honestly, I don't think anyone on this team deserves to start more than Souhang. Just look at the trophies he's brought us. Sue is perfect in every way except he's too kind and never fights for anything. After all, he's of Chinese descent with a nature that values yielding. It's truly heartbreaking. If this kid were just a little more selfish, he might have already become the next superstar. Souhang is truly strong. I heard that to avoid making the squad, he deliberately pretended he couldn't stop the ball, couldn't pass, and couldn't dribble during training. Isn't that a joke? How could Sue not know those things? Sue's talent is historic. Now it's settled. Su will start next match. The whole world will see just how much he's sacrificed. Su Hang scrolled through the comments, tears streaming down his face. Is it possible that Su Hang didn't actually sacrifice anything? What if he really just has poor fundamentals? Wouldn't it be cruel to let such a poor player compete? All of a sudden, the upcoming otherwise unremarkable La Liga match saw its viewing reservations explode. Those out of the loop thought the next round was El Clasico, but when they checked Albacete, fans from other leagues quickly asked, what grudge does Albacete have against Real Madrid? Why is this match so hyped? They say over 150 media outlets worldwide will broadcast it. Real Madrid fans promptly filled everyone in. Naturally, more and more fans became interested in Su Hang. In the end, the number of broadcasting outlets increased to over 240. All 8,000 tickets at the Bernabeu were sold out. Ticket prices on the black market even doubled or tripled. And the hotter the market, the bigger the trouble for Su Hang. He knew all too well the nature of these fans. For some unimportant matches, it didn't matter. But for those games that everyone truly cared about or were highly significant, if you performed poorly, you became the team's scapegoat. In an instant, you could fall from being the fans' darling to being abandoned by them. This could heavily influence the team's decisions regarding players. Take Karius, for example. He had a brilliant season, but because of one Champions League final, he was completely exiled to the fringes. His career took a nosedive, and he rapidly faded into obscurity. If Su Hang had real skill, he wouldn't worry about the fans or the public's opinion. But the problem was he didn't have real skill yet. He couldn't let the whole world know he didn't deserve a spot in Real Madrid's first team. So he could afford to be mediocre in training matches. But in real matches, he had to make a difference. To perform better, Su Hang sought advice from Zidane after the regular training session the day before the match. He hoped this bald man would pull out a moment card to save the day. I understand how you feel, Zidane said, patting Su Hang on the shoulder. In previous matches you played so well, so now you're feeling the pressure. You're worried about what you'll do if you don't perform well, or if you don't get a goal, or an assist. That's a good thing, Su. Not every player is as lucky as you to have such a brilliant start to their career. Even I played for small clubs for a long time before getting a chance at a top club. Your anxiety comes from not knowing yourself well enough. In fact, based on my observations, although you seem to lack in many fundamentals, you possess the most important quality for becoming a superstar. That spark of genius. So trust yourself in the game. When the critical moment comes, you'll naturally know what to do. Zidane was an excellent psychological mentor. Those words could ease the pressure on any genius. But Su Hang was no genius. He had no spark of genius. It was all the system's skills and moment cards. Damn it, Zizou. Oh, and one more thing. If there's anything specific, I think you should use more 1-2 passes with your teammates up front. Zidane added, this move is simple, but it's incredibly effective. It never fails. Ding. Zidane has given you crucial guidance. You have mastered 1-2 pass. 1-2 pass player level skill. Increases the success rate of 1-2 passing. Su Hang wiped the sweat from his brow. At least Head gained something. Too bad Zizou was getting stingier, from moment cards to superstar skills, and now he was even handing out player level skills. And he wasn't even ashamed. It was time to get closer to the other superstars. Zizou, you're about to lose your favorite status, you know that. On the other side, as Zidane walked out of the training ground, he frowned. Could a player with Su Hang's extraordinary talent and composure really be nervous? Absolutely not. What was the point of what Head just said? Showing off. No, Su Hang wasn't that kind of person. But Su Hang said Head performed well before and was worried about the next match. Could he be hinting at Zidane to give him more opportunities? Was Su Hang planning to dominate the next match and stand up for Simon with his performance? Zidane was lost in thought. Helping Su Hang out wouldn't hurt. After all, compared to the Spanish faction, Zidane disliked the American faction even more. After all, Ronaldo and Zidane have always had conflicts. They were both the world's number one during the same era. Even if they played for the same team, a distinction would eventually arise. Even if they don't differentiate now, people will still make distinctions when evaluating historical status in the future. With the Americas gang gaining power, Zidane's contributions will undoubtedly be criticized, while Ronaldo will be praised. This is beyond their control. It is the natural progression of events. On November 14th, in the 11th round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Albacete. To be honest, the players of Albacete are probably the most frustrated people in the world at this moment. What right do they have to enjoy the treatment that only Barcelona receives? Just because both names contain Barça. The streets are deserted, 80,000 home fans. The air is filled with white scarves and banners. If it weren't for wearing Albacete jerseys, these players would almost want to join the Real Madrid fans in cheering for the team. This home atmosphere will undoubtedly affect the performance of both teams. As the players entered the field in formation, the atmosphere reached a climax. The camera frequently focused on Su Hang, who was starting today. After being absent from the match roster for 3 games, Su Hang has finally reappeared, and this time, he is a starter. There has been a lot of discussion about Su Heng online. Some believe it's true while others think it's just something fabricated by Su Heng's fans to save face. But regardless, we will get our answers after this game. Additionally, after leading the team to 3 consecutive victories, Simon has utilized Su Heng's return to express his understanding of Real Madrid. Today, he deployed a rare 3 center-back formation. 3 forwards, Su Heng, Ronaldo, and Raúl. In reality, Su Heng's characteristics are better suited for the center, but considering Ronaldo's position, Su Heng can only take the left flank. For midfielders, Carlos, Zidane, Beckham, and Figo. Carlos is rarely seen in the left-winger position, but everyone believes his technical skills can handle it. The 3 center-backs are Samuel Woodgate and Helguera. Goalkeeper Casillas. 343. This is Real Madrid's first attempt at a 3 center-back formation in recent years. After all, one of Real Madrid's biggest shortcomings is the lack of top center-backs. However, under Su Heng's influence, Simon gained a different understanding of the 3 center-back system. Precisely because our 2 center-backs cannot contain the opponent, we need to use 3 center-backs. Does that make sense? In a 3 center-back system, the defensive zones of the 3 center-backs are larger, allowing them to cover behind Beckham, thus helping to alleviate the defensive shortcomings of Beckham. The pivot's defense is enhanced. Of course, with gains come losses. Real Madrid's wing defense is essentially non-existent. To be honest, Carlos' defense was never that strong. It might be better to forego wing play altogether, thereby freeing him to focus entirely on offense. In the 3rd minute, Carlos showcased his strength in the attack. He directly carried the ball down the flank and completed a low cross. Unfortunately, he was still not quite familiar with the opposing goalkeeper, who was a keeper with a large control area and liked to rush out, intercepting the cross early. Zidane had a chance for a follow-up shot. However, the opposing center-back anticipated well, causing Zidane to kick the opponent's ankle. The referee called a foul on Zidane for an offensive foul. In the 7th minute, Carlos passed to Zidane, who pretended to observe before directly flicking the ball through the opponent's legs. The opponent, humiliated, tackled Zidane. Surprisingly, the referee only called a foul. Zidane was immediately angered. He thought this surely deserved a yellow card. But the referee had his own reasons for not issuing a card. When Zidane fouled earlier, he kicked the opponent's ankle. Zidane may not have intended to hurt anyone, but that was definitely a yellow card offense. However, the match was just beginning, and it was still Real Madrid's home ground where the pressure was high. The referee was not quick to show cards. Now, with the opposing team also avoiding yellow cards, it was a balance. As a result, Zidane clung to the referee's decision. To uphold the dignity of the referee, he had to show Zidane a yellow card to keep him quiet. Zidane was very angry. This French king was perfect in many ways, but sometimes he could lose his cool. Seeing him continue to argue with the opponent, Su Heng hurried over to pull Zidane away. Zizou, don't be angry. I'll shoulder the burden later. You find an opportunity to score and show them. Su Heng half persuaded, half coaxed, which eased Zidane's anger. But strangely, most people cannot hold Zidane back. After all, Zidane is known for his fiery temper and has previously lashed out at teammates. Only Su Heng, truly a bold fool. After that, Su Heng retreated twice, trying to coordinate with Zidane, but Zidane showed no appreciation and didn't even look at Su Heng. Raúl awkwardly smiled in the front line. This is Zidane. When his temper flares, he doesn't even recognize his teammates. Su Heng probably won't receive a pass from Zidane all day. Commentators criticized Su Heng as well. Since he was positioned as a winger, he should pull wide more often. Frequently retreating to the center actually encroached upon Ronaldo's territory. In the 13th minute, Helguera cleared the ball with a big kick from the back. Su Heng contested for the ball near the center circle. Bang! Su Heng jumped up and successfully redirected the ball to Zidane. Zidane flicked the ball over the top and passed it back to Su Heng, then started making a forward run. The Albacete players were bewildered. Aren't you the one who wouldn't pass to Su Heng? How come they're connecting now? Bang! Su Heng flicked the ball backward with his head. Zidane rushed over and snatched the ball, heading towards the penalty area. In no time, 3 Albacete players were near Zidane, preparing to surround him. But Zidane surprisingly not only didn't run slowly, but he also adjusted his angles with each step, making it difficult for defenders to approach. Seeing Zidane slow down, he suddenly pushed the ball sharply to the right, creating space. Bang! At the edge of the penalty arc, Zidane unleashed a long-range shot, astonishing everyone. Zizou's long shot, DD. Those who understand know. Whoosh! The ball went straight into the net. Zidane scored emphatically. Goal! Zizou. Zidane. 1-0. Su Heng and Zidane exchanged passes, resulting in a header assist. Zidane made a forward run, creating space and scoring with a world-class shot. Su Heng did it. When he just opened space for Zidane, he must have said he would help him score. And now he has. He is the only one who can manage Zidane. The only one. In the frame, Su Heng rushed towards Zidane, and the two celebrated joyfully together. Only then did the fury within Zidane find its release. Otherwise, he would have likely lost his composure and earned another card, leaving Real Madrid a man down. A lesser-known fact, Zidane wasn't the player with the most red cards, but he was the midfield superstar with the highest tally. Among all the world's best players across eras, he held the record for the most red cards. His career boasted a staggering 14 red cards. The most infamous of them stands as one of football's eternal classics, headbutting Materazzi, which cost him his claim to being the third king of the sport. At the 21st minute, a lucid Zidane even took the initiative to join Raúl in pressing and tackling, forcing the opposing defensive midfielder into a passing error. Figo completed the steel charge to the edge of the box and attempted a long-range shot. The ball was caught by the opposing goalkeeper. At the 29th minute, Zidane repeated his tactic, receiving a pass from Carlos and threading a through ball behind himself. Zidane made a clever run forward, seizing another golden opportunity for a long-range strike. But this time his shot was blocked by the opposing center-back's body. Zidane then gave Zidane a thumbs-up. At the 32nd minute, Zidane drifted to the left flank, received a pass from Carlos, and delivered a through ball. Zidane surged from the half-space, controlling the ball just before the byline of the box. With no angle for a shot, he could only attempt a lobbed pass to the goal mouth, trying to connect with Ronaldo. But the intent was too obvious, the technique too crude, and the opposing goalkeeper read it, catching the ball early. Ronaldo then gave Zidane a thumbs-up. Regardless of whether the pass was good or not, Zidane at least tried to set him up. That was far better than players who only shot the moment they got the ball. What Ronaldo disliked most was Solari, who had played left midfield recently. That guy, once he got the ball near the box, had eyes for no one else. Head shoot for sure. At the 35th minute, Albacete launched a beautiful counterattack, but the final shot was poor, veering wide of the goal. A close call, but no real danger. At the 37th minute, Figo earned a corner on the right flank. Beckham took it. In the box, Raúl, Zidane, Ronaldo, Woodgate, and Zidane were positioning themselves. Zidane bumped into Zidane as he moved backward. It was deliberate. Go to the far post, Zidane whispered as a signal while gesturing to Beckham. The hand signal seemed to tell Beckham to aim for him, but the real intent was to target the far post. Zidane understood, but he didn't dash to the far post immediately. Instead, he stepped out of the 6-yard box, as if pushed out by Zidane. Beckham saw the far post was empty, and Zidane had shaken off his marker. It was clearly a prime opportunity. Bang! Beckham swung the corner kick, aiming straight for the far post. The ball sailed over everyone's heads untouched. But Zidane, who had retreated from the box, suddenly sprinted toward the far post. Not a single Albacete player was marking him. After all, nearly 40 minutes had passed, and Zidane hadn't attempted a single shot. Everyone had nearly forgotten he was on the pitch. Bang! Zidane leaped high. Cristiano Ronaldo's Ramanoodle hairstyle held steady. Whoosh! The ball smashed into the net. Goal! Zidane! Zidane scores. The crowd erupted in cheers, but they faded instantly. The referee blew his whistle and signaled that the goal was invalid. The referee believed a Real Madrid player was offside during the attack. But the next moment, the linesman communicated via headset, arguing there was no offside. Since the linesman had a clearer view from his position, the referee ultimately accepted his judgment and overturned the call, ruling the goal valid. Cheers erupted across the stadium. Subsequent replays confirmed that no one was offside. A close call. Zidane's goal stands. Real Madrid leads 2-0. This linesman is exceptional, and the referee showed the wisdom to correct his mistake, unlike those who stubbornly cling to their errors. 1 goal, 1 assist. I think Zidane's quality needs no further proof. He truly delivers victories for Real Madrid. Thanks to Zidane's brilliant performance, Ronaldo even voluntarily shifted slightly to the left, creating more space for Zidane to drop back. This treatment made the bench-warming Morientes seethe with envy. Oh, Ronaldo, why wouldn't you yield the central position when I was on the pitch? At the 43rd minute, Figo and Raúl combined beautifully, slipping to the byline and cutting into the box for a pullback pass. Ronaldo's close-range shot was too near the keeper and was saved. At the 44th minute, Real Madrid took 2 consecutive corners. After the second, the referee blew his whistle, signaling an attacking foul. It turned out Woodgate had been shoved by an opponent, and after being knocked down, he retaliated by tripping him with his foot. Albacete, outclassed in every aspect today, finally erupted. Their players surrounded Woodgate, visibly agitated. Real Madrid's players stepped in to mediate, maintaining a calm demeanor. The situation was defused. Woodgate received a yellow card. When a center-back had more space to operate, his roughness was exposed. He could handle physical battles, but when the ball came to his feet, he panicked. The match then entered halftime. In the second half, Albacete seemed to have gotten a pep talk, determined to score at the Bernabeu, so they pressed fiercely. Zidane promptly organized the team to drop back slightly, letting Albacete vent their energy. After about 10 minutes, their momentum waned. Albacete's sustained assault yielded nothing, and their players' stamina began to flag. Zidane seized the moment to initiate a press, helping Beckham complete a steal. Beckham threaded a through ball to Ronaldo. Ronaldo charged toward the box, taking on 3 defenders. Bang! After a series of dribbles to draw defenders, Ronaldo squared the ball to Su Hang, who had come to support. Su Hang flicked the ball first time, sending it into the box. A 1-2. Ronaldo accelerated, held off a center back, and smashed the ball on goal. The ball rocketed into the net. To describe a player's shooting prowess, one often says his finishing ranks among the world's top 5. Calling someone the best is too controversial. But in this era and the next, most would agree that Ronaldo's finishing is the world's finest. This era's Ronaldo was the original R9. The next era's Ronaldo was Cristiano Ronaldo. The alien has killed the game. 3-0. Ronaldo is in top form. Another assist from Su Hang. I've said it before, he has chemistry with Ronaldo. He has chemistry with everyone. He's practically a playboy. But I love this kind of playboy. Su Hang's sacrifice is immense. Some fans call him a younger Morientes, but from this match, we must admit Morientes is just an older Su Hang. At the 61st minute, Carlos and an opposing player fell to the ground during a scramble. As another opponent came over to kick the ball away, his studs scraped Carlos' head. Carlos was not injured, but the situation was perilous. The irate Brazilian rose and pushed his opponent to the ground. A fresh confrontation erupted with numerous players shoving each other. The Bernabeu echoed with boos, and the Albacete players' morale was on the verge of collapse. Ultimately, the referee issued yellow cards to both the opponent, who kicked the ball, and Carlos. Following this clash, the intensity of both sides escalated. The match grew fierce and fragmented. At the 76th minute, Zidane, as the world's premier midfielder, keenly detected another moment of fatigue in the opponents. It is well known that after a reckless all-out tackle, a period of exhaustion inevitably follows. Yet few can seize this gap. Zidane executed a Marseille turn in the midfield to evade an opponent's challenge, then chipped the ball to the advancing Beckham. Beckham delivered a long crossfield pass to Figo, who was stretching the play on the right flank. Figo dazzled on the wing with successive feints to beat his marker. However, after reaching the byline, he chose a cutback pass instead of a direct cross. Because Ronaldo was poorly positioned in the box, a cross would likely have been out of his reach. Bang! Zidane deftly flicked the ball, playing a 1-2 with Ronaldo, who had pulled out of the penalty area. Ronaldo dribbled laterally, seeking a shooting opportunity. But under pressure from the opposing center back, his final touch was too heavy. The ball rolled perfectly into the path of Su Hang, who was charging in from the left. Bang! Su Hang met the ball with a thunderous strike. Chaos reigned in the penalty area. All eyes were on Ronaldo, yet it was Su Hang who unleashed the shot. Even the Albacete goalkeeper was caught off guard. After all, it was Ronaldo's ball. How dare Su Hang snatch it? The shot was not particularly angled, but it was so sudden. The Albacete keeper reacted a fraction too late, missing the ball entirely. Goal. 4-0. The invincible Real Madrid is back. This is the Galácticos. Ronaldo repays the favor, setting up Su Hang with an assist. Though it seemed accidental, Ronaldo's smile showed he didn't mind Su Hang finishing the goal. Incredible. Real Madrid is unstoppable. Su Hang is unstoppable. So far, all 4 of Real Madrid's goals have been created by Su Hang. He scored twice and assisted twice, completely dominating the match. A player like this wasn't even in the squad for the first 3 games. No wonder Simone was so furious. Anyone who knows they have such a brilliant player on their team, yet can't play him to accommodate others, would feel the same as Simone. It was only after leading the team to 3 consecutive wins that Simone gained enough confidence to unleash Su Hang. Simone took a huge risk, but it proved to be the right call. Real Madrid should show Simone more respect. There's no need to look for another head coach. A commentator spoke up for Simone's plight. After this goal, Simone began making substitutions. He replaced the underperforming Woodgate with Pavon. He brought on Solari for Carlos, who had a yellow card. He substituted Owen for the relatively subdued Raúl. Raúl was fine. With Su Hang and Ronaldo in top form, he was the obvious forward to be replaced, and he was mentally prepared. But Carlos was displeased. He felt Simone was targeting him. In previous matches, he had rarely been substituted unless injured. Playing as a fullback with a yellow card used to be fine, and now as a wide midfielder, a booking was even less of a concern. Carlos suspected Simone knew about his efforts to bring Luxemburgo to the club. It was a personal vendetta. Thus, Carlos completely fell out with Simon, not even slapping his hand as he left the pitch. A Sharpie journalist noticed and recorded the scene. In the 80th minute, Albacete earned a free kick, but their taker was clearly not as reliable as Beckham, and the ball sailed into the stands. At the 88th minute, Su Hang tracked back, diligently forcing an opponent's poor touch. Solari made a daring sliding tackle to win the ball. Starting from 3 meters behind the opposing center back, Owen showcased his explosive acceleration, sprinting past him to snatch the ball away. Unknown. Owen made no mistake, feinting slightly before slotting the ball home with a low shot. 5-0. Real Madrid had secured an epic, monumental victory. But this was not the final score. Due to goals clashes and other delays, the match had a lengthy stoppage time of 6 minutes. In the 91st minute, Beckham and Owen combined to press, forcing the opponents into a throw-in deep in their own half. Although the visitors retained possession, the position was perilous for them. A poor throw could allow Real Madrid to launch an immediate attack. To play it safe, an Albacete player hurled the ball towards Real Madrid's half, hoping to get it as far from his own goal as possible. However, Samuel, unchallenged, powered a colossal header, sending the ball straight back into Albacete's half. Su-Heng leaped high, nodding the ball on. Ronaldo sprinted onto it and attempted a long-range shot. The ball deflected off an opponent's shin and went out for a throw-in. Owen, weaving inside the box, received the ball and executed a half-turn curling shot, displaying exquisite finishing. Goal. Owen. The English golden boy shines at the Bernabeu. Owen, coming off the bench, scores a brace in 20 minutes. 6-0. This is Real Madrid's biggest victory of the season. Real Madrid's players celebrated wildly. Owen especially was jubilant. He had been stuck on the bench for a while, but he believed he deserved a starting spot. Today he proved it. He hoped the team would stick with a 3-forward formation, as it might allow him to secure a starting place ahead of Raúl. With 2 forwards, he and Ronaldo didn't quite click. Owen needed a playmaker, and Ronaldo was hardly going to lower himself to that role. Thus, for Owen and Ronaldo to coexist, they needed someone like Su-Heng or Morientes. Based on personal statistics, Su-Heng was the optimal choice. Because Su-Heng truly didn't hog the ball. In any match, his touches, dribbling distance, and shot attempts were remarkably low. Owen and Ronaldo adored such a teammate. They preferred he didn't touch the ball except for headers and tackles. Look, it's already the 95th minute, and Su-Heng is still contesting a header on the wing. Su-Heng, Zidane, don't you dare pass me the ball again. I can't jump anymore. Ouch. Upon landing, Su-Heng's ankle gave way, and he crumpled to the ground. He had twisted his ankle. The opponents regained possession. Albacete launched their final counterattack of the match, culminating in a cross and a header that found the net. The score was reduced to 1-6. It served as a fig leaf for the visitors. After the goal, Albacete had no heart to celebrate. Real Madrid players also rushed towards Su-Heng. Simon signaled for the team doctor to enter the pitch immediately, as Su-Heng lay collapsed right beside him. After an examination, the veteran team doctor said to Simon, "I don't think it's anything serious." Su-Heng winced in pain. "I think it could be serious." The doctor insisted, "Trust me, this is nothing major." Su-Heng retorted, "But it better be major." The doctor replied, "This won't even affect Su's next match." Su-Heng argued, "This should certainly affect the next match. I think we can't be too careless about injuries. Sometimes they seem minor, but there could be internal damage." Beep, beep, beep. 3 whistles interrupted the endless tug-of-war between Su-Heng and the doctor. The referee decided it was pointless to wait any longer. He ended the match directly. 6-1. Real Madrid had thrashed Albacete. Albacete fled into the player tunnel, as if escaping, leaving behind the nightmare of the Bernabeu. After the match, the Crown Prince faction dominated Real Madrid's forums, demanding justice for Su-Heng. Major media outlets also supported Simon's tactical reform of Real Madrid. The 3-forward formation clearly made Real Madrid more threatening, and crucially, it no longer sacrificed the Crown Prince Su. Marca reported, with Su-Heng starting, Real Madrid scores 6 goals. This is no coincidence. AS declared 2 goals and 2 assists, once again named man of the match. Real Madrid's bench is terrifyingly strong. The Crown Prince Su is simply another Ronaldo. El Mundo Deportivo wrote, Barcelona's academy produces midfielders, Real Madrid's produces forwards. But Real Madrid's treatment of Su-Heng is far worse than how we treat Xavi and Iniesta. El Mundo Deportivo continued, Real Madrid has made a ridiculous joke. With a prolific striker like Su-Heng, they still brought in Owen and recalled Morientes, causing internal discord. Sky Sports commented, tactically Simon's gamble paid off. He found the optimal solution for Real Madrid's strength. But the concern is whether this is the optimal solution for the squad. Su-Heng's return to the starting lineup after being out of the rotation will inevitably squeeze someone's position at Real Madrid, triggering a chain reaction. Especially since once Su-Heng starts, he's rarely substituted because no one would want to take off such an outstanding striker. Even if he coasts for half the match, he's sure to surprise you. Kicker added, Simon's approach could escalate tensions in the Real Madrid dressing room. Carlos explicitly stated that Simon's methods had made too many people uncomfortable. We could win with 4 defenders, why switch to 3? Bild remarked, perhaps the only good news for Simon and Real Madrid is that Su-Heng will miss the next league match due to an ankle injury. The dressing room conflict at Real Madrid might be delayed a bit. Yes, Su-Heng was injured. At his strong insistence, the team doctor cited potential injury risks to secure him a round of rest. This disappointed many Real Madrid fans, but excited many Barcelona fans. Because the next match was the first El Clasico of the season. Real Madrid would travel to the Camp Nou to challenge their archrivals. Barcelona fans claimed it wouldn't matter even if Su Heng played, but from their coach Rijkaard smile as he said, "It's truly regrettable that Su Heng is injured." They didn't seem regretful at all. They didn't want to face Su Heng. It all stemmed from the last El Clasico. That player named Su Heng had intimidated the Barcelona people with a hat-trick. On Real Madrid's side, even Ronaldo called the news of Su Heng's absence from the next match terrible. Ronaldo said, "I enjoy playing with Su. People only know Brazil produces players with brilliant footwork. But they don't know we also have many players whose footwork isn't great, but their imagination is rich. They can still play astonishing football. Su's footwork isn't exceptional, but he has a Latin American football mindset. It feels familiar to me, and playing with him is comfortable." Zidane also stated in an interview, "Su Heng has strong mental attributes. He's rational on the pitch. A player who can control his emotions during a match can never be bad. But it would be even better if his ball control matched his emotional control." Ding. Ronaldo recognizes your football mindset but believes you need some footwork to fully unleash your talent, so he grants you heel flick turn. Heel flick turn star-level skill. This is a high-speed stop technique of moderate difficulty, helping you shake off defenders more effectively. Detecting skill wind chaser as synergy occurs. Each time you use heel flick turn, there's a chance to activate wind chaser effect for 3 seconds. Zidane feels your ball control needs improvement, so he teaches you soul roll technique to enhance your touch. Soul roll technique, player-level skill. Rolling the ball with your soul improves your control, aiding in subsequent dribbling and shooting. Zidane, come look at this. Look at what Ronaldo gave, and what did you give? It's completely outclassed, you know. Su Heng stared at the gifts from the two legends, caught in a comparison between pleasure and greater pleasure. But Zidane did have his merits. The soul roll technique, though seemingly a player-level skill, was actually a godly technique. This skill enhanced the elusive mystical ball sense. With better ball sense, everything, dribbling, control, shooting, passing, became smoother. This skill directly unlocked Su Heng's ball control attribute at 70 and also boosted his shooting and short passing by 1 point each. Of course, this skill lacked visual flair. What is visual flair? The heel flick turn is a prime example. It's a distinct move with an intuitive effect. Later, it was most famously and effectively used by Cristiano Ronaldo, earning the name Ronaldo heel flick turn. R9. CR7. After all, he's also called Ronaldo. The move itself is simple: a stop, a heel flick, and a change of direction to accelerate. But both the initial stop and the subsequent accelerate demand high physical fitness. Without strong muscle power, one cannot execute the stop. It requires immense force to counter inertia. The acceleration after the turn is even more demanding. Unexpectedly, this move synergized with Owen's wind chaser. Apart from being somewhat physically strong, Su Heng had no standout advantages even with wind chaser. The trigger conditions for the wind chaser effect were too harsh. But after the synergy, it was a different story. This was arguably Su Heng's first truly proactive offensive skill. Beyond carrying opponents passing back and heading duels, Su Heng could finally delve into the offensive end. This skill boosted Su Heng's ball control by 1 point and his explosiveness by 2 points. His current attributes were as follows: offensive awareness 76, a ball control 71, shooting 74, short pass 74, heading 78, explosiveness 77, strength 83, jumping 75, a vision 8. What about the Marseille turn? Yes, Su Heng did possess this skill, but he had only a preliminary grasp of the Marseille turn. Forcing its use always left him stumbling and unsteady. To reach Zidane's level of effortless grace, his basic attributes still fell far short. However, with the unlocking of this ball control attribute, his Marseille turn should become smoother. On November 20th, the 12th round of La Liga, the Spanish El Clasico, erupted fiercely. Real Madrid had just crushed Albacete 6-1. And with a goal difference advantage, they climbed back to second place in the league. But currently sitting atop the league was Barcelona. Due to Su Heng's absence and the consensus among the coaching staff to play it safe, Real Madrid ultimately used their most common formation from the past 2 years. 4,231. Ronaldo, Zidane, Raúl, Figo, Beckham, Guti, Carlos, Samuel, Pavon, Salgado, Casillas. Woodgate was suspended due to accumulated yellow cards. Owen, Morieni, Solari, and other renowned players waited on the bench ready at any moment. On the other side, Barcelona also employed their most favored 433 formation. Ronaldinho, Larson, Ita, Deco, Marquez, Xavi, Van Bronckhorst, Puyol, Olger, Belletti, Valdez. On the bench were young talents like Iniesta and Messi. People had eagerly anticipated Su Heng's dominance over Barcelona's traitor E2, Barcelona's crown prince Iniesta, and La Masia's young prodigy Messi. Unfortunately, Barcelona escaped unscathed. Especially the young Messi, who had just made his first team debut for Barcelona not long ago, was hardly comparable to Su Heng. Even though before last season Messi's fame and skill far surpassed Su Heng's now, they were no longer players of the same caliber. Ultimately, Messi did not appear in this crucial match. Instead, Iniesta came off the bench. The final score greatly satisfied the Catalans. In the 29th minute, Ita bit back at his former club, scoring from Ronaldinho's pass. In the 43rd minute, Deco assisted left-back Van Bronckhorst to net another goal. In the 77th minute, it was Itu again winning a penalty in the box. Ronaldinho converted the spot kick, making the score 3-0. This was the final score. Real Madrid suffered a humiliating defeat at Camp Nou. Their previous 6-2 victory suddenly lost its luster. The Catalan media celebrated this triumph wildly. Puyol, who had clashed with Su Heng last season, stated after the match, "This is everything. This is everything for this season. Barcelona will trample over Real Madrid to become this season's La Liga champions." Real Madrid's nemesis Ita laughed and said, "Next round, I will complete a hat-trick at the Bernabeu." El Mundo Deportivo declared Real Madrid is nothing but a paper tiger. Aside from promoted teams, who can they defeat? Sport added, after a period of chaos, Barcelona has found its rhythm. For a long time to come, Real Madrid will live under Barcelona's shadow. The Catalans held their heads high. Naturally, the people of Madrid were disheartened. Everyone was biding their time, eagerly awaiting the next El Clasico. When that day came, they would show the Catalans who truly ruled Spain. In front of Real Madrid's training ground, countless fans had gathered spontaneously. Su Heng was signing autographs as usual, but today they weren't there just for his signature. "So can you return for the next match?" A young boy in a Su Heng jersey cut in line. He looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. "Sorry, we're about to head back to France. He didn't mean to." "Sorry." A woman came over, pulling her child away and apologizing to the nearby fans. "Sorry, we have a flight to catch. Time is running short." "Su, he's your fan. We came specially to watch your game, but you didn't play in the Clasico." After Real Madrid lost, he cried his heart out. "He's a football schoolboy who just won our local tournament. He hopes you can lead Real Madrid to victory." As the woman spoke, the little boy began to cry again. Hey, be a man." Su Heng lifted the boy into his arms. "We're men, we can't easily shed tears, understand. Stay strong. Defeat hurts, but remember this feeling. It's what drives us to improve, so we never want to experience it again." Under Su Heng's soothing words, the child gradually calmed down and repeated his earlier question, "Su, can you play in the next match? Real Madrid needs victory. Real Madrid needs you." With that, the little boy wriggled free from Su Heng's arms, ran to the side, suddenly turned around, and, though he barely jumped, proudly swung his arms. Shoo. Gradually, applause broke out. "Su Heng! Su Heng! Su Heng!" Real Madrid's fans began chanting Su Heng's name in unison. The little boy pumped his fists and cheered along. The atmosphere felt like a concert. This was the fans' hope for Su Heng. Su Heng stood frozen in the crowd. Never had he felt such a burning desire to fight for these fans. His injury had actually healed long ago. He could have even played in the Clasico, but he feared exposure, so until this moment, a surge of desire to take the field and compete rose within him. He even regretted not participating in the last match. That was the Spanish El Clasico. "Technically, my injury shouldn't have healed," yet Su Heng spoke, interrupting the cheers. The little boy's eyes welled up with tears again. "But," Su Heng pointed at the boy, "for you, for Real Madrid's fans in the next match." Su Heng turned and walked toward the training ground. As he neared the gate, he suddenly accelerated, leaped high, and spun in midair. The next moment, over 1,000 fans on the scene roared Su Heng's battle cry in unison. Su. The crowd erupted. Real Madrid's fans seemed to foresee victory already. Su Heng stood at the training ground entrance. "Tell me your name. If I'm lucky enough to score, I can dedicate it to you." The little boy jumped up and down in excitement. "Kylian Mbappe." Su Heng nodded. "All right, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle." The little boy was thunderstruck. How did Su know his nickname? He really disliked that nickname. Really disliked it. Su Heng returned to the field for the young fans volunteering to participate in the next round. A touching scene unfolded outside Real Madrid's training ground as Su Heng promised a young fan that he would bring victory to Real Madrid. In an exclusive interview, Clara stated Su Heng deeply regrets not playing despite his injury in the last match. Although he may not change the game's outcome, he feels that only by giving his all can he avoid regrets. In that moment, Su Heng became a symbol of resilience. Countless fans supported him, yet some wished for him to prioritize his recovery and not rush back, ensuring his health first. Seeing these messages, Su Heng couldn't help but feel guilty. After all, he had always been in good health. On November 28th, in the 13th round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Levante at home. The Levante players were filled with animosity towards Barcelona. They were forced to act tough. "Why should we suffer? You all should come to Bernabeu and see for yourselves. The Real Madrid fans are ready to feast." Why is Levante so anxious? Because they have Albacete as a cautionary tale. To be frank, while Levante currently ranks 7th in the standings, which is quite good, Spanish media predict a grim future for them this season, believing they will be relegated. Levante's current points are closely tied to their opponents as they have faced a string of weak teams. But starting from this round, they will encounter a series of strong rivals, and they are likely to falter. On Real Madrid's side, Simon is concerned about Su Heng's physical condition and has arranged for him to sit on the bench. However, everyone knows that unless something unexpected happens, Su Heng will definitely come on. At this moment, Su Heng was no longer just Su Heng. He was the sole support for the fans to hold their heads high after Real Madrid's crushing defeat to Barcelona. Real Madrid's starting lineup included Morientes, Ronaldo, Raúl, Carlos, Zidane, Beckham, Figo, Woodgate, Samuel Helguera, and Casillas. In Bondi Saint Denis at AS Bondi Football Club, Mbappe pointed at Su Heng on the screen and said, "Look, this is Su. When I went to Madrid this time I met him, and he even hugged me. Like this." The other kids were momentarily shocked, then all showed envious expressions. Until a little boy asked, "Did he sign for you?" "My uncle got Benzema's autograph when he went to watch a match last time." But that was Benzema. Although he is the least talented player among the French Four Swans, I think he's not worse than Su Heng at all. Little Mbappe felt struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. Because he didn't get an autograph. His friends began to mock him. "Haha, you're lying. You don't have Su's signature, you never even met him. Liar, liar." Other classmates joined in to condemn Mbappe. In the simple yet cruel world of children, Mbappe, with tears in his eyes, stubbornly said, "I'm not lying. Su said he would give me a goal. Just watch after Su scores." His friends were skeptical. "Even if Su scores, how can you prove that goal was meant for you?" This time Mbappe regained his confidence, crossing his arms in front of his chest and making a cool elbow gesture. "We agreed on this. This gesture. Su will use this gesture to celebrate his goal," Mbappe said with conviction, leaving other kids unsure of who was right. One of the kids who initially doubted him mumbled, "Whether he can score is still uncertain." Just then the match began. Real Madrid, playing at home, undoubtedly held the advantage from the start, taking a more proactive approach in the opening minutes. However, in the 4th minute, Woodgate made a mistake in passing from the back, sending the ball to the opponent's winger. Levante's winger attempted a through ball to the striker, but unfortunately the pass was too strong and the ball flew out of bounds. Levante's players were evidently nervous, which affected their normal performance. But Woodgate. Simon frowned from the sideline. After nearly 20 matches, Woodgate's performance was still unsatisfactory with many mistakes. It seems it's not a matter of adaptation, but of ability. This center back is likely subpar. His abilities are not fundamentally different from Real Madrid's Pavon and Bravo, far inferior to Samuel and Helguera. In the 7th minute, Zidane delivered a brilliant pass, but Figo's shot was blocked by the opposing center back. Raúl followed up with another shot, which was again blocked. In the 10th minute, Ronaldo was knocked down from behind outside the penalty area. The referee didn't even blow for a foul, as it appeared to be a normal challenge. However, the troubling part was that Ronaldo fell and couldn't get up. The Real Madrid medical staff entered the field, and after a brief consultation, Ronaldo indicated that he could continue. In the 12th minute, Ronaldo punished Levante. Carlos passed to Morientes on the flank. Morientes then set up Zidane, who made a forward run. Zidane passed the ball to Ronaldo, who was positioned wide, without stopping the ball. Ronaldo executed a sudden stop, received the ball, turned and cut inside in one fluid motion. He easily shook off his defender and curled the ball into the net from the left side of the penalty area. Goal. 1-0. This is Ronaldo. This is the alien of Bernabeu. He punished his opponent, who harmed him with little tricks, using the ball as his weapon. A relegation team is indeed no match for Real Madrid. In the 15th minute, Levante was caught on a counterattack by Real Madrid. After crossing midfield, Carlos attempted a long-range shot. Unfortunately, he misjudged the power and the ball sailed over the crossbar. Otherwise, it would have been a classic goal. In the 18th minute, Figo was fouled while breaking through on the flank, earning a free kick. However, Zidane quickly took the free kick successfully. Raúl received the ball and directly took a shot, catching the opponent off guard. Real Madrid led 2-0. In the 35th minute, Levante's winger penetrated Real Madrid's penalty area and executed a simple body feint to shake off Woodgate and fired a powerful shot. However, the assistant referee raised his flag first. Offside. Real Madrid escaped a scare. Yet Woodgate's amateurish performance did little to satisfy the fans. In the 40th minute, a Levante defender made a coordination error under Real Madrid's pressing. Zidane flicked a pass to Ronaldo. Ronaldo attempted a volley, but unfortunately he couldn't control it, and the ball soared into the stands. Yet the overall atmosphere remained quite relaxed. Between the two world-class players, occasional sparks flew. This is what the fans love to see. In the first half, the score remained unchanged. As the second half began, Real Madrid still had many chances. In the 57th minute, Carlos crossed from the byline, but Morientes was positioned wide outside the penalty area, and Ronaldo lacked the height, allowing the ball to slide past the post. Figo controlled the ball on the other side and delivered another cross. The opposing center-back outmuscled Ronaldo to clear the ball. The Real Madrid fans at the stadium erupted into cheers, even more frenzied than when they celebrated the first half goal. Oh, Su-Heng is warming up. Barring any surprises, he's about to take the field. Though the team is leading now, I believe no Real Madrid fan wouldn't want Su-Heng on the pitch. Su-Heng's spirit has inspired the Real Madrid faithful. Whether Real Madrid can achieve a resounding victory in this match, and whether Su-Heng can score, will have a crucial impact on the entire season. Because this is Real Madrid's response to Barcelona. In the 63rd minute, Real Madrid earned a corner kick opportunity. Simon waved his hand, decisively signaling Su-Heng onto the field. As Ronaldo departed, team doctors promptly surrounded him for further examination and applied ice packs. He indeed had a minor injury, so he wasn't upset about being substituted. While the doctors were still wrapping bandages, Simon exchanged a few polite words of praise with Ronaldo. Suddenly, the stadium erupted into chaos. Ronaldo, Simon, and the others looked up. Real Madrid's players were gathered in Levant's penalty area celebrating exuberantly. On the big screen, a replay of the entire sequence unfolded. After entering the field, Su-Heng sprinted all the way into the penalty area. At the referee's whistle, Beckham delivered the corner kick. The ball had a massive arc, creating a strong disruptive effect. Yet its landing point was remarkably clear. In the small penalty area, Real Madrid's number 24 rose into the air. Ronaldo's aerial domination was activated. Su-Heng delivered a powerful header like a mountain, toppling forcefully, smashing the ball into the net. Goal. He scored. Su-Heng. Less than a minute after coming off the bench, Su-Heng has already found the back of the net. So fast. If Su-Heng had played in the last match, would those Barcelona players still be so arrogant? Su would turn the entire Camp Nou into rubble. Damn Barcelona, come and play against Su if you dare. FK. The Real Madrid fans were so excited they kept cursing. The Levant players on the field became the most innocent victims. They were being beaten by Real Madrid as if they were Barcelona. What sin had they committed? Su's header was just too powerful. Goal. Little Mbappe began to cheer. Su scored. Su really scored. Su kept his word. But soon a kid who didn't get along with him seemed to notice something. Su isn't celebrating. Su didn't dedicate the goal to you. Kylian, you're definitely lying. Oh, liar, liar, Mbappe is a liar. Mbappe once again became the target of everyone's criticism. I'm not a liar. There were too many people. As soon as Su scored, his teammates immediately hugged him, so of course, he couldn't make a celebration gesture. Mbappe found the most plausible explanation. After all, Su-Heng had promised him. It couldn't be that Su had forgotten, could it? Su wasn't that kind of person. In the camera shot, after the celebration ended, Su-Heng felt as if there was something he had forgotten to do. Su. Zidane called out to him, interrupting his train of thought, and gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Su-Heng smiled and nodded. In the 65th minute, Su-Heng pulled wide on the offside line while Morientes moved into the center to help Zidane break free from the siege. Zidane then delivered a through ball. Raúl cut inside without the ball and took a shot inside the penalty area, but it went wide. On the sideline, Simon made another substitution. Owen replaced Morientes. Both Morientes and Su-Heng could serve as target men, so there was no need for both to be on the pitch simultaneously. Although Morientes was a better passer, Su-Heng had just come on, so Morientes had to be the one substituted. Raúl's expression was quite content. He ultimately didn't want to be replaced by Owen. In the 74th minute, Carlos sent a cross from the flank. Su-Heng leaped high at the near post, heading the ball backward, completely dominating the aerial space. Unfortunately, Owen, who had just come on, hadn't found his touch yet. His sliding shot was more like a clearance, sending the ball into the stands. In the 78th minute, Beckham fell injured after a collision with an opponent. Guti replaced Beckham, using up Real Madrid's 3 substitution slots. In the 81st minute, Guti, who had just entered the game, brought a completely different experience to Levant's midfielders compared to Beckham. Beckham, playing as a defensive midfielder, played it safe, mainly using long passes to switch the play wide. But Guti was more aggressive, preferring through balls through the middle. Although if intercepted, it would leave his own team vulnerable. But if it came off, the rewards were high. Sure enough, Guti played a through ball from the center circle. The ball was like a phantom blade, instantly slicing through the opponent's defense. Golden Wolf, Guti the phantom, through ball. Zidane is on the path of the ball. After receiving it, he can distribute to Owen and Raúl, who are cutting in from the left and right flanks. Zidane lets it run through his legs. He doesn't take the ball. Su-Heng makes a forward run, charging towards the ball. Oh dear. The opponent's number 2 has held his position. This center-back has been outstanding today, breaking up many of Real Madrid's chances. Without him, Real Madrid might have scored 2 or 3 more goals. The Levant center-back chose his defensive position very cleverly. It was exactly one step behind where Su-Heng would receive the ball. If Su-Heng tried to dribble after receiving it, the center-back could make a direct tackle. If Su Hang shot first time, the center back could block almost all shooting angles. He had previously blocked shots from Raúl and Figo in succession. He seemed quite accomplished in this area. Seeing this scene, Zidane was already backing off. He estimated that Su Hang would be dispossessed. Bang! Just as Su Hang was about to touch the ball, he suddenly jumped forward and backheeled it. At that moment, Su Hang and the opposing center back were almost face to face. This center back knew what was about to happen. Bang! Su Hang nudged the ball to the right and instantly accelerated. The center back standing right next to him reached out to grab him, but couldn't even catch a piece of his shirt. Too fast. Was Su Hang this quick? It couldn't be. Was this Ronaldo or Owen? Su Hang smiled slightly. He had guessed correctly. It was Ronaldo's backheel nutmeg, in turn combined with Owen's wind-chasing effect. So fast. Su Hang with a single feint has bypassed Levant's last defender. Unknown with the keeper. The goalkeeper is rushing out. The goalkeeper dives. Su Hang rolls the ball in a circle, transitioning from stillness to motion, then from motion to a pause. Su Hang's sense of rhythm is truly divine. He has fooled the opposing goalkeeper into committing. Su Hang's ball control is excellent. The ball is completely under his command, doing his bidding. A chip shot. Su Hang with effortless grace chips the ball into the net after the goalkeeper had committed to the ground. The ball floats into the goal like a butterfly. Goal. Su Hang. 18 minutes on the pitch and Su Hang has scored a brace. His efficiency is terrifying. Truth be told, Su Hang himself hadn't expected this goal to be so smooth. Mainly because the wind-chasing effect had been triggered. Not every backheel nutmeg in turn could trigger this effect, it was only a probability. But today the heavens were clearly cooperative. Everything that could be given was given. Su Hang sprinted towards the corner flag, twirled his finger in the air, and leaped high into the air. The next moment, all 8-0 fans at the Bernabeu, every single one of them followed the divine Su Hang in a celebratory roar. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. The Levant players gazed at Su Hang with envy. This was the crown prince of Real Madrid. This was the influence of the world's most elite platform. Having played merely 3 matches last season and fewer than 10 this season, Su Hang had already skyrocketed to fame in Spain, bearing the aura of a superstar. Even across Europe, he had garnered a modest reputation. To command 80,000 fans in a personalized celebration, this was a feat neither Zidane nor Ronaldo had achieved. Su Hang's sway over the fans, his power to unite them, far surpassed ordinary imagination. The scene was one of jubilation. Yet after the celebration, Su Hang still felt an emptiness. It seemed he had truly forgotten something. Beep. With a whistle, the match resumed as Levant kicked off. Su Hang suddenly patted his head on the spot. Mbappe. Damn. He had completely forgotten about the turtle. Forgotten his turtle-style signature celebration. Oh heavens. Was director Mbappe watching the game? In a classroom in France, Mbappe was on the verge of tears welling in his eyes. The children beside him taunted, "What good is scoring? I told you you're a liar. Su Hang has never met you. You never went to Spain, did you?" Mbappe clenched his fists. "Shut up. I went." I agreed with Su. "He's just too busy and forgot. That's it, next time I'll remind him." The child doubled over with laughter. "Will there be a next time? Will you keep lying to us? Do you think we'll believe you? Even if you did meet Su, he must have forgotten you long ago. Do you really think you're some football prodigy? Do you think you can join Real Madrid in the future? Do you think you'll become the next Su?" The child's rapid-fire questions shattered young Mbappe's composure. Yet from his words one could easily discern his jealousy. For in this school, even in this region, Mbappe was the strongest young player of his age. He had started playing football at 4. His father was a coach, and he had displayed astonishing talent early on. Some even said that if Mbappe continued like this, he would surely enter the Clairefontaine Academy, the sacred temple of French youth training. In 1998, the French national team, led by Zidane, set out from Clairefontaine to lift the World Cup. It had nurtured the king of gunners Henry, the Juventus sharpshooter Trezeguet, the football wanderer Anelka. The French were all discussing who is the next. A beeping sound from the television interrupted Mbappe's tears. In the frame shortly after the kickoff, Real Madrid launched another attack. Figo sent a cross from outside the box, then raised his hand, signaling a handball by an opponent. The referee blew his whistle without hesitation, pointing to the penalty spot. A Levant player, in a moment of error, made a move akin to volleyball, conceding the penalty and earning a yellow card. Ronaldo was the team's primary penalty taker, but he had already been substituted. The designated penalty taker on the field now was Zidane. Zidane cradled the ball, preparing to walk to the spot. Suddenly a voice sounded behind him. Zinedine. Su Hang spoke. Zinedine Zidane halted, frowning as he looked at Su Hang. Acquaintances called him Zidane. Close friends called him Zizou. But few addressed him so formally by his full name. It was a sign of intimacy tinged with distance. This awkwardness. Zidane almost anticipated Su Hang's intent. "Could I take this penalty?" Su Hang asked. "I know it's not right, but I A brief silence fell over the scene. Everyone was astonished. Oh no. Is Su Hang really asking Zidane for the penalty? We understand Su Hang. He's already scored twice, and one more would be a hat trick. But the penalty is a symbol of status on the team. You can't just ask for it. This could cause locker room conflict. Su Hang is too rash. How could this happen? Wasn't it said that Su Hang would even sit out for team harmony? Now he's fighting over a penalty so cluelessly. It seems the media has exaggerated Su Hang's character. He's not as great as they say. He's just a 19-year-old kid. His performance today merits this penalty, but his actions don't befit his role as the fourth captain. Thud. Zidane tossed the ball to Su Hang. He understood. At Su Hang's age, if he had the chance, he would have gone for it too. In fact, Zidane had already considered giving the penalty to Su Hang, but Su Hang had spoken too soon. This somewhat tarnished his image in Zidane's eyes. Zidane felt a pang of regret. Everything could have been perfect if Su Hang had been a little more patient. Zizou, thank you. He'll give you many assists and score off your passes. I'm truly grateful. Su Hang pulled Zidane closer, embracing him. I promised a young French fan named Mbappé that I would use a celebration we agreed upon after scoring in this match. He's a diehard Real Madrid fan watching me on TV. I was too excited after my goal and forgot, but I can't break my word. I can't let my fan down. So, thank you, Zizou. Zidane's expression shifted a look of surprise. Mbappé? Kylian Mbappé. Su Hang was taken aback. Yes, you know him. Zidane couldn't help but chuckle. His parents were both athletes. I've heard the boy is immensely talented. He was named best player at the recent U7 Ball Kid Cup in Saint-Denis, France. If not for my European Cup preparations, I would have been the one to present his award. Zidane was a strong supporter of French domestic football and rarely declined official invitations unless necessary. He possessed high emotional intelligence and harbored great ambitions. Whether it was the presidency of the French Football Federation or even a future run for the French presidency, no one would be surprised. Su Hang breathed a sigh of relief. Then you can't hold a grudge against me. I truly meant no disrespect. If I win any penalties in the future, I'll give everyone to you. Zidane ruffled Su Hang's hair. No need, kid. This is a goal you're gifting to France's future superstar. You'd better score it. Otherwise, I won't have another penalty to give you. The atmosphere on the pitch suddenly eased. The conflict everyone had imagined never materialized. And it seemed Zidane wasn't displeased at all. He even smiled as he nudged Su Hang into the box. The journalists were stunned. How was this possible? How could Zidane give up the penalty? Zidane's personality was extremely tough. No one could take what was rightfully his. He possessed wisdom, but he was not slick. He placed great importance on his status and treatment at Real Madrid. How could he do something that would undermine his own authority? What kind of magic did Su Hang possess? Huff. Su Hang placed the ball on the penalty spot, adjusting it carefully. Then he stepped out of the box. At the referee's whistle, Su Hang began his run-up, charging towards the ball. His shooting stat was 74. That was certainly enough for taking penalties, but only if he didn't aim for extreme angles, didn't seek curve, and didn't try any fancy tricks. Otherwise, even a 99 shooting stat could send the ball flying. Taking a penalty was all about maintaining a calm mind. Even someone as strong as Cristiano Ronaldo relied on the simple trick of striking the ball with power. Even if the goalkeeper guessed the direction, as long as he wasn't decisive enough, he couldn't save it. Bang! Su Hang chose to shoot towards the left side of the goal. This was the most conventional direction for a right-footed shot. And since he didn't aim for an extreme angle, it was theoretically easy to save. But the opposing goalkeeper stood motionless. He thought Su Hang would chip the ball for a Panenka. After all, Zidane was most famous for his Panenka penalties. Hadn't Su Hang exchanged so much with Zidane supposedly learning penalty-taking experience? Goal. Su Hang scores from the spot. He didn't let Figo's penalty winning or Zidane's penalty gift go to waste. 5-0. 3 goals in 20 minutes. Su Hang comes off the bench to complete a hat-trick. This is also the fastest hat-trick in La Liga this season. Su Hang runs towards the corner flag looking for the camera. He doesn't use his signature celebration this. This is a new celebration. He points at the camera as if saying something. In the shot, Su Hang crossed his arms looking cool. He kept repeating a name, but the roar of the crowd drowned it out. Yet in a classroom far away in France, students suddenly shouted, Mbappé. It's Mbappé, he's shouting Mbappé. 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 Children from other classrooms noticed the sound matched Su Hang's lip movements on TV. They too started shouting Mbappé. Mbappé. In the classroom, little Mbappé laughed while crying. I told you I wasn't lying. I met Su. He promised me. He promised to score a goal for me. Mbappé was in tears. Su Hang returns from injury. Hat-trick helps Real Madrid slaughter Levante 50. Barca dodged a bullet. If Su had played last match, Barca might not have won. 2 matches, 5 goals, 2 assists. Su Hang is scorching hot. The big gun. Real Madrid's crown prince dons a hat-trick at home. 8 games this season, 3 starts, 5 sub-appearances, 9 goals, 3 assists. 10%. Su Hang has played 10 games for Real Madrid, only one without a win. Another man of the match. Su Hang off the bench 3 goals in 20 minutes post-match, rating 9.7. Levant coach, we became Barca's scapegoat. I hope Barca can come to the Bernabeu and feel Real Madrid's passion, especially Su Hang's passion. Levant captain, this is terrifying. Real Madrid already had an alien, now they have the strongest earthling. Su Hang's explosive performance swept across Europe instantly. The entire continent was reporting on this match. The whole of Europe was relieved for Barcelona. They had dodged the fury of Real Madrid's crown prince. Naturally, the media was also very interested in the penalty at the end of the match. The media first interviewed Zidane, wanting to see if he was as magnanimous as he appeared on the pitch. Or was it just because there were 8,000 fans forcing him to let Su Hang take the penalty? Zidane smiled at the camera. This is a touching story. I think Su Hang himself should tell it. All I can say here is that I am happy for a certain young French fan. Your football idol is truly amazing. He nearly angered the irritable me just to fulfill his promise to you. Zidane had piqued everyone's curiosity. When it came to generating buzz, Zizou was a master. Clearly, he was someone who had seen the big stage, knowing to let the bullet fly for a while. After Zidane's teaser, football fans across Europe were eager to know the whole story. It involved a fan and a player, making it relatable to everyone. Finally, a beautiful reporter from Marca donned her sexy battle gear and conducted an in-depth, unknown interview with Su Hang. The truth came to light. Clara's column published a set of photos. They were from before the match, when Su Hang announced his participation, and the media had released a series of pictures. 2 of them were put together. One showed Su Hang at the training ground entrance, arms spread wide, doing the shoe move. The other showed a 6 or 7-year-old boy in a Real Madrid No. 24 jersey, also doing the shoe move. His name is Kylian Mbappé, the best player of the U7 Ball Cup tournament in Saint-Denis, France. His prize, provided by the award presenter Zidane, who couldn't attend the ceremony due to the European Championship, was 2 VIP tickets to the Spanish El Clasico. In the previous match, little Mbappé and his mother went to Camp Nou, but wearing a Real Madrid jersey, they witnessed a disaster. Barcelona crushed Real Madrid 30. It was too cruel for little Mbappé. On the day they left Madrid, he waited outside the Real Madrid training ground and met Su Hang, who was preparing for training. Little Mbappé made that gesture, pleading with Su Hang to play in the next match and help restore Real Madrid's confidence. Su Hang then made the same gesture, announcing he would return for the match against Levant and dedicate the goal to Mbappé. The thousands of fans on site erupted in joy. Then we saw everything that happened. Su Hang and little Mbappé had agreed on a celebration. But little Mbappé never expected that Su would give him not just 1 goal, but a hat-trick. Su Hang's request received a warm response from Zidane, who greatly admired Su Hang's spirit of keeping his word for the fans. This perfectly aligns with his own philosophy of never disappointing the fans. Once the story was reported, all of Europe applauded. There were many star players in Europe, but there were also plenty of ungrateful ones. After being made famous by fans, they began to ignore them or even turn against them. Especially the English stars, one after another, learning bad habits, good at everything except playing football. But look at Real Madrid's crown prince. Sky Sports. Su Hang's character should never be questioned. Not only does he sacrifice for the team, but he also insists on signing autographs for fans outside the training ground every day. France football. On match day, after Su Hang completed his hat-trick, Mbappé's school echoed with his name for 5 minutes. Kicker. Su Hang is an elite footballer, excellent in every respect. In La Repubblica, 70% of Real Madrid fans support Su Hang as the club's next leader. Journal de Noticias. Real Madrid has developed Su Hang syndrome, affecting both match results and team image. For Su Hang, this is a triumph. For Real Madrid, perhaps not. Ding. You have repeatedly scored from passes delivered by Guti. His personal stats have improved markedly, and he is deeply impressed. So much so that he willingly shares his most refined technique, the Yao Dao through ball. Yao Dao through ball, a world-class skill. Guti, the Yao Dao, delivers through balls so incisive they either pierce the defense or shatter your own rhythm. Your through ball and vertical long passing abilities have significantly improved. The more opponents your through ball bypasses, the greater its precision, and the easier it becomes for your teammate to receive and exploit it. As a result, Su Hang's short passing attribute increases by 1, reaching 75. His long passing attribute is also unlocked, set at 70. Guti, ever unassuming, had quietly gifted Su Hang a remarkable surprise, and truly worthy of being the club's second captain. Though Guti frequently alternates between starting lineups and the bench, he remains an indispensable pillar of Real Madrid's midfield. Handsome, fiery-tempered, and fiercely aggressive. A player of unmistakable charisma and individuality. This prompted Su Hang, the team's current rising star, to praise Guti effusively during training the following day. Here was Su Hang, a bona fide fan favorite, showing such profound respect toward Guti. As a senior, did that bring him joy? And that boy Su is truly exceptional. Guti mentioned Su Hang in a casual conversation with Raúl later. And yes, he's outstanding. With him on board, we simply don't need those external superstars. Raúl glanced around cautiously before speaking softly. In the so-called American faction, or rather the Brazilian bloc, had grown increasingly ambitious, their intentions now plain to all. Just days earlier, Luxembourgo's agent had contacted Real Madrid through Carlos. Although CIMA Superscript 3N's coaching record remained solid, Florentino demanded more than mere victories. He demanded perfection in appearance and prestige and perception. Such a world-class squad deserved nothing less than a world-class manager. And Luxembourgo's appointment was now inevitable. Raúl, the Prince of Real Madrid. Due to his Atletico Madrid roots, Raúl had initially faced hostility from Guti upon arrival, but quickly won him over, forging a deep and enduring friendship. Soon after, both entered the first team alongside Morientes and Casillas, becoming pillars of Real Madrid. And after Hierro's departure, Raúl assumed the captaincy and became the de facto voice of the native Spanish faction. Moreover, as the first to extend goodwill to Figo upon his arrival, sacrificing personal pride for the club's unity, Raúl forged a profound bond with him. In essence, Raúl's opinion was the native faction's opinion. And externally, Su Hang was regarded as a product of Real Madrid's youth academy. Yet in truth, due to age and competitive standing, he had never formally joined the inner circle. Even Casillas had only recently earned full acceptance from the native faction. Yet now both the faction's leader and deputy were genuinely impressed by Su Hang's performances. Watching Su Hang converse easily with Samuel Owen and Ronaldo, Raúl entertained a bold idea: and what if Su could become team captain? But he swiftly recoiled from the thought. It was implausible, unthinkable to the outside world. And no one could imagine Raúl, the native faction's leader and one of Spain's national team's chief arbiters, reluctant to assume leadership. Raúl was an outstanding player, beloved by many who played with joy and grace. Yet upon becoming captain, he bore burdens he never sought, enduring slights, swallowing humiliations. His closest friend Redondo was sold off without warning. His dear comrade Morientes was exiled, only to return later, yet find no place in the squad. And even his longtime friend Carlos drifted away, estranged by factional rivalries. Behind Real Madrid's annual acquisition of global superstars stood Raúl's tireless efforts to preserve dressing room harmony. And he sacrificed his own dignity as a player, ceding resources, influence, and spotlight to Ronaldo and Zidane. He may have been technically inferior to them, but as the native faction's leader, he certainly possessed the authority to demand parity and special treatment. Yet he chose not to. His sacrifice was immense, and he longed for someone to shoulder that weight, so he might once again be the joyful prince of the Bernabeu. He did not wish to be king, and alas, Guti's temperament was even less suited to leadership. And Casillas was too young, lacking the gravitas to command the room. Helguera Salgado and others lacked both stature and renown, and none could rival the established prestige of Zidane, Ronaldo, Beckham, and other luminaries. Yet prestige must be weighed against potential. And if a player's promise inspired absolute conviction that he would become the next global icon and enjoyed the native faction's backing, that player could unify Real Madrid's fractured factions and thus launch the Galácticos truly toward glory. And that player seemed to have arrived, possessing not only extraordinary potential, but also innate leadership and magnetic charisma. Arrange a private meeting with Su, Raúl said. And I hope he stops sacrificing himself for the team. If he renders Ronaldo no longer indispensable, the Brazilian bloc's core influence will vanish. Guti froze, stunned that Raúl held such towering expectations for Su Hang. And I'm fucking done with this role. I refuse to play midfield. I refuse. Do you even understand? Do you truly understand football? A sudden eruption on the training pitch interrupted the two faction leaders' exchange. Carlos and head coach CIMA Superscript 3N had clashed violently, again. By professional standards, Carlos's conduct was egregious. And CIMA Superscript 3N was his coach. Disobeying him was one thing, publicly confronting and insulting him was another. It was textbook Su Hang behavior. NSU Hang. Carlos, you've gone too far. CIMA Superscript 3N stammered, face flushed with mortification. You'll be suspended internally, you. And go ahead, try it. Carlos lunged at CIMA Superscript 3N, knocking him flat to the ground. Real Madrid's players stood frozen in disbelief. NSU Hang was the first to rush forward. Carlos, stop. Don't do this. It's our head coach. NSU Hang tackled Carlos onto the grass. Others hurried over and pulled the three apart. Ronaldo urged Carlos to calm down, but Carlos, consumed by rage, had fixed his sights solely on CIMA Superscript 3N. Shaking free from teammates' grip, he raised his fist and charged once more. Su Hang shared a strong rapport with CIMA Superscript 3N, both professionally and personally, and could not stand by while Sima superscript 3N was assaulted. And he shoved Sima superscript 3N aside. Thud. N. Carlos's fist struck Su Hang, and kept coming. NSU Hang was patient, yielding when necessary, but he was no pushover. His reflexes ignited instantly. And thud. NSU Hang blocked Carlos's second punch with a raised elbow, closed the distance in a flash, seized Carlos's throat with his right hand, and drove him forward. Carlos crashed to the ground, immobilized. Knee's left knee was pinned beneath Su Hang's right knee. Knee's chest was pressed under Su Hang's left knee. His throat remained firmly gripped in Su Hang's grasp. In a mere instant, Su Hang subdued the ferocious Carlos. Despite his short stature, Carlos was extraordinarily muscular and possessed immense strength. Yet under Su Hang's hand, he couldn't even last a single round. Su, let Carlos go. Ronaldo and Samuel rushed over trying to call for a halt. But Ronaldo hadn't exerted such force when he pulled Carlos earlier. However, with a push of his left hand, Su Hang sent Ronaldo and Samuel tumbling to the ground. Such strength. Su Hang showed no regard for anyone's face. He stared at Carlos and said word by word, "I said, stop. Do you agree?" Su Hang's right hand tightened. Carlos' face rapidly flushed crimson, then turned purplish. At first he struggled, full of defiance. But soon only panic filled Carlos' eyes. He truly couldn't breathe. Was Su trying to kill him? Su, let go. Su, don't do this. Su Hang, calm down, don't be impulsive. Everyone shouted around them, but no one dared approach lest they too be thrown to the ground by Su Hang. Ronaldo and Samuel were cautionary examples. Zidane remained silent. He believed Su Hang knew what he was doing. Besides, Real Madrid needed to establish some discipline. The Brazilian contingent was formidable on the pitch, played beautifully, and was beloved by all. But their lifestyle and training habits were far too lax. For the sake of both the team and their own careers, the Brazilian faction should not be allowed to expand further at Real Madrid. At the very least, that unhealthy atmosphere had to be curbed. Though Zidane was perceptive, he knew this wasn't his task. He was merely a passerby. This needed to be done by someone from the local contingent. Unfortunately, Raúl, though benevolent, lacked sharpness. He didn't understand that a balance of gentleness and firmness was the true way. His constant compromises had led to the current situation. Carlos tried every means. He wanted to beg for mercy, but couldn't. He couldn't make a sound, couldn't breathe, couldn't move. In the end, he could only roll his eyes up and down, hoping Su Hang would sense that he agreed to Su's proposal. Su Hang released him and stood up, gasping, coughing, breathing heavily. Carlos inhaled frantically, curled up on the grass, coughing incessantly, even retching. He writhed in agony as if struck by a severe illness. Su Hang turned to look at Ronaldo and Samuel. Both stepped back in unison, fearing Su Hang might strike again. "Sorry, I couldn't hold back just now," Su Hang said, offering an apology. "No problem, no problem." Ronaldo and Samuel replied nervously, "Really, it's fine, it's fine." In their youth, they had witnessed chaotic scenes too. Fights during football were common. But honestly, they had never encountered someone like Su Hang. They swore that Su Hang had definitely intended to kill Carlos, just now. "Definitely. Carlos," Su Hang said, turning to him. Carlos flinched involuntarily, fearing Su Hang would come again. "Help Carlos up," Su Hang instructed the teammates nearby. "Carlos, I just wanted everyone to calm down. This is a training ground. Is this the place for a fight? At the very least, we can't resort to violence here, right?" Carlos nodded. Then Su Hang addressed the group. "I'm sorry this happened, but I hope this stays on the training ground. I don't want to see any discordant content related to today in the newspapers. It would be devastating for the team and the fans. I'm not threatening anyone, but if a leak does occur, I can find out who disclosed the information. With enough payment, those reporters will tell me everything, you know that." Everyone nodded. "Finally, let's handle this matter as it should be." Su Hang took perfect control. "Here, on behalf of myself, I once again apologize to everyone for putting you through such an unpleasant incident. Regardless, I used force, so I bear responsibility. I accept any punishment from the team, including an internal suspension." The true intention was finally revealed. Su Hang admitted he hadn't planned this initially, but as he spoke, inspiration struck. Given what happened, today's training would certainly end early. Simone needed to go to Florentino's office to report the incident. For fairness, Raúl would accompany him to provide details and ensure accuracy. Then everyone dispersed. But Zidane honked as he drove past Su Hang, signaling him to get in. The two remained almost completely silent until they reached a reservoir. Zidane got out and walked toward the lake. Su Hang followed. "Did you know Luxembourgo will take over Real Madrid after the winter transfer window?" Zidane dropped a bombshell of news. It would happen over a month later. He was well informed. Simone is a good man. He doesn't deserve to be treated like that. Su Hang didn't panic at Zidane's news because he had known about it even earlier than Zidane. Zidane noticed this. Barring any surprises, Real Madrid will bring in many Brazilian players next season. "Do you realize what you've done? Simone won't last at Real Madrid. You've bet on the wrong horse, kid. Su Heng's lips curled. There's no bet, Zizou. Simone offended Carlos because he changed the formation for me. I can't let Simone feel let down. I know the Brazilian faction will become a powerful force within Real Madrid, but that has nothing to do with me. I just want to train well with the first team. I don't even want to sit on the bench. Zidane shook his head. I'm afraid that's not up to you. Once Luxemburgo arrives, the Brazilian faction will grow strong. You and Carlos. Carlos isn't bad, but even if he doesn't cause you trouble, others will. You're of Chinese descent. You understand human nature more thoroughly, don't you? Since you've been dragged into this whirlpool, there's no escape. Go find Raúl. It's time for you to join the local faction. Beep, beep, beep. Su Heng's phone rang. It was Guti calling. Zidane's pupils contracted. It seems Raúl is more eager than I thought. He's been expecting you for a long time. Su Heng didn't understand why. Zidane, because Raúl just wants to play football well. That's also a piece of advice for me. Don't get caught up in the factional struggles within the team. We are players of our core. Competitiveness will always be our own strength. Ronaldo isn't the leader of the Brazilian faction, but the leader has to appease him. He's not part of Real Madrid's local faction, yet Raúl has to elevate him too. You should aim to become the next Ronaldo, not the next Carlos or Raúl. Su Heng roughly understood. It seemed that he, the crown prince, was about to ascend the throne. And it was Raúl, the king of the ring, who eagerly awaited and willingly abdicated. Can't I become the next Zidane? Su Heng joked. Zidane shook his head repeatedly. At my age, you probably wouldn't play as well as I do. But even at your current age, you possess more leadership than I do. Sometimes I'm truly a bit jealous of you. Your luck with scoring goals is incredible. In every crucial match, you've shouldered the pressure and delivered the most astonishing performances. Yet you're so mature in handling interpersonal relationships. Not contending is for better contention, and contending is for the sake of not contending. Zidane sighed with deep emotion. If he had possessed Su Heng's insight a few years earlier, he might have already been the king of Real Madrid. He would surely have won more league titles and Champions League trophies. He might even have been crowned the king of football upon retiring in a couple of years. Come on, I'll drive you there. But I can only drop you off in the city center. It's not convenient for me to interact with the local faction right now. Zidane walked toward the car. So you're still a coward, Zizou, Su Heng muttered as he walked. What leadership did he even possess? It was all about having a good mindset and not wanting to play. If you didn't want to play, you'd gradually become a popular figure in the team. That was the logic, but as a player who wouldn't want to play. Bill, what did you say? Hazard, are you sure? Zidane, I don't want to be used as a pawn by the local faction. Su Heng, be brave and be yourself. Don't care about others' opinions. Zidane, get lost. No one knew what Raúl and Guti said to Su Heng, not even Zidane. But the next day, Real Madrid's management seriously dealt with the brawl on the training ground. Carlos publicly apologized to Simon and Su Heng within the team. He then accepted a fine and a 2-match suspension within the team. Undoubtedly, Carlos became the biggest loser this time. And Real Madrid's official website announced the disciplinary action to the world. This meant that the incident would spread to every corner of the football world. It was a huge blow to Carlos. According to reports, Real Madrid initially wasn't planning to heavily punish Carlos. After all, Simon was only the interim coach, an insignificant transitional figure. Real Madrid's preferred coach was likely Luxemburgo, who was coaching in Brazil. But Real Madrid's captain Raúl personally met with Florentino. Some media even published what Raúl said at the time. Yes, Raúl supports Su Heng. Demands severe punishment for Carlos within the team. Marca, Raúl originally didn't want to fall out with Carlos, but the matter involved Su Heng. If Carlos goes unpunished, it means Su Heng is at fault. And Su Heng is the successor Raúl values most so. Diario Sport, Real Madrid's dressing room explodes. Carlos is forced to apologize to his junior Su Heng, losing all face. May seek a transfer in the winter window. El Mundo Deportivo, the internal factional struggle at Real Madrid intensifies. The Spanish faction despises Latin American players. Sky Sports, true righteousness or false compassion. Su Heng announces he will serve his suspension alongside Carlos. Ahem. How could Su Heng possibly miss such an opportunity to slack off? With such a chance to be suspended, he naturally wanted to take it. This earned him another wave of praise. Among them, Germany's Bild conducted an in-depth analysis of the incident. Bild, Raúl may have made the worst decision of his career. The incident began when Carlos refused to accept Simon's discipline. Su Heng, as the fourth captain, stepped in to prevent the situation from escalating, and Carlos punched him. Then Su Heng fought back. From a moral standpoint, Su Heng was right. But why would Carlos show such disrespect to Simon? Carlos isn't stupid. He must have known something in advance to act this way. Therefore, we boldly speculate that during the winter window, Luxemburgo will take over Real Madrid as the new head coach. And Su Heng, who chose to side with Simon along with Raúl Guti and even the entire Spanish faction who defended him, will pay the price. This also gives Luxemburgo an opportunity to strike at the local faction. The future dominant force in Real Madrid's dressing room may very well shift from the Spanish local faction to the Brazilian faction. Real Madrid is about to undergo a major change, and all players who have chosen the wrong side before this may see their careers affected. Bild's report was quickly confirmed by Brazilian media. According to authoritative Brazilian sources, Luxemburgo had informed his current club that he would not continue coaching for the second half of the season. Upon learning this, Real Madrid's fans engaged in heated discussions. Everyone felt for Raúl. Alas, Raúl is kind-hearted, always sacrificing his own interests for team harmony. He finally stands up, but chooses the wrong person to support. I feel for Raúl. He finally exercises his captain's authority only to offend the future head coach and his confidant. Raúl did nothing wrong. Su Hang is one of us, and he stood up for justice. Su Hang is still too young. I heard he dragged Carlos to apologize to Simon. Several people couldn't hold him back. Didn't that make Carlos his mortal enemy? Of course they couldn't hold him back. Didn't the 7 Barcelona players on the pitch fail to beat Su Hang alone? Su Hang is truly loyal. Simon knew Su Hang's sacrifice and insisted on starting him, which offended Carlos. In return, Su Hang acted chivalrously for Simon. Unfortunately, Simon's foundation is still too weak. He can't hold on to the Real Madrid coaching position. Su Hang's investment is destined to be in vain. Most fans understood Su Hang's and Raúl's actions, but they also knew that these actions would only bring trouble to Su Hang and Raúl in the future. Luxemburgo takes over. Carlos becomes the dressing room leader. Su Hang will be the first to be dealt with. Raúl will also be sidelined, the captain's title a mere formality. Only a very few believe things could develop differently. Zidane, for instance. At least Zidane hoped Su Hang would succeed. Otherwise, after the Brazilian faction dealt with the local faction, they would turn on the international faction. Rumors were already circulating that if Luxemburgo took over, he would want to bring in strong wingers. He wanted to strengthen Real Madrid's midfield. Several Brazilian wingers had become hot prospects, and there were plenty of tough Brazilian midfielders as well. Once they joined, they would naturally displace the positions of Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Guti, and others. Ding. Roberto Carlos sincerely apologizes to you. You have acquired the violent aesthetic free kick skill. History boasts many free kick masters, yet Roberto Carlos remains irreplaceable. His free kicks embody ultimate violence. Those shaped trajectories are utterly unrepeatable. Your free kick ability has been significantly enhanced. When the ball is over 30 meters from the goal, your free kick proficiency increases by 30%. When the ball lies beyond 40 meters from the goal, you gain a chance to strike and scurved free kick. Carlos, I forgive you. Su Hang's right eye bore a slight bruise. The first punch landed cleanly, leaving him with a pand eye. Yet it was merely superficial, a minor abrasion that only looked severe. As for Carlos, the deep purple bruises around his neck appeared far more alarming. An outsider might mistake his entire neck for having been painted indigo. Su Hang had never anticipated such extraordinary gains from Carlos's apology orchestrated by Raúl. A bold idea flickered in his mind. What if he fought every Real Madrid player, forced each to apologize? Then, cough cough. The Real Madrid squad collectively coughed, chilled by an inexplicable eastern breeze. Of course, jests remain jests. Friendship must never be trivialized. Su Hang was no fool. He would never truly attempt such a thing. Not even as Real Madrid's crown prince, or its retired emperor, could one survive such insubordination. Thanks to Carlos's apology, Su Hang's set-piece attribute surged to 80 immediately, and his shooting attribute rose from 74 to 75. Su, shall we train together? Pavon Borja and other teammates invited him beside him. Su Hang accepted gladly. After all, Pavon and his peers were comparatively unskilled. Training alongside them placed Su Hang at the bottom, but still infinitely preferable to being toyed with by elite superstars. Pavona, damn it, get lost. Carlos stood nearby, eyes lowered, meek and obedient, genuinely afraid to provoke any further conflict with Su Hang. Yet those who now befriended Su Hang while currying favor with Simone, he remembered them all. Did they truly believe Simone could entrench himself at Real Madrid? Did they truly imagine Su Hang, backed by Raúl, could dictate Real Madrid's fate? How naive. Once Luxemburgo arrives, every man who now snubs me will find himself relegated to the bench. Thud. Carlos unleashed a long-range shot, arrowing into the top corner, its trajectory curling subtly into an shape. Young goalkeeper Lopez admitted such set pieces were virtually unsolvable. Failing to save it was forgivable, but attempting the save risked serious injury to the keeper. December 5, 2004, matchday 14 of La Liga. Real Madrid traveled to face Villarreal, the Yellow Submarine, a formidable side. Su Hang and Carlos, however, remained under internal suspension and were omitted from the match squad. After 90 grueling minutes, the match ended in a scoreless draw, a disappointing result. Worse still, post-match medical checks revealed Raúl had suffered a thigh muscle strain. It wasn't severe, but he would certainly miss the next fixture, Real Madrid's decisive Champions League match. Only one group stage match remained. Kiev Dynamo, once dismissed as easy prey, had astonishingly claimed first place in Group B with 10 points. Second place belonged to Bundesliga's Bayer Leverkusen with 8. Real Madrid trailed in third, also with 8 points. Most disheartening was AS Roma, the Italian powerhouse, which had amassed a mere 1 point across 5 matches. Real Madrid's final opponent was Roma. Victory was the sole path to qualification, and even then they could advance only as runners-up. A draw might eliminate them, a loss would guarantee elimination. The Galácticos, boasting 4 Ballon d'Or winners and 7 global superstars, would become a laughingstock if they failed to reach the Champions League knockout stage. Such humiliation was intolerable, not just for players or coaches, but even for club president Florentino Perez, who risked being driven out by furious fans. And precisely at this critical juncture, Raúl was injured. It was truly calamity upon calamity. If the team persisted with its highly effective 3-striker formation, no qualified substitute remained. Moreover, neither Owen nor Morientes inspired sufficient confidence at this stage. Even Ronaldo, despite his legendary status, was viewed skeptically due to chronic injuries. They trusted only one man. "We urge the club to lift Su Hang's suspension," declared a Real Madrid fan on the official website. The post swiftly garnered 30,000 likes. Yes, we need Su Hang on the pitch now more than ever. Real Madrid must not fall in the Champions League group stage. That would be an unforgivable farce. The team must field Su Hang. "We hope Su Hang won't rigidly adhere to disciplinary protocols. Professional football, after all, is ultimately about winning on the pitch. How about we ask Carlos to kneel before Su Hang? Beg him to return to the field." True, though Roma has struggled this season, they remain Roma. Totti the Wolf King, Casanova the Bad Boy. They possess the singular power to shift the tide of any match. This game admits no margin for error. Above all, Su Hang must return. When Simone brought these messages to Su Hang, he knew there was no escaping this match. Public sentiment ran overwhelming. To align with the people ensures prosperity, to defy them invites ruin. Water may carry the boat, but water may also boil the porridge. This truth endures across ages. Ultimately, journalists discovered Su Hang's name on the passenger list for Real Madrid's flight to Rome. Outside Madrid Barajas Airport, thousands of fans gathered. They brandished enormous banners bearing Su Hang's likeness, capturing his iconic skyward leaping celebration pose. Su. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers celebrating Su Hang's return. They believed, fervently, that if anyone could save Real Madrid, it was Su. Upon landing in Rome, Real Madrid held their pre-match press conference. To project unwavering confidence toward Roma, Simone publicly unveiled his starting 11: Ronaldo, Owen, Zidane, Beckham, Figo, and Su Hang. A wave of applause and animated discussion surged the moment Simone uttered the final name. Media outlets rushed to break the news instantly. Nearly 10,000 Real Madrid fans see off team at airport, demand Su Hang's inclusion. Su Hang travels with squad to Rome, likely to feature in decisive Champions League clash. Breaking Real Madrid crown prince, Su Hang starts. The white-hooded slayer descends upon Rome. Real Madrid's win rate soars. In all matches featuring Su Hang, the club lost only twice. The clash of prodigies. Real Madrid's crown prince, Su Hang versus Roma's new king Cassano. Who will prevail? Su Hang versus Cassano. This is an early showdown between the future frontlines of Spain and Italy for the next decade. The football fervor across Europe was ignited. In the final round of the Champions League group stage, many groups had already been decided. The matches still shrouded in suspense were undoubtedly the most captivating. Over 50 media outlets broadcast this match from the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. The stadium, with a maximum capacity of 100,000, was flooded with 80,000 spectators. To put it in perspective, due to Roma's dismal season, their average attendance had fallen below 40,000. Moreover, this match held no significance for Roma. They had already been eliminated. So this was a do-or-die battle for Real Madrid, but irrelevant to Roma. Yet 80,000 Roma fans still came to watch. On one hand, it was the allure of Real Madrid's Galácticos. On the other, it was linked to Su Hang's return from injury. Many Italians wanted to see for themselves if this player, hailed by the Spanish media as a demigod, truly had the mettle. Could Spain really produce a superstar? Impossible. Only Italy, only Serie A could forge true superstars. Ronaldo and Zidane at Real Madrid now. Weren't they both poached from Serie A? Without Serie A, La Liga is nothing, and they dare to claim that La Liga has surpassed Serie A as the world's top league. Dream on. At the Stadio Olimpico, both teams were filing onto the pitch. Every Roma player's gaze inevitably fell upon Su Hang, because there was still a faint bruise around Su Hang's right eye. This. Honestly, Su Hang felt a bit embarrassed. This was his first appearance in front of Italian fans. And he showed up with a half-shiner. Looks like he really did tangle with Carlos, Cassano remarked to De Rossi, enjoying the gossip. So do you reckon he won or lost? Asked Pelazzoli. Samuel said Su nearly killed Carlos if Carlos hadn't backed down. Totti shared the inside scoop. Samuel had been a Roma player before his transfer to Real Madrid. Tonight's match, with Samuel returning to Rome, was another major draw. Moi. Totti said, his eyes shifting to Su Hang's arm, and then his pupils contracted. That was the captain's armband. This. What was going on? Did Su Hang fight Carlos or Raúl? How did the captain's armband end up on his arm? Similarly, when the players appeared on the pitch, the commentator was stunned. Oh, we see the Real Madrid captain's armband on Su Hang's arm. My God, he's the on-field captain for this match. Indeed, Raúl is injured and Guti and Salgado are on the bench. Su Hang is the only player on the field eligible to be captain. This should break Real Madrid's record for the youngest on-field captain. Su Hang is only 19. Based on some earlier rumors, he seems to possess decent leadership. This match might be a test of his leadership. That was what they said, but no one truly believed Su Hang had leadership. 19. Leading what? There was no way Su Hang could command Real Madrid's galaxy of stars. Absolutely impossible. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with the referee's whistle, the match officially begins. Roma takes this game very seriously, fielding their strongest lineup. For them, this is a match for pride. Up front, Totti partners with Cassano. The midfield from left to right consists of Perrotta, De Rossi, Decourt, and Mancini. The defense is Candela, Delis, Kuffer, and Panucci. Goalkeeper Pelazzoli. Real Madrid continues with their three center-back tactic. Simeone has studied this setup well. Up front, it's Su Hang, Ronaldo, and Owen. The midfield features Solari, Zidane, Beckham, and Figo. Carlos is still suspended and not in the squad for this match. The three center-backs are Woodgate, Samuel, and Helguera. Goalkeeper Casillas. Bang! Just as the commentator finished introducing the lineups, Totti suddenly struck, unleashing a stunning long-range effort. But Casillas was no ordinary keeper, and he held the ball securely. Yet Roma, playing at home, were brimming with morale. After Casillas passed the ball to Woodgate, Roma immediately launched a high press. Woodgate's passing lanes were cut off by Totti and Cassano, forcing him to attempt a pass to Solari, which was intercepted by Roma's advancing defensive midfielder De Rossi. Totti and Cassano surged forward like twin arrows, piercing into Real Madrid's heart. The defense was thrown into chaos. De Rossi, who had been looking for a pass, suddenly realized he had dribbled the ball to the edge of the box and was completely unmarked. Bang! De Rossi unleashed a powerful shot. Casillas dove, but couldn't reach it. Goal. Roma. This is Roma. De Rossi drills a world-class strike into Real Madrid's net. This shot embodies the pride of Roma. Tonight, Real Madrid is destined to leave disappointed, because Roma won't let them take a single point. De Rossi has not let the team's trust down. With the departure of world-class defensive midfielder Emerson, the 21-year-old De Rossi has become Roma's starting defensive midfielder. But many felt he wasn't up to par, blaming Roma's decline this season on his defensive shortcomings. To be fair, De Rossi is absolutely a qualified starter. He proved it once again today. On the pitch, Zidane looked at Woodgate. This player's flaws were becoming more and more apparent. His passing ability was atrocious. Zidane had just offered Woodgate a clear passing lane, but he couldn't see it. Even if he saw it, he couldn't execute the pass. England had produced quite a few flops in recent years. In the 8th minute, Zidane threaded a through ball, and Ronaldo's long-range effort earned a corner. Beckham took the corner, and Woodgate headed the ball, but it sailed just over the crossbar. In truth, Su Hang had been in a better position. But Beckham, influenced by his English compatriot, prioritized finding Woodgate. Such instances of national teammates having better chemistry at club level were common. This was one reason Ronaldo tacitly allowed Carlos to build a Brazilian clique at Real Madrid. That way Ronaldo would have more national teammates from his club. This chemistry would make Brazil unstoppable on the international stage. Even Zidane and his French team couldn't stand in their way. It also further solidified Ronaldo's central role in the Brazilian national team. In the 10th minute, Su Hang passed back to Solari, who then threaded a through ball to Ronaldo. Ronaldo was brought down by Delis inside the penalty area, but the referee did not award a penalty. The referee judged that Ronaldo had not yet touched the ball and thus had no control over it. Ronaldo protested the decision and received a yellow card. Hey, why did you give our player a yellow card? I don't think his actions warranted that. Su Hang rushed over, restraining Ronaldo with one hand while arguing with the referee. Don't think this is an insignificant match. This is a very important game, and every decision you make should be carefully considered, sir. Su Hang reminded the referee. His implication was that home field bias could be tolerated, but he should not forget how many people were watching this match. Every action he took would come under scrutiny after the game. The referee glared at Su Hang, but inwardly he already regretted giving Ronaldo that yellow card. It had indeed been somewhat hasty. Subsequently, the referee's whistle became slightly fairer as if to make amends to Real Madrid. Ordinary fans might not notice this, but insiders paid close attention to such shifts as they often foreshadowed a goal or a missed opportunity. Su Hang's intervention with the referee proved effective. He had done what a captain should do. So far, in the 31st minute, Ronaldo while dribbling passed laterally to Owen on the right. Owen struck from a tight angle hitting the side netting. In the 45th minute, Cassano pulled wide and delivered a cross. Casillas cleared the ball. De Rossi collected it outside the box and unleashed another long-range effort, but Samuel deflected it away with an outstretched leg. Roma's subsequent corner was headed clear by Su Hang, and the referee blew his whistle. The first half ended. Roma led 10. If the match ended with this score, Real Madrid would finish third in the group and be relegated to the UEFA Cup. That would be a tremendous disgrace for Real Madrid. During halftime, Simone tried to rally the team, but the effect was questionable. These seasoned veterans were not easily swayed by motivational speeches. However, Su Hang spoke individually with Zidane, Ronaldo, Figo, Beckham, and others managing to unify their resolve. Everyone was willing to pull in the same direction. In the 47th minute, Solari, after drawing defenders on the left, passed laterally to Zidane. Zidane threaded a pass through the flank. Su Hang received the ball on the left edge of the penalty area. He nudged it toward the byline instead of cutting inside, thereby evading Kuffer. Kuffer, initially intimidated by Su Hang's reputation as Real Madrid's crown prince, and the white-clad killer, had expected such a prodigy to cut inside. Instead, he found Su Hang's move timid. This gave Su Hang an opportunity. Bang! Su Hang shot from a tight angle deep on the left side of the box. Kuffer lunged and deflected the ball away with his leg. Kuffer felt a flicker of contempt. Was this it? Was this the overhyped crown prince of Real Madrid? Afraid to cut inside. Slow to reach the byline. An utterly ordinary shot selection. Even though I was a step late, I still anticipated his move and executed a fine defensive play. He was nowhere near Cassano. If Cassano had received that through ball from Zidane, he would have controlled it, feinted, and fired a sure shot. Bang! Amid Kuffer's disdain, Su Hang leaped and headed the ball back into the 6-yard box. By the time Kuffer landed, he could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed over his head. This crown prince, though lacking in skill, had impressive jumping speed. The next moment, Ronaldo soared and volleyed the ball. Swish! The ball nestled into the net. Goal! It's in. What a brilliant volley from Ronaldo. The invincible alien is back. This was an extremely difficult finish, one that only Ronaldo could pull off. Of course, Su Hang, who provided the assist, deserves immense credit. His headed pass was crucial. Su Hang's performances may not be flashy, but he always makes an impact. That's why Real Madrid fans petitioned for him to play. Su Hang can adapt to any striker. Real Madrid fans have always dreamed of a trident of Su Hang, Ronaldo, and Raúl. But now the trident of Su Hang, Michael Owen, and Ronaldo is equally formidable. MRS. Mr. Su. I call it the Mr. Su trident. Good heavens. When it came to coining names, these commentators were quite skilled. They could probably host a stand-up comedy show. In the 58th minute, Figo executed a dazzling dribble on the wing before delivering a cross. Ronaldo fell again in the penalty area, but the referee, once more, did not award a penalty. Su Hang immediately charged toward the referee, his gaze resolute. The referee repeatedly explained the contact wasn't intense. Ronaldo seemed to go down intentionally. In other words, Ronaldo was diving. And in truth, that was indeed the case. Had it not been for the earlier harsh call against Ronaldo, the referee might have shown him another yellow card. After hearing the referee's report, Su Hang signaled his teammates to quickly retreat. He was proving himself a true captain. In the 64th minute, Zidane delivered a through ball. Ronaldo blasted a shot over the bar. It was clear the alien was losing patience. On the other pitch, the score remained 0-0. If Real Madrid also drew 11, the teams advancing would be Bayer Leverkusen and Dynamo Kiev from that other match. Real Madrid's restlessness was keenly sensed by Roma. In the 68th minute, after Real Madrid's attack fizzled, Roma gained possession. Totti, dropping deep into his own half, launched a long pass to spark a counterattack. Up front, the bad boy Cassano engaged in fierce positioning with Woodgate. Cassano slyly elbowed Woodgate during the clash, gaining control of the ball. He then nudged it forward and accelerated toward the penalty area. Samuel and Helguera were both a distance away from Cassano. Ultimately, Cassano beat Casillas Union, slotting home a solo goal. Oh, Cassano. That's the Prince of Roma. Well done, Cassano. 21. That's Roma's statement. They are firmly determined to thwart Real Madrid and knock them out of the Champions League. Didn't Florentino recently express interest in Cassano? Well, now, does he still dare to be interested? Su Hang, who was hyped up before the match, has been nothing special. He's far inferior to Cassano. Cassano has far more flair than Su Hang. During their first encounter this season, Marca had reported Real Madrid's interest in signing Cassano. That was clearly false news, as Real Madrid had no shortage of forwards and had no need to bring in another striker. However, this news once sparked a conflict between the Wolf King Totti and the Prince Cassano. Roma's plummeting performance this season was largely due to internal discord. Now Cassano's goal could be seen as a punishment for Real Madrid. The camera panned to the Galácticos, their expressions grim. On the sidelines, Simone furrowed his brow. There was no choice but to go all out. In the 77th minute, during a stoppage in play, Real Madrid began their substitutions. Morientes replaced Solari. This substitution made it clear to everyone that Real Madrid was desperate, replacing a midfielder with a forward and a center forward at that. Real Madrid's formation shifted to a 334. In the 79th minute, Real Madrid pressed forward en masse. Beckham passed across to the advancing Helguera. Helguera sent a direct diagonal cross into the box. No finesse, all passion. One word, just smash it. Inside the box, three towering center forwards, Ronaldo, Morientes, and Su Hang, vied for the header. An air raid siren seemed to flash over Roma's penalty area. Morientes out-jumped Delis and connected with the ball, but it bounced straight up. He leaped again but lacked the power. The ball floated weakly towards the goal. Ronaldo lunged for the ball. At the critical moment, Pelazzoli was quicker, punching the ball away with his fist, which then connected with Ronaldo's head. Ronaldo collapsed, clutching his head. The ball landed at the penalty spot. Su Hang and Roma's defensive midfielder De Rossi charged towards it simultaneously. Su Hang raised his foot as if to shoot. De Rossi, in contrast, went to ground for a sliding tackle. Both had the look of "this ball is mine." Whoever flinched would lose the chance for possession. In the end, bang! The ball ricocheted away. Su Hang and De Rossi collided shin against shin in a fierce contest of strength. Oh! Cries of pain from Ronaldo, Su Hang, and De Rossi rang out in succession within the box. The battle was brutal. But this was where Real Madrid's numerical advantage in attack shone through. Figo charged forward and struck the bouncing ball. Swish! Victory from chaos. Goal. Figo. Figo has made the breakthrough. Su Hang and De Rossi's challenge caused the ball to pop loose, and Figo seized the opportunity with a cool finish. What intensity! The battle is incredibly fierce. 2-2. Real Madrid have equalized. Oh, we see Ronaldo is back on his feet holding his head, but Su Hang and De Rossi are still on the ground. Could they be injured? Soon the medical teams from both sides entered the pitch. For Roma, the team doctor shook his head. De Rossi couldn't continue. Roma's substitute midfielder on the bench began warming up hastily. For Real Madrid, after an examination, the doctor indicated Su Hang could continue playing. Simone breathed a sigh of relief, but still sent Portillo to warm up. At this rate of intensity, someone was bound to get hurt. Su Hang is so tough. That challenge just now, he and De Rossi practically gambled their careers. It was an extremely dangerous tackle. Both sides are back on level terms. In the other match, Bayer Leverkusen scored twice in 5 minutes, almost securing the top spot in the group. A draw is all Real Madrid needs to advance to the knockout stages. If the score holds, Real Madrid's Champions League journey this season still has hope. In football, fortunes change in an instant. Real Madrid's situation had transformed from dire to promising. As long as they didn't concede, they would qualify comfortably. But how could Roma accept that? Dragging Real Madrid down was their only purpose in this match. In the 81st minute, Totti played a 1-2 with Mancini and surged forward. Beckham, already beaten, pulled Totti down. Totti got up and confronted Beckham. Su Hang immediately rushed to the scene, using his chest to hold Totti back while listening to his trash talk. The referee arrived and showed Beckham a yellow card. He also warned Totti and Su Hang against any conflict. This warning was really directed at Totti, as Su Hang had kept his hands to himself and remained composed. Real Madrid have substituted Guti, the Golden Wolf, for Beckham, who was on a yellow card. Guti has been playing as a defensive midfielder frequently since last season, making him more suited to the role than Beckham, who only started playing there this season. In the 87th minute, Zidane, under pressure, knocked the ball sideways to a retreating Su Hang. Su Hang played a 1-2. Zidane broke through the line, forcing Roma's centre-back to step out and cover him. Bang! Zidane threaded a diagonal pass into the box. Ronaldo, holding off Kufur, executed a scorpion kick with his heel. It was a stroke of genius. But unfortunately, luck was not with Ronaldo today. The ball skimmed the far post and went wide. Apart from that volleyed finish, all of Ronaldo's shots today were just barely off. In the 90th minute, the fourth official held up the substitution board. 3 minutes of added time. Real Madrid had only 3 minutes left. Beep. A whistle blew. Zidane had gone down in the midfield. The referee pointed at Roma's defensive midfielder Decourt, having seen him deliberately bump into Zidane after the pass. Zidane sat on the ground, slapping the turf in frustration. His gesture implied, "You're not even giving him a yellow card for that." But given the position, a yellow card wasn't strictly necessary. Grumbling, Zidane got up and kicked the ball away. A quick free kick. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew his whistle repeatedly, signaling it wasn't allowed. This truly angered Zidane. He stormed towards the referee. Are you sure your decision is fair? Why disallow the quick free kick? You clearly saw me take it. Your decision is controversial. Do you understand? Controversial. Unsurprisingly, the referee showed Zidane a yellow card. Ziz's fiery temper. Hey Zizu. Su-Hang went over and held Zidane back. Calm down. We can still advance. This score is in our favor. As long as we don't concede, we can advance. Do you understand? You did well, you just cost them at least 30 seconds. Zidane gradually calmed down, reminded by Su-Hang. Yes, even with a 22 draw, Real Madrid could advance. They just needed to not concede. But now this free kick became a problem. It was about 36 meters from goal, a considerable distance. By conventional tactics, the team's center-backs and tall players would line up outside the opponent's penalty area. Zidane would then loft the ball in for them to contest. It's somewhat like a header. This is a high-percentage scoring method and the standard way to take a long-range free kick. But this formation leaves the team highly vulnerable to counterattacks. Every tall defender has surged forward for the aerial duel, and most players are now clustered just outside the opponent's penalty area. Once the opposition gains possession, even a simple two-pass sequence, be it a long ball, a piercing through ball, or a solo dash, could yield a goal. No, don't go up. Fall back. Su-Hang urgently recalled Woodgate, who had been poised to contest the header. Defend. Everyone, fall back and defend. Hold firm for the final 2 minutes. The commentator immediately recognized Su-Hang's intent. Oh, Real Madrid is deliberately abandoning this golden scoring opportunity. Su-Hang is directing his teammates back into defensive positions. They want to attempt a long ball kick-and-rush strategy from this free kick position. Yet by surrendering this precious chance, will they later regret their reluctance if Roma scores next? Su-Hang's decisive action exceeded Zidane's expectations. This decision carried full responsibility. Should Roma score afterward, and Real Madrid consequently fail to advance past the Champions League knockout stage, the fans would unleash relentless fury upon Su-Hang. Had Su-Hang remained silent, even if the team conceded a counterattack goal moments later, the blame would fall squarely on the defenders and goalkeeper, not on a forward like him. This man, Figo, retreated behind the midfield line, deeply moved. Su-Hang possesses extraordinary courage and accountability. Only 3 Real Madrid players, Ronaldo, Morientes, and Owen, stood near the edge of Roma's penalty arc ready to challenge for the header. Yet surrounding them stood Roma's entire defensive unit, except Cassano and Totti. 3 against 8, even a child could deduce their chances of scoring were virtually non-existent. Zidane stood over the ball. Zizou. He'll take it. Su-Hang pointed toward midfield, signaling he would assume the free kick, while Zidane dropped back to defend. That way, should Roma launch a counterattack, Real Madrid would gain an extra defender, whereas sending Su-Hang forward would merely make it 4 against 8, still offering no realistic threat. Zidane nodded and withdrew to the center circle. Instantly, boos erupted from the stands. Cowards. Weaklings. Is this how Real Madrid plays football? Real Madrid. More like yellow tortoises. Just a circus act, utterly spineless. This is nothing short of an insult to football itself. And they dare call themselves the Galácticos. I've never seen such timidity in the Galácticos. How can such a team, such a La Liga, dare claim to be the world's greatest league? Get out of this stadium. Cowards aren't welcome here. Roma supporters knew well once Real Madrid committed fully to defense, breaching their goal in the remaining 2 minutes was all but impossible. Their plan to drag Real Madrid into chaos had failed. The stadium's decibel level surged past 100, all Roman fury, unrestrained and deafening. Real Madrid's star players seethed with frustration inside the pitch. Fans watching on television felt equally disgusted. Yet for the sake of advancement, they supported this pragmatic, risk-averse approach. Meanwhile, in Madrid, Florentino Perez frowned deeply. He hadn't assembled a constellation of global superstars merely to watch them retreat like frightened tortoises. Real Madrid must embody aristocratic grace, exude the aura of true football royalty. Even when facing a trap, they must charge forward with iron hooves, trampling every scheme and subterfuge beneath them. Not sidestep danger, because what distinguishes Real Madrid from other elite clubs? Su-Hang, you're the crown prince of Real Madrid. You must understand precisely what this club demands most. Florentino murmured, Real Madrid doesn't seek draws, it seeks victory. It would rather perish gloriously in pursuit of triumph than survive ingloriously in cowardly retreat. You have disappointed me profoundly. With a sharp crack, Florentino hurled his water glass to the floor, startling his assistant and the renowned South American agent Figueira, who sat nearby. Figueira represented Luis Felipe Scolari. His deep understanding of Florentino's mindset was no accident. had earned his status as a South American agent titan through acute perception and insight. Truthfully, Su Heng's performance tonight surprised me. His maturity is utterly unlike that of a 19-year-old. Indeed, he possesses the temperament to captain almost any top-tier club. But Florentino turned his gaze upon Figueira. He lacks the audacious, fiery spirit expected of youth. Without that fierce, unyielding edge, no matter how brilliantly he performs, he will only ever become another Raúl. Yet Real Madrid clearly requires something far more than a Raúl. To speak bluntly, even Cristiano Ronaldo, so fiercely championed by Ferguson, embodies Real Madrid's ethos more authentically than Raúl ever did. That sovereign, self-assured aura, that is what Real Madrid needs. That is what truly sets Real Madrid apart from every other club on earth. And Scolari has always pursued precisely this style of play, and this kind of player. Under his leadership, Real Madrid would conquer all through relentless, breathtaking attack. Never would it in the dying moments transform into a cowering tortoise. Mocked by the entire world, its dignity shattered. A thunderous boom suddenly echoed from the television. It cut Figueira off mid-sentence. He turned toward the screen, only to find a replay unfolding shown in slow motion. Su Heng stood well back from the ball. At the referee's whistle, he began his rune-up, then unleashed a thunderous strike. The ball rocketed forward instantly. Near the edge of the box, Ronaldo, Morientes, and Owen took only a few steps before realizing something was amiss. This was no pass. It was a shot. No, not merely a shot, it was a cannonade. Su Heng was unleashing a blistering full-force drive. The sheer power evoked memories of Roberto Carlos himself. A direct 36-meter free kick launched straight at goal. Had he lost his mind? Could he possibly succeed? Across Real Madrid, only two players possessed the capability to attempt such a feat from this distance: Beckham and Roberto Carlos. Beckham's success rate from this exact spot hovered near zero, leaving only Carlos with any realistic chance of scoring. And Su Heng. Whoosh. The ball streaked forward at blinding speed, flashing overhead Ronaldo and his teammates in an instant. They whirled around, eyes locked on the goal. They couldn't see the ball, but they saw a white wave rippling outward like concentric circles across water, until within that shimmering crest the ball finally resolved into clarity. The Stadio Olimpico fell utterly silent, absolute breathless silence, repeated thrice, until Su Heng raised both arms in triumph and sprinted toward the lone corner where Real Madrid supporters gathered, reawakening the stunned crowd. My God! My God! A last-gasp winner. Su Heng has scored a free-kick stunner to slay Roma. Undoubtedly a match-winning strike. 3-2. Su Heng has slain Roma. Petal shadows fall as divine swords fly. Light from a single blade chills 19 provinces. From 36 meters out, Su Heng dared. Chose not to cross, not to place, but to strike directly on goal. Even Zidane wouldn't dare make such a bold choice. Su is insane. He must be insane. Do you see that, Italians? This is Su Heng, the most dazzling talent of Real Madrid. This is the Su Heng who terrifies Barcelona. This is the Su Heng who won 2 trophies for Madrid in just 10 matches. This is the 4th captain of Real Madrid. Look at the armband on his sleeve. This is the power of Real Madrid. What an audacious choice. No one could have predicted Su Heng would do this. Such confidence. A true genius. Those who say Madrid is conservative, who say Su Heng is timid. When Su Heng directs his teammates to defensive positions, do you really think he's focused on defense? He's simply telling them that defeating Roma requires only him. On the pitch, Su Heng sprinted forward, but suddenly his legs gave way and he stumbled. The cheers from the Real Madrid fans in the stadium fell silent. How embarrassing was that? But the next moment, the tumbling Su Heng scrambled back to his feet and charged toward the corner flag. He wagged his finger, then leaped into the air. He executed a 180-degree mid-air spin, displaying the number 24 and the name, Su Heng, on his back to the world. Although not many Real Madrid fans had made the trip to Rome, every Madridista present knew exactly what to do. They joined Su Heng as he descended from the sky, unleashing their unique celebration cry. Su. Then wave after wave of Real Madrid players rushed towards Su Heng, surrounding him. The atmosphere in the stadium was electrifying. In Madrid, at the Real Madrid president's office, Florentino suddenly beamed. Beautiful. I knew it. Su, I knew you would never let me down. Florentino clenched his fist in celebration, as if the teacup on the floor hadn't been hurled by him. The assistant was so startled that he quickly grabbed some emergency heart medication just in case the old man got too excited and collapsed. Figure's pupils contracted. He stared at the television, etching Su Heng deeply into his memory. During Luxemburgo's tenure as Real Madrid's coach, this Su Heng might prove to be crucial. This young man seemed to wield considerable influence not only within the team, but also among the club's higher-ups, especially in the heart of the club president, holding a unique position. This young man is incredibly fortunate to even score such an absurd goal. He must be blessed by destiny. At the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, every Real Madrid player on the field and on the bench gathered at the corner flag, celebrating wildly. But soon the players at the center began pushing their teammates away, especially Zidane, who, after shoving his way out from the innermost circle, waved directly at the medical staff. "Doctor, come quickly, doctor." The Real Madrid players quickly dispersed. At the center, Zidane was already sitting on the ground, clutching his right leg, his expression twisted in pain. The Real Madrid team doctor rushed over. "Oh, what happened?" Real Madrid's goal-scoring hero Zidane is sitting on the ground. Is his right leg injured? Was it from that long-range free kick or from the earlier collision with De Rossi? The doctors are examining him, and their expressions are grim. No wonder Zidane stumbled while running to the corner flag. "I thought he tripped on a divot, but now it seems his leg was already bothering him." That's terrible. A leg injury that causes a player to collapse mid-sprint can't be minor. And then he jumped and landed during his celebration. Soon the camera captured the doctor shaking his head. Zidane could not continue the match. A stretcher was brought onto the pitch, and Zidane was carried off. Zidane thought carried. Couldn't they use a more auspicious word? The stretcher arrived, and the team doctor urgently lifted Zidane onto it, wasting no time. The celebratory mood on the Real Madrid side instantly evaporated. But fortunately, they held on for the remaining minute. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the final whistle 3 times, ending the match. Roma's attempt to thwart Real Madrid had failed. Real Madrid advanced to the Champions League knockout stage as group runners-up. Yet after the match, none of this news generated as much buzz as the headlines surrounding Zidane. Zidane's strike had stunned all of Italy. He was also named man of the match for his 1 assist and 1 goal. Totti, looking somewhat dejected in a post-match interview, said, "It's incredible. We played a good game. We even managed to contain Ronaldo and Zidane. But no one expected Zidane to shine so brightly. I've read many reports about Zidane in the media, and I know Queiroz from United holds him in high regard, but it wasn't until today that I truly witnessed this player's ability. He possesses a composure rare for his age. If some of our players had that mindset, we could achieve great things in the league." Totti and Cassano had a good relationship. Cassano once said Totti was his idol. But since news broke that Real Madrid was interested in buying either Totti or Cassano, Cassano seemed affected. Moreover, Roma's approach to renewing their contracts showed a clear difference. According to Cassano's team, Roma planned to offer Totti a massive salary to keep him. But that would leave Roma with no funds to meet Cassano's wage demands. The Wolf King and the Prince had fallen into an irreconcilable conflict of interest. Similarly, Cassano also gave a post-match interview. "That's nothing special. I could score a goal like that too. It's just that the choice was surprising. If we played again, I'm confident I could perform better than Zidane. He's inferior to me in many aspects." Cassano was quite stubborn. But while Zidane may not have conquered Cassano, he had certainly conquered Italian football. After the match, the Italian media marveled at Zidane's extraordinary free kick. Tuttosport, Real Madrid's number 24 Zidane. Remember this player. He is the Ronaldo born from Real Madrid's youth academy. La Gazzetta dello Sport, worthy of the white-clad killer. Zidane's goal and assist earned him man of the match with a 36-meter free kick to seal Roma's fate. La Repubblica. The young captain slays Roma. The La Liga shoot echoes across Italy. Even Roma's own mouthpiece, Il Romanista, admitted Zidane lives up to his reputation. He deserves the captain's armband on his arm. Cassano needs to learn from Zidane's composure. This was in fact a veiled dig. It was a hint for Cassano to be more rational in his contract demands. What status does Totti have? How long has he served Roma? When Manchester United courted Totti so fervently, he stayed loyal to Roma, so it's understandable that he now seeks a top salary. But wanting a higher salary than Totti, that's indefensible. You need to have contributed first. This infuriated Cassano. Damn it. Did they really think he was brainless? No top salary, no deal. Otherwise, believe it or not, he might actually go to Real Madrid next season. Soon the specifics of Zidane's injury were released. Real Madrid officially announced that the player Zidane had suffered a severe strain of the soleus muscle in his right thigh along with a hairline fracture of his right shin bone. The estimated recovery time was around 2 months. The renowned German sports medicine expert and Bayern Munich team, Dr. Hans-Wilhelm Müller-Wohlfahrt, provided a detailed analysis of the injury report. The Crown Prince of Real Madrid, Zidane, has sustained injuries in 2 areas. The injury to his lower leg likely resulted from that collision with De Rossi. It's a straightforward physical injury, which is normal. De Rossi reportedly suffered a similar issue, though less severe. It just shows how fiercely both players were competing. But Zidane's lower leg injury is not to be taken lightly. I'm not saying the soleus strain is trivial, although many players are plagued by such issues long-term. But Zidane is so young, a full recovery shouldn't be a problem. I've heard he has his own personal team, including sports medicine experts, so fans need not worry about his recovery. However, Real Madrid needs to reconsider Su Heng's role. Müller-Wohlfahrt's subsequent remarks sent a chill through many European clubs. Su Heng's injury originated from a 36-meter long-range free kick he took directly at goal. It was a spectacular shot, truly eye-opening. But at the same time, it represents the upper limit of what Su Heng's body can endure. His physique, his right leg, his thigh muscles are simply not built to withstand such powerful strikes. Perhaps he possesses the technique and the awareness, but he lacks the physical hardware. We all know a striker's shooting ability is paramount. And powerful striking is an essential skill for any forward, but Su Heng's body cannot tolerate prolonged high-frequency powerful shots. This means he is not suited to be a center forward. He must strictly control the number of shots he takes, his shooting distance, and his shooting power. Even if he is capable of more without restraint, he will get injured. Once or twice might be manageable, but repeated injuries will inevitably leave severe aftereffects. Therefore, from this perspective, it will be difficult for Su Heng to be a long-term primary striker for any team. His body is naturally suited to be a substitute, and only a substitute. This is cruel for him. It might be related to the constitution of the yellow race. Of course, I don't advocate racial determinism, so I hope Su Heng will disprove my speculation with his career. I will follow Su Heng's development closely. He is a talented forward, but forwards like him, we've seen too many in Germany, you understand. Müller-Wohlfahrt's assessment sobered many people, and what he said made a lot of sense. In recent years, Germany had produced a string of talented players, most of whom were plagued by injuries. So Müller-Wohlfahrt had considerable authority in this area. Major media outlets subsequently reprinted his analysis. Daily Sport: the Crown Prince of Real Madrid is a glass man. World Sport: Bayern's miracle doctor predicts Su Heng's fate. His ceiling in life is nothing more than a super sub. Yes, behind the spectacular free kick goal lies Su Heng's frail yellow race physique. A pity if only he were white. Marca: no wonder Su Heng set up a personal medical team so early. He must have anticipated his own physical limitations. Sky Sports: a profound pity. A shooting star just risen now falls. Real Madrid fans may find this hard to accept. The times there are many intelligent players in this world, but physical fitness is the foundation that determines whether they can shine. Gazzetta dello Sport: both Milan clubs have cancelled their observation plans for Su Heng and will no longer pursue signing him. Manchester Evening News: not signing Su Heng might be a blessing in disguise. It's unkind to say, but Su Heng has lost his investment value. He cannot continue to grow. This barrage of reports cast Su Heng in a tragic light. This conflicted with Florentino Perez's vision for Su Heng. Real Madrid's leader should be a conquering hero, not a man of sorrow toyed with by fate. Hello, Figure. It's time for Wanderley to come to Spain for a visit. I've arranged the best ocean view room for him. He can relax for a few days. Florentino Perez dialed Luxemburgo's agent. It was decided. Vanderlei Luxemburgo was to take charge of Real Madrid. Initially, after Simeo and Su Heng led Real Madrid into the Champions League knockout stages, Florentino Perez had actually abandoned the idea of Luxemburgo. Su Heng and Simeo had shown him that even ordinary people could achieve great things. This story of heroes rising from humble beginnings reminded Florentino of his own past. But unfortunately, Su Heng's physical ceiling was too low. He couldn't sustain people's hopes forever. He couldn't offer a future that allowed for uninhibited dreams. The entire Real Madrid machine continued on its predetermined course. A butterfly had almost altered their trajectory, but it fell just short. December 18th, La Liga Matchday 15. Ronaldo was in inspired form, scoring a brace to help Real Madrid defeat Santander 32 away from home. December 22nd, La Liga Matchday 16. Ronaldo couldn't replicate his divine performance. Without Su Heng, Real Madrid lost 10 at home to Sevilla. La Liga entered its winter break. But right after this match, during interviews with reporters, Simeo learned that Real Madrid had officially announced the appointment of a new head coach, Vanderlei Luxemburgo. Simeo's eyes reddened. He left the stadium in anger, refusing any further interviews. It was unfair to him. It was a profound lack of respect. At the very least, the management could have informed him in advance to soften the blow. Upon hearing the news, the defeated Carlos was even more excited than if he had won. He declared to the cameras, "Luxemburgo will bring us everything. The league title, the Champions League. I am very optimistic about Real Madrid's future now. We are all full of energy." And Zinedine Zidane, at the enthusiastic invitation of reporters, offered a few polite words. "I know Luxemburgo. He is an excellent manager. But as for the specifics, I'm not clear yet. I just hope we can work together happily at Real Madrid." Turning away, Zidane sighed softly. "Su, you lost this time. Can you withstand this blow?" As Simeo's staunchest supporter with Luxemburgo's arrival, Su Heng was sure to be sidelined. Young, shallow-rooted, injured, with a bleak future, Asian, a supporter of the predecessor. These labels together constantly remind Liu Sun Bo Gu to make an example of him. Su Heng was in trouble. Yet Chi Da Nei It could never have imagined that Su Hang, his right leg in a cast, would let out the most relaxed, contented laugh he had heard in some time. He and Ximeng were close, but he genuinely did not wish to continue fighting for the team. Ximeng had lost control, do you understand? Su Hang propped Ximeng up because he hoped Ximeng would no longer need him. Instead, Ximeng was infected by his personal charm and insisted desperately that Su Hang be put on the pitch, that Su Hang's talent be shown to more people. Huang Ma has now stripped Ximeng of his head coach status in part to give Su Hang time to cool down. Of course, there was little other choice. The hospital's assessment for Su Hang's injury was 2 months. But Su Hang refused to count as defeated just for lying out the season. Want him to recover. As if it were that easy. Su, why are you laughing? Do you not feel betrayed? Kulala, deputy editor of Ma Ka Bao, was conducting an interview with Su Hang. Yes, the attractive Kulala had been promoted. Her column drew large readership and had become one of Ma Ka Bao's flagship features. All this owed to her knack for securing exclusives from Su Hang. Many of Su Hang's followers staunchly supported Kulala's column. This is the fandomification of news, you know. Betrayal. Su Hang shook his head. Not at all. Huang Ma wants to find a better head coach, and that is fine. Essentially, it is for the good of the team. Kulala asked, but Ximeng's results leading the team were clearly good. To dismiss Ximeng now seems excessively unkind. Dismissed? Su Hang said, no, didn't they write it? Ximeng was transferred to the sports department to become deputy director. In that position, he can still contribute to the team. This way, Huang Ma effectively has Lu Sun Bo Gu and Ximeng as head coach level leaders. Kulala was stunned. Was Su Hang out of his mind? How could Ximeng possibly remain with the team after such humiliation? Su Hang smiled. I know what you were thinking. Ximeng must be very upset now, but for the greater good of the group, sometimes those details do not matter. We only need to ask our own hearts what we truly want. Is it a dignified farewell for the club? Or is it to truly make the team better? Or to let one's abilities genuinely aid the team, thereby realizing one's own value? If it is the latter two, then Ximeng should continue to help the team in his own way and prove himself. I will persuade him to make that choice. Kulala seemed to grasp the point. So like you, although capable of starting, you could accept sitting on the bench for the good of the team. Su Hang smiled radiantly. Of course not. Su Hang was not that kind of idealized character. He had only one reason for wanting Ximeng to remain on the team. That was to wait until his strength was sufficient and then support Ximeng's rise to become Huang Ma's true head coach. In that way, Su Hang at Huang Ma would enjoy not the treatment of an ordinary first-team player, but the privileges of a core figure. The same treatment as Chida Nei and Luo Na Air Duo. If one relied purely on Su Hang's skill and fame, even 5 more years might not win such privileges. Yet as long as the head coach was willing to listen to Su Hang, he could be made central in an instant. So one fights in order not to fight. Not fighting is sometimes a strategy for a greater fight. Truth and falsehood entwined. This is Eastern philosophy. Savor it. Huang Ma wants only famed coaches. Unless Ximeng becomes a top-name coach elsewhere, there will be no chance to return to Huang Ma. But by staying at Huang Ma to build seniority and later playing the sentiment card, one can still win a brief trial period. Huang Ma has a habit of installing its own people as interim head coaches. The next day, Kulala compiled and published the interview. The headline was so high-flown it would make Su Hang blush. Ma Ka Bao Kulala column. With a mortal frame, he stands shoulder to shoulder with gods. Number 24, the marginal number in the world of football. A player of Chinese descent, the world of football has no prior example of success. Some call him Huang Ma's Prince, the white-clad assassin. But the German's diagnosis has sentenced his future to an indefinite term. His body is fragile. Whether by fitness tests or in-team performance data, he is so ordinary. Yet such an ordinary man has risen to the occasion again and again. The Copa del Rey, the National El Clásico, the Spanish Super Cup Champions League group, door-die matches, again and again. Under the starlight of aliens, the French king of football, Portugal's right-wing deity, Britain's marquee player, England's sole current Ballon d'Or winner, the world's top left-back, the defensive rock, Spain's newly crowned #1 goalkeeper, and a host of other luminaries. The seemingly mediocre him was in no way inferior. I know he is not a god, he is merely an ordinary person. I know he will one day fall, but I will forever cherish the days he accompanied us. This is my first football love. Su Hang. What I love is not the triumphant flourish after each heroic rescue. What I love is the earnest way he applauds teammates from the bench, signs autographs outside the training ground, and from a hospital bed, plots the team's future. The article quickly spread across Europe and moved countless Huang Ma fans to tears. My God, is Kulala confessing her love? So am I not heartbroken then? Su Hang is not only Kulala's first football love, he is my first football love too. No wonder I like Su Hang so much. It turns out he is so ordinary at Huang Ma that his ordinariness let me see myself. Alas, Until U11, I had been an outstanding player at Madrid's training camp, but because the doctor said I would not reach 1.7 meters in height, the camp advised me to withdraw. At U16, I was still in Sevilla's youth system, but later I received no professional contract. My family would not let me play in the lower leagues, so I ended up working at the family bank, drifting through life. There are too many ordinary people in this world. Even a substitute on any Big 5 league team far surpasses many in physical quality. I was a football trainee for 2.5 years, but then I grew too tall, and the team urged me to play basketball. Now I am in Huangma's basketball youth program, yet I still go watch football, though I prefer football. I thought you later chose singing, dancing, and rap. You are lucky. I am Asian. The first time I went to a training camp as a child, I was rejected. They would not even give me a trial. It seems that Su Hang is really quite ordinary in every aspect. I remember that at the beginning there were quite a few fans who disliked him and mocked his test results in the team right. I remember this matter. His 100-meter sprint was almost 14 seconds right, and his shuttle run seemed even slower. The key data on ball control, receiving, and dribbling is also quite poor. Don't even talk about data. Even if the data were good, his coordination and fluidity fall far behind that of top players. Those fans have been mocking Su Hang for his weak fundamentals and mediocre physical condition, but they fail to see the brilliant data and stunning performances he has delivered despite such a poor foundation. Really, if Su Hang were given 70% of Ronaldo's physical talent, I believe Su Hang could dominate the game even more than Ronaldo. Don't even mention Ronaldo. Even if you gave Su Hang a body like Portillo's, he could outperform all opponents in La Liga. A mortal body rivaling the divine. My first love in football. An article by Clara earned Su Hang 2 major headlines, even while he was in the hospital. His personal fanbase rapidly expanded. This left his competitors despairing. In January, the winter transfer window opened. Morientes, feeling unable to compete with Su Hang, proactively submitted a request to leave the team. Real Madrid granted his request. Ultimately, the Premier League team Liverpool brought Morientes to Anfield at a discounted price of €9,200,000. Additionally, after communicating with Su Hang, Simon expressed his willingness to remain at Real Madrid. He became the deputy director of sports and technical director. In theory, he could contribute more technically to the team, but this is contingent upon Luxemburgo being willing to heed his suggestions. After Luxemburgo took office, he immediately laid out his plans for Real Madrid. He would have Real Madrid play in a 4,132 formation. The forwards would roughly consist of Ronaldo along with either Owen or Raúl, with the other as a substitute. The left midfielder would be Solari, the attacking midfielder Zidane, and the right midfielder Beckham, while the defensive midfielder would be Graveson, who had just been brought in from Everton during the winter transfer window. The defenders would be Carlos, Samuel Helguera, and Salgado. The goalkeeper would be Casillas. As for Figo, Luxemburgo would give him opportunities, but he is not optimistic about Figo, who is about to turn 33, being able to compete with Beckham. Of course, this is all internal information and has not yet been concretely realized. The players themselves may not even know. The outside world knows even less. However, Zidane always seems to be a step ahead. Moreover, there are also rumors from Raúl's side. After all, he is the leader of the local faction and his influence extends beyond just the players. What do you think of Luxemburgo's lineup? Zidane teased Su Hang while peeling an apple in Su Hang's mansion. Whom should I call you, the mortal body? Or should I call you my first love in football? If I were you, I wouldn't be wielding a knife while thinking, but it's easy to hurt yourself that way. Su Hang reminded Zidane, Luxemburgo's intentions are quite clear. This season might be okay, but next season, you guys are going to have a hard time. Zidane's pupils constricted. Tell me more. Su Hang pulled out a whiteboard from the side. The attacking midfielder position is the most suitable for you, and also your favorite position. But ever since the Galácticos were successfully established, you have played that position less and less, because there are too many compromises needed in the front line. Now giving this position back to you seems like respect, but in reality, it's igniting conflict between you and Raúl. In the past year and a half, Raúl has played in that position for about half the time. Although your playing styles in that position are completely different, there can only be one person in that position. Raúl's situation is very difficult. He has to contend with 2 Ballon d'Or winners, Owen and you. I think Raúl will lose in both positions. You are better suited for that position, while Owen is younger and faster than him. As the spokesperson for the Spanish local faction, even if Raúl doesn't speak up, there will be others who will advocate for him and reclaim favor. Therefore, you and Owen will be ostracized by the local faction. Zidane smiled silently, implying that Su Hang should continue his narrative. Su Hang nodded. I know this looks very much like my conspiracy theory of measuring noble intentions with a petty heart. But once is a coincidence, 2 or 3 times might not be a coincidence. Look at the right midfielder here. Beckham is the starter, and Figo has to compete with Beckham and you for a position. This is yet another showdown among international players, isn't it? Figo will lose in this competition, becoming Beckham's substitute, while also contending with Raúl for the substitute position behind you. Zidane frowned. Although this is disrespectful to Beckham, I think for Real Madrid Figo is more suited for the right midfielder position. Suhang nodded. Therefore, I deduced that the team's right back will not be the original Salgado, but rather Bravo or Pavon, who were originally substitutes for the center backs. Without support from the wingbacks, Beckham, who doesn't need to break through, will not be affected. But Figo will inevitably struggle to take off. His performance naturally won't be as good as Beckham's. Zidane pointed to the left flank. What about the left flank? Figo is definitely stronger than Solari. Suhang wrote Carlos' name at the left-back position. This will require Carlos to align with the coach's intentions. As long as Carlos doesn't support Figo, Figo will also find it hard to perform well. After all, this is the left flank, not the right. Moreover, even if Figo and Solari form a fierce competition, that's exactly what they want to see. The living room fell into silence. Zidane divided the apple in his hand in half and gave it to Suhang. Then why does Luxemburgo want to do this? To suppress the performance of international players and create conflict between international players and the local Spanish faction. To bring down Real Madrid. At this time, Suhang switched to a red pen and circled several positions. If Figo performs poorly, Real Madrid will not renew his contract and will instead bring in wing players. And while Solari can also play on the wing, he is not a traditional winger. He will be easily pushed out of position by new players. If Beckham primarily plays on the right, then depending on his performance, Real Madrid will need a physically strong, header-capable forward who can serve as a focal point. Morientes has already left, and my career has been sentenced to death again. Real Madrid also needs to bring in a focal point forward. Letting a substitute center-back play right-back will not yield good results, so this position will still need one or two reserve wing-backs, or even a starting wing-back. Then Suhang opened some recent news from the winter window and found some news about Luxemburgo and Brazil, including who he favors, etc.